Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the broadcast. I'm going to start out by playing some guitar, and people will join me in the chat here shortly. That that music I was just playing is not uh, is not something I can play without getting a copyright strike. Let me go to Creative Commons. Here we go. Let's see what this does. Oh, it's too fast. 120 beats. Let's see what it sounds like. Oh, that's not even close to what I wanted to play. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. Creative Commons. Anyway, how's everyone doing tonight? The topic tonight we'll be talking about the A projection. So I won't call it a map because it's just a projection of the globe. You know, the reality that we have been presented with, and I want to see what people's opinions on that are, because in my opinion, it's just a globe spread out, and there are a lot of questions about why North America is so small and Australia is so skinny and stretched out. Well, if you go on, all you have to do is go to the Wikipedia page, and it explains everything about that projection map, and it doesn't represent our reality in any way. And I have a lot of questions about it, and I hope you guys do as well. I went ahead and went live, and I'm not even prepared to look at the chat or anything. I don't have any pages pulled up. Well, let me go up. But I do want to play some guitar for here for a minute, but I got to find a good guitar song to play.
Hey, real quick, Kathleen would like to join the chat. Can I send her the link?
You definitely can send Kathleen the link.
Okay. All right. Be right back.
I want to play an A flat minor guitar. Backing track. That's what I'm looking for. Anyway, I'm not even looking at chat. Hopefully people are starting to jump in. I'm not even looking at it because I don't have it pulled up. But I'm trying to find something cool to play on guitar for a minute here. We got B minor. What's this? Oh, I need to filter it by Creative Commons so I don't get a strike. I don't want that. Dang it. I can play in B minor, but I want to play in A minor. Or actually, I want to play in A because my guitar's tuned down to half step. Here we go. What's this one? Oh, gosh, it sounds horrible. I really don't like that one, honestly. I was gonna go ahead and wing it, but fuck that. I don't want to. I don't like that guitar. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and risk the copyright. I don't think they're gonna fucking do anything about this one that I was playing earlier. I liked it. Here we go. Actually, never heard this one before. I'm just winging it. I'm going to stop for a second. Pull the damn watch page and see if anybody's even listening to this bullshit. All right. Oh, shit, man. All right, let's see what we got going on here, guys. Ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen and ladies, it's been a crazy time on this flat motherfucking earth. Go to YouTube. Go to my channel. And I'm live right now. There's got to be a chat somewhere. I'm going to find it and see if anybody's even watching this some bitch. Wait a minute. Hold up. This ain't even working right. Right now. You're even watching this some bitch. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now you hearing me. Echoing it. Hey, what's up, Vlad? Okay, I see the chat now. What's up, Vlad? Wambra. Oh, got Ivan up in here. What's up, 72nd Human? Iron FE. Yeah, I was just fucking around. I hadn't even heard that track before. I just pulled up the first blues track that I could solo to for a second. But yeah, anonymous guest is in here with me. Anybody else wants to join? Vlad, if you want to come in, Ivan, if you want to come in, let me know. I'll send you the link. I just saw nothing else was going on, and Jeranism just got done with a big long chat about the AE map. I just thought we should continue the chat, and because I had some opinions in the chat about that, and he questioned it. I don't even there. We can't be certain about a lot of things, about that, but pretty certain that it's just a globe map stretched out. And there are a lot of questions, and I hear them all the time about the AE map. They're like, oh, why is North America so? Like, I saw one on Facebook today. Somebody had the Australia. This was like a real question. I don't know if it's a real question or if it's people trolling half the time. But this guy had a demonstration or a picture of Australia, and it was stretched out like it is on the AE map, and it was smaller than North America stretched out, and that was the question. And I sent as a comment, I sent the Wikipedia page describing the Azimuthal Equidistant map. I hate to just call it the AE map, as an answer to the question, because I had that question at one time, but all it is a stretched out globe. So that's why everything in the north appears to be smaller, but it's still not accurate as far as what we really are standing and living on. So I mean, it's a good introduction, I think, to help people understand that it is a flat plane, and it's a decent representation of what we're living on, but it's not accurate. So I just wanted to go ahead and open this up and see if anyone else had an opinion on that, since there wasn't anything else going on, and I was curious to have other people's opinions on it. All right, let me start adding people here. Supposed to get Anonymous is coming in. I think Kathleen was going to join. I want to send Vlad and Ivan the link. Oh, shit. Anyway, it's very, very late on Saturday night here in Arkansas, and I don't have to work tomorrow. So, and I saw nothing was going on live channels, and so I was like, hell, I'll just open one up, man. I know people are always looking for something to do. So, I got two computers here. I'm trying to figure out. All right, I think I already added you to the Hangout, Vlad, actually. And I tried to add you, Ivan, but I didn't pop up on here. I know I've had you on before, and it should, and that's what's. I freaking hate Google Hangouts sometimes when you try to invite people, their names don't pop up when you invite them. It pisses me off really bad. Yeah, Iron FE. Yeah, it does. In their model, but in my mind, in the way that I it yes, everybody can give me a bunch of math and longitude and latitude lines and everything. It definitely works out. It's always they've had plenty of time to establish this construct. But they haven't. You have to stay within that. I mean, like I was just thinking, I was sitting out there talking to myself, like before I started this, I was like, okay, say I was a pilot and I was going from a flight from London or from New York to London. Now, if I decided as a pilot to just ignore the navigation system, because they say they fly in an arc over the globe because it's shorter, they fly north and then go back down, whatever, which, London is a little bit further north than hey, what's up, Seven Tech? And they they fly a little bit north to get to London, but they fly in an arc over the globe to get there is what they say. But what if a pilot, someone that was like a pilot that found flat earth, a jet pilot, maybe there wasn't too many passengers on the plane and didn't feel like risking their lives and just decided to set the plane true north and fly there to see what the hell's there. Has anyone ever done that? Ever? Would they ever do that? No.
I think that's when they have missing planes.
Yeah, they would never do it.
The ones that get shot down over some area. How's it going?
They're never gonna do it, dude.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about earlier. It's like, what if an airline pilot just decided, I'm flying from New York, I'm pretty close, or Minneapolis to shit, I don't know. Well, I mean, there's always a layover somewhere, that you're going to fly. If you're going from Minneapolis, Minneapolis is pretty far north, but you're never going to fly like if Minneapolis to Moscow. You're not going to fly over the North Pole. You're going to go to New York first, and then you're going to go to London, and then you're going to go that way. You're not going to fly over the north. You're not going to fly to Norway and then go that way. It would be a lot shorter, but you're not going to go that way.
So what was he talking about tonight? I didn't missed it. I didn't get to see it.
Well, the title of the video was why he supported the AE map over the flat map, like the Pac-Man model, which I didn't really catch the beginning of it. So, I mean, I'm not a Pac-Man guy either. I think what we see is what we freaking see, and our comprehension is limited, especially through scientism, and then we get all these guys fighting against us, instead of working with us. They're trying to tell us what we're supposed to believe instead of working with us because they actually believe it's true, and I understand that, but I actually am kind of in the land of confusion. Can't you see this is a land of confusion? But they tell us that there is no confusion. It's already figured out, dude. What the fuck are you confused about? You know what I mean? So come on, man. Not true.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I still have lots of questions, and but I'm not that confused. I from my experience so far, I know it's flat and it's not moving, so it's flat and still.
Okay, well, tell me, Vlad, what would happen if an airline pilot flew from Minneapolis straight north What would he see?
I'm not sure. That's the one of the questions I would like to know is what the hell's up north, because they're keeping us away from there.
Yeah,
nobody's actually going to true north. You know,
no, and nobody flies from Minneapolis anywhere up that far north anywhere. You know, they go from Minneapolis to maybe Anchorage, but they don't even go to Anchorage directly from Minneapolis. They go to Seattle probably first, and then up, you know, up to Anchorage or whatever. There's nobody ever goes up there, dude.
Yeah, I have one of my sisters that went to Ireland from Oregon, but she went to Phoenix first. Went from Oregon to Phoenix to pick up my niece, and then she went. Now they went up to Canada, and then over to Ireland. And I looked at the thing, and it was weird how I was like, why would they do that? You know, this is the flat Earth map. You know, then it made sense. And I was trying to get the actual tickets to be able to see exactly where she went, because she just did somewhere like I think it was like above like Niagara Falls area, which would be what what's above there? Vancouver? Is that Vancouver? Wait, is it Vancouver there?
Above where?
Niagara Falls, the Canada part of Niagara. No,
yeah,
above.
that's close to Vancouver. Yeah.
I think she said somewhere up there, but I was trying to get this. She still hadn't sent me. And that was almost a year and a half ago. She went there. She still hasn't sent me a copy of the tickets, because I wanted to see her exact path that she went.
Well, I can understand the argument would be, yes, it's very sparse, you know, as far as northern Canada goes. Yeah, there is nothing up there, but we can't verify that. You know, there's a lot of there's a lot of speculation about what might be up at the North Pole, but none of us have any footage of the North Pole. There's actually more footage of what they claim to be the South Pole than there is the North Pole. Honestly, if you look for it.
Yeah, no, isn't that weird?
Yeah, it is. And that's why I always say, you know, everybody's like, we got to go see what's in Antarctica. I'm like, dude, we're closer to the North Pole, dude. Let's go see what's up there. You know,
yeah, was it you the other day or about a week ago talking about that?
I always talk about it. I'm like, oh, you motherfucker, that shit's way down there, man. I mean, we're way closer to the North Pole, dude.
Yeah. You're like a lot easier and quicker.
I know it's cold as shit, but apparently, from what I've heard, it's not that cold once you get there.
Yeah, huh?
But that's, you know, that's history's mysteries. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I would rather go to the North Pole just to see what's there. But I wouldn't prove anything, because they say, well, it's just the top of the ball. You know, and it is what it is. I would still like to see what's up there and know what the big secret is. You know, about the whole Mount Meru, and you know, there was one video that shows where it's like a big old hole in the ground, and all this water's going into it.
Well, so, and one of the legends of the Bible, that there was, you know, in creation, there was the 4 rivers that flowed through Eden.
Yeah.
And that's where that legend comes, you know, and there's people that claim, you know, there's a four different land masses up there, and the 4 rivers flowing into the middle there. So that's very interesting to me. And there are different cultures, you know, I think it's the Greek that called it Hyperborea, and I don't remember what the other names are, but there's different speculations about that, and also it may not even be that, but I know there's something off about the AE map, and that's why I call this one the AE map is hiding land, because the AE map is just a stretched out version of the globe. And that's why everyone gets confused. Why is North America so small and Australia is all skinny and stretched out? And it's not as wide as North America. I was like, that's why, because it's a stretch. Every square you see on that AE map that's why they call it equidistant, because those squares are pretty much the same size.
Yeah.
Hey, and the ones towards the center are a lot smaller, so it represents a lot smaller landmass as far as distance goes. You know, and so many people get so confused about that.
One thing I haven't seen anybody talk about yet, or at I haven't ran into, you may have, or we've thought of it. I mean, you know how we were taught that all the land masses were together at one time and they broke apart. You know, like how South America, United States, it fits over where Africa and, you know, in the UK and stuff, and it all fits together. I know. I'm wondering now if that's even true.
No, it's not. Pangea is bullshit.
They just made that up. just to follow suit for whatever reason. I've been questioning that now. It's like, I bet you that doesn't even fit right. Because how would it go? How would it stretch out that far and still keep the shape?
Yeah, I gave up on. I actually disbelieved Pangea way before flat Earth.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah. It's called Pangea. It was one, supposed to be one continent, and over millions of years that because of what they call the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, that it spread out, apart. And I never believed in the theory of evolution, never even considered it, because the first time I heard of it, I thought it was just bullshit cartoon, just like the flat Earth is to me now. I mean, it's not. I mean, even when I was a little kid, teenager, I was like, oh shit, my microphone thing fell out. Damn it!
And it got loud.
Yeah, I got. But anyway, as far as like evolution, I never bought that shit. I just really thought it was a silly, ridiculous theory.
Yeah, neither did I. I mean, I was raised, the biblical stuff. I used to get in trouble in school, and because I would always answer their evolution questions with Christian answers or biblical answers. And then I always get marked out down for that. I was like, screw this. I'll get made fun of by the teachers and the other kids too. Like, haha, you don't believe we don't come from monkeys? I'm like, hell no. Like,
dude, that's funny that you believe we do. What the fuck's your problem?
Yeah, this is back in the 80s, the late 70s. Let's see, 79. Well, see, I was born in 69, so when I started going to school in 76, I mean, it was later. It was back when I was in 4th and 5th grade, so it had to be like 1980, 79, 80, and up until high school. I remember, and even in high school.
You know what's funny? There's so many people that don't think they were teaching evolution in school back then, but they were.
I know, I remember.
Yeah, I do too. And I was like, dude, man, they were telling me evolution in junior high, and I was like, you can't be serious, dude. I mean, and I was a teen. I was like a young teen, and I was like, why are you telling me this is true? And not necessarily because I believed in the creator, which I always have, but at the same time, it was so much bullshit. I never bought it. I never bought into it.
Yeah.
So I mean, since then, I mean, from the time I first heard about it, I was like, I always found ways to argue against it. And I always believed in the creator. I guess my mom taught me about, but I innately know that we are created. It's insane to think that shit happened on accident, that you have this consciousness on accident. You have to be fucking out of your mind to even believe that bullshit.
Not only that, look at all the complexity of everything around us. I mean, how seeds work, all the different types of animals and creatures and insects and everything. The different types of people and
they say we're dumb and retarded for thinking that God did it. But dude, that can't happen on accident. It's so far out of the realms of possibility that it could actually happen that way, that they're the ones that are in a religion. I don't know who God is and how he did it, but for you to believe that it could happen on accident is way more faith than I could ever have in a God that did it.
Exactly. That's why it cracks me up every time one of these atheists they always say, well, show me proof of a creator. I'm like, you stupid motherfucker, look all around you. Everything around you, other than the man-made stuff, but look at nature, look at everything around you was created. This is not no freaking accident.
And I have enough intelligence. Yourself. I have enough intelligence where I could go learn all their fucking scientific theories and their mathematics and astrophysics and all that shit. I could actually learn that shit if I dedicated myself to it. I'm smart enough to do it. But they're actually trying to find a way for this to have happened on accident.
Yeah.
And so come on, man, you're seeking a trail. You're going down a rabbit trail that you're never going to find an end to, and you're never going to find the creator unless you actually just give in to the fact that it's impossible for this to have happened on accident. You're never going to find it. And you're
I know,
never,
and
you're
that's
not
the
going
thing
to
about,
find enough math and physics for it to make it happen, man. Never.
yeah, and that's what all modern science is doing is they're trying to make it, like you said, they're trying to make it an accident. And that doesn't make any sense to me. I know just fight tooth and nail
It
with
never
that.
has to me. I was a young child when I figured out what they were trying to do to me, and I was like, "You guys are full of shit."
Yeah, well, it just comes to no accountability, and just to be able to do what you want and not be accountable for it. Well, them, but if anybody else does it, everybody gets punished. But why, if there's no accountability, it's all this stuff, and you have nobody, if you have no worries, why are people in prison? Let them do what they want to do. It's what does it matter, kind of thing. It's like,
Well,
why,
that's
why
kind
you,
of a societal evolution kind of thing. That's kind of a representative, what we've done to, for people that, I don't know, we all have our different opinions on, I mean, as far as legality goes, what should be who should be in jail, what they did and whatever, people that, I mean, I'm pretty much a pure libertarian, as far as that goes. I mean, nobody should be in jail unless they've actually done something against another person.
yeah, violent
Physically.
crimes. Yeah, but I'm saying, but the way they're saying it, those people shouldn't even be in there either because it's just how they are. It's just they're animal instincts. They're trying to put the animal instinct to make us animals, or not animals.
We're not animals. No, we are not.
That's
we're
the part
not
I'm
even
talking about.
in the same class. We are, in my opinion, humans are mankind. Humans, yeah, humans are monsters, like Issa says. But mankind are separate from the rest of creation.
Yeah, because we're the only ones that has the ability to do what we've done. You don't see any other, creatures, animals, any animals setting up a societal thing that we have. I mean, yeah, they do a little bit of stuff and they might do this, but they don't have no industrialized revolution going on. They never will.
They don't even have the ability to create one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that makes them separate from us. It doesn't make them any less than us, but it makes it separate from us. That's how I'm looking at it.
Well, and as far as that goes, we as a culture have separated ourselves from that creation that the creator intended for us to be a part of. Mm-hmm. And that is the bigger picture that no one will grasp. A big hold, even though, I'm so glad that, and I'm up for a while. I haven't had much sleep in the past few days because I actually haven't had much sleep in the past couple of years because of this shit. But we are supposed to be as much a part of the creation in unity with the creation, and our society has been so corrupted by greed and
yep.
By greed and I guess that's the core of it.
Yeah. Well, that and
self-satisfaction, I guess.
Pride. It's pride.
Pride is the root. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, brother.
Can now.
What do you say about that?
Yeah, I've been trying to jump in for like the last few minutes, and I wanted to go back probably about 5 minutes into this. Proof of the creator. I thought that was a very good stepping stone. And there's a lot of mysticism buried in the religions that all focus on looking inside yourself to find that which you want to know. And so, although it's good to say, hey, look at the frogs and, look at the trees, look at all this stuff outside, you've run into atheists and say, well, it's, a biological process. That they explain it away. They have a rational mindset that needs to know how it works, as opposed to seeing it as a whole, that it's all happening. So it's really hard to talk about a creator unless you've experienced it. And this is where it gets into, what is knowledge? How do you know something? And I'm going to ask you something about, when we're talking about the creator. Have you ever fallen in love?
Fallen in love. Yeah, a number of times. At least I think I did.
All right. Now let me ask you
now.
something. Let me ask you something. Could you prove to someone else that you had fallen in love?
Well, other than just my actions, towards that particular person.
No. That's your actions, but you already know this, and your actions are a consequence of what you know.
Okay.
I'm saying you've known, like you have this experience. You know this. Nobody can. There's nobody that's going to debate you on this and get you to change your mind because you know you fell in love, and yet if you tried to prove this to someone, how successful would you be?
Probably not very successful, because that's how they're gonna interpret it. I guess. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's something to be experienced, and it's not something that you can debate or argue or like do a map and say, okay, from point A to point B, and here we go, and then here are the steps, and there he is. There's the creator. It doesn't work like that. Either you're in love, and you know you are through and through. Nobody can convince you otherwise because you know what you're experiencing, or if you've never had that experience. Let's talk about somebody that's never fallen in love. They can't understand what that means. So let's say, for instance, me and you, we've fallen in love before. We know exactly what that means, and we're probably going to have trouble communicating to each other what that means, even though we both know what that experience is.
Oh yeah. Your version of it, or your experience of it, or my experience of it.
I've been in love before.
Well, I had to put out the whole falling in love thing, because if you discover the creator, you understand you've experienced the essence of love, and that's actually what the creator is. That's why all this is, and we're not using the most important part of the creative energy, which is love. We debate. We're caught in our heads. We try and prove shit to each other. I mean, we're always like doing crazy shit. But if you ever thought about it, can you prove to someone else, the way that we're debating flat Earth, for example, which map is right? Can you prove to someone else with all of your faculties that you're in love, that you've experienced what that is?
Is there any science that measure love?
I don't think so, brother, because if they did, I mean, they would have already marketed it,
Dude, yeah, dude. They market it all the time, a version of it, but.
Oh, no, that's called lust, brother. That ain't lust.
That's a whole different monster.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yeah, that's a human thing.
Yeah, I want to see the science on love. Come on, man.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, you can express it however you can to an extent, but to be able to see, like you said, describe it and explain somebody else to somebody else. I see what you're saying. And that would be just thinking right now, it'd be very difficult to be able to sit and say, okay, this is it right here. This is love. This is it right here. And it's like, okay, that's not enough. It's not enough to be able to, somebody else wouldn't understand that, unless they went through it, and it would have to be exactly like that. They have their own experience of what their love is. So yeah, I can see that. Yeah. So that's one of the problems we're having with all this too. I can see, because like I say, I got family members I've been trying to talk to, so not forcing on them, but every once in a while I'll send them a video clip or something, or try to talk to them because they're in other states, and they're just not grasping it, but they're not really fully interested in it either. But there's not nothing I've tried everything I could to all the this basics, the core basics of stuff, about the curvature, not spinning around in space and stuff like that. Try to stay away from the NASA stuff, more about the Earth and that what it really is. And they're just like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, oh my God, what I gotta say? That's why I had a couple hangouts a few months ago. I started talking to other people about that, and like when this brainstorm, like how do we talk to people, and not force down them, but help them. Just something. What is it that somebody else has said to their family members or friends, not strangers, but just family members or friends, and it's to help them open up their mind. And it's like, oh, I get it. Because I have another sister, and then her husband and their 3 sons. They're hardcore flat earthers right now. Once they understood it, and because they were trying to debunk me and thought I was crazy, and we're gonna prove you crazy, uncle. And I'm like, I said I didn't realize that they were doing that, but they're like, oh my God, like all 3 of them text me like, dude, it's flat. Like, oh fuck, now what do we do?
What, they all texted you and said they know it's flat now?
Oh yeah. Well, they live here in Alabama. So I've been working with them and stuff. And I talked to them at work when we were doing concrete, and because they're 18, 22, and 24. So they're a little bit older. They're not real young kids.
But they're looking into the flat Earth.
Yeah, they've been for the past year and a half since I've been here. Well, actually 2 years now. I've been here for 2 years now. This month is 2 years ago. I came out here, so I've been here for 2 years.
I've been here almost 2 years as well.
No, not talking about here in Alabama. I've been the flat Earth stuff has been about 2.5 years now.
Yeah, I've been almost 2 years. It's been, I think it'll probably be maybe September, about 2015 is when I started looking into it, and
March of 2015. But I was in Oklahoma at the time, and my daughter, she's the one here she's all into the whole alien thing. As
your nieces, you were saying, right? That are starting to look. They're looking into it and they're asking you questions about it. And
oh no, this was a year and a half ago. They're hardcore. They tell everybody else now.
Oh, they're flat Earth. 3 of them.
Yeah, and then my brother-in-law and my sister. I'm trying to get my mom to understand because my mom grew up with the moon landings, which she was pregnant with me when they landed on the moon. That was in July of '69. I was born in December of '69, so she was that's 5 months later. 8 months she was about 4 months pregnant with me at the time, but before that, when they first did the thing in '68, she's seen that live, and she has newspaper clippings and everything of that. So she's really big into that. She was into the alien crap too, and so we're just trying to help her understand it. She's like, it's got to be real. I seen it on TV. She keeps saying it's funny. I seen it on TV. It's got to be real. It's like, what has anything on TV ever been real?
It was like, hey, can you watch it again? Hey, let me get some footage. Watch it again. And just watch it again objectively, and then see if you still think it's real. After you've seen all the crap on TV, now watch it again.
So what helped my sister, and the one that lives here, helped her understand was she was looking at this moon landing stuff, and she's like, why is the horizon line so close to them? Why is shouldn't that be further? I mean, I know the moon's smaller, but not that damn small. She's like, you can just reach out and she could put their arm around the horizon. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't even think of that. She's like, it's so close. I'm like, oh my God, you're right. Like, something's up with this shit.
You're damn right.
So that's been really cool. Like I guess I got 2 other sisters in other states, and I've tried talking to them and their families, and they're just, but they're just not got the interest. The sister lives here. She's really into this learning stuff and everything, and so she was just like, hey, I'll take a look at this. Like that was 2.5 years ago, and she's like, oh my gosh. She's like, and so we talked for months. I was still in Oklahoma before I came out here. And that's what they did.
Where'd you grow up? Vigilant?
I'm from Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, you're from Arizona. My brother was born in Arizona, but he was a little kid, and we moved back. I was born in Ohio, and my brother was born in Arizona a year and a half later. Shit, that's a big trip from for mom and dad, whatever. And then my dad died when I was 2, and he was buried in Kentucky. So man, but I ended up in Arkansas. I've lived over here for over 30 years, so it's a weird trip. But me and my brother have been in Arkansas for over 30 years, and we're Arkansans, so it's good to be in the South. I love the South, man.
Yeah, well, I love it because of the ocean, or I'm sorry, Gulf. I was trying to say ocean.
The ocean, man. Yeah.
That's what I said. These fucking people here, they get offended. They get offended when I say the ocean.
Out there one night, brother. I was drunk as fuck on whiskey.
Anyway, oh no, not Mars. Don't let P Mars on.
It's funny. I gave him a rinse just for a I know he ain't gonna fuck with me. I mean, people.
I know, no, it's not that. It seems like, I swear he's following me around, dude. Everywhere I go, he ends up showing up.
No, it's all good, man. Anyway, but yeah, man, I love the South, man. I love living in the South. I mean, people are so freaking good here, man. There's so many people that have come from the North to visit here that they're like, shit, everybody's an asshole up north, man. You know what I mean? They just don't get how that shit goes down here in the South, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I haven't been up to
There's
Ohio yet.
assholes here. That's not what I'm saying, and not everybody's an asshole up north. But I'm just saying it's just the way things go down here. It's so cordial and so different, than it is in the north.
Yeah, there's people that's really nice here. I remember years ago when I came out here when my sister first moved out here in '99. I remember we went to the mall, but it was all of us at the mall, and we walked out in front of a car, and the car had to slam on the brakes. Right? We're like, oh, not even thinking about it, and like, oh shit, and they were apologizing to us. I was like, what the fuck? We're the ones that walked out in front of you.
Asshole, go ahead and apologize. All right, I'll take your apology. Shit, I'm gonna walk away.
They're like, so sorry. I'm like, what the hell? I was like, we walked out in front of this car, not even realizing what we were doing. We're just excited and stuff. So it's. I'll never forget that. But yeah, here recently, everybody's really nice. Unless you're an asshole to people, but I'm not an asshole to people. But so I ain't worried. I don't.
Well, hey,
I don't
there's
have
somebody from Bangladesh that has joined the panel. His name's Healthy Skeptic. How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just listening to you guys talk.
No, man. Is it like that in Bangladesh? It's probably even better, man. You guys are probably even nicer than we are here in the South, because sometimes we can be mean.
I think it's all it's the same psychology everywhere. The city people, they're always too busy. They're always in a rush. They're always willing to make or trying to make money, So they're busy with themselves. They're not too concerned with their neighbors, not with anybody else, or being cordial. I think that's just the way it is in bigger cities. But when I go to the village, we all know each other, try to help each other out. We share things, share food, share memories, share events. I mean, I just feel like the city is not the best place to be if you want to be like a social person.
You mean like a real person, like a real being? Because cities, it seems, in my experience, and I've traveled to many cities, they're all the same. There's not one city from Rome to New York, all the way across Europe and up and down the East Coast, as far as west as Colorado. All cities, in my opinion, are the same. And the reason being is you're just like this ant in an anthill. It's not really a social structure in the way that we understand social structure. I think it's called Dunbar's number. The most that you can actually remember intimately is somewhere between 100 or 150 people, to know the ins and outs, their personalities, to really get to know them, to actually be a part of their lives. And so if you're in a city, you've got these thousands, if not millions of people, and they're all just sort of interacting with each other, but on a very superficial level. There's not much interaction in terms of personal, deep relationships, because the city's not set up for that. It's very hurried. There are, timetables for the bus and all the rest of this shit. It's all designed, in my opinion, to make it more like an anthill than sort of this tribal or village setting where everybody knows each other, so that when you see somebody across the street, immediately something's bothering him. You don't even have to talk to him. He's across the street and you see just the look on his face. You know him so well, you can walk up to him and say, hey, man, what's going on? And in the city, that just doesn't happen.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I grew up in Phoenix, and there's 3.5 million people there, and there's nobody. You can't get personal with anybody. I mean, everybody's just all over the place all the time. Everybody's out in a hurry. So you're exactly right. And I've been in the small towns here, and people, like I said, they're way nicer here. It's more laid back. It's like that in Oklahoma too, and especially on the outskirts. And Oklahoma's not really got that many people there. I think it's like, well, when I was there 10 years ago, it was like about 525,000 people, and it was spread out pretty good. Here, there's only about like 480. I was checking this just to see I was like, what's the difference here? And I realized there's this huge difference in the amount of people.
Yeah, so like, Oklahoma, man, there's parts of it that are wasteland, man. There ain't nobody in Oklahoma, man.
So in Phoenix, it's 3.5 million people. That's just in Phoenix, greater Phoenix area. I mean, I think it's 4.5, 5 million in the whole state, but 3.5 million is in Phoenix area. And I mean, it's huge.
You said Oklahoma. You said Oklahoma. You meant Arizona, right?
No. What do you mean?
I thought you said Oklahoma.
Yeah. I've lived in Oklahoma too.
Okay. Well, Arizona's kind of like that as well, right?
Like what?
Like there's a whole shitload of land, and everybody's concentrated in the cities.
Yeah. There's a lot of vast land in Arizona, Texas too. Texas is like just a barren wasteland. There's like a couple cities, But yeah, it's like that everywhere. And that's what they try to do. That's why the whole thing with the population is overpopulation. That's a hoax. Like nobody's business.
It's the biggest fucking hoax ever.
What they do is they cram everybody in these cities and make it like it's overpopulation. It is not overpopulated anywhere. If anybody's been through Texas alone,
most Americans have been on road trips across America. You know, driving from one part to another. One state to another. 5 states over. You realize that there ain't nobody fucking out there, man. There's plenty of places for people to live. Why does everybody live right in the middle of the city? And then why do they have you're pretty close to the Georgia Guidestones there, aren't you?
No, I was thinking about going to see.
You gotta get that's just fucking.
But she's out. Me and my daughter in 2007 went on a road trip for 2 weeks, and I went through 9 states, which was Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky. And then Indiana, only part of Indiana. And we went across the Ohio River by accident and didn't realize that was another state. And then we went down to Alabama, then to Florida, and then Texas, or Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas, and then back to Oklahoma. We did that in 2 weeks. When we came out here, I wasn't living here at the time, and that's when we just came out here to visit, and it was a blast. And there's a lot of land out there that there's nobody around for miles and hundreds of miles. So yeah, it's not overpopulated by any means.
Oh, and I hate the analogy where they say you could fit the entire population of the world into the state of Texas, and everyone would have a 1 square mile or 1 square acre to themselves. And like, well, that's not a very good analogy because there's a lot more land than that, and that kind of makes you feel squeezed in.
Check this out.
You know what I'm saying?
I wish I could find the stuff. I think I lost it on a computer I had. It crashed on me about a year ago, and I figured out if you take all the livable land that they say there is. Okay, I only went by what they said there is. And that's anywhere people can live. It's like a certain amount of acres, right? No, millions of acres. But if you take the 7.3 million or billion people they say they are. I did all the equations, and I found out that if you spread everybody out over that area, everybody can live by themselves in a 1.3 square mile area, which I think it's like 865 acres per person. If everybody was spread out in that area, it's 800. I think it's 865 acres they would have.
I know, that's just the land that you know of. I mean, it's just so overpopulation is the biggest fucking hoax, and everybody. Oh man, overpopulation and the fucking global warming hoax oh man, I just can't get it's overwhelming. I mean, that's why I'm so glad that I get to talk to people like you and Healthy and Anonymous and everybody I've met on this YouTube channel. Dude, I've known this shit for almost 20 years. And I couldn't talk to anyone. Everybody I talked to about it might just kind of like be like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from. But you guys already get it. I already did get it for a long time. And I finally found people that I can fucking get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, awesome, I grew up with a family that was hardcore. A certain way, like they were all about gun rights and stuff like that. They were all hunting and stuff like that. So I remember when I was a little kid, I must have been 8 or 9 years old. And I remember one of my cousins that was 10 years older than me, he had a bumper sticker. That bumper sticker, the most iconic one that I can think of is, if guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have guns. When I was like 8 or 10 years old, I didn't understand that. I just remember reading it over and over. And like, that doesn't make sense. I mean, but now I get older, and when I got older, my teenage years, I was like, now I get it. It's like, yeah, because if they're outlawed, yeah, everybody's going to be an outlaw because they're outlawed. It's like, oh, okay, I get it. But when I was like a little kid, I mean, I've been around my life.
I'd like to speak on what you said, Helioskeptic. It was very important to me, actually very, very personal to me. I just recently got this internet connection after being off grid since 2011. And all of a sudden, it's like, holy shit, there are people that actually give a shit. And I was really, really frustrated. I was so frustrated, I think I let it out in a couple of chats, and I had to take a step back that where the hell were you people 15 years ago when I was on top of my game? And I was talking to some people about this in real life, and a friend of mine said, well, most of them were probably 15 years old. And I really had to take a step back. I was like, damn it, when I was doing this, and I was like, I won't go into some of the stuff that I was actually doing. There's the Patriot Act and all. I was angry at Flat Earth. Like, this happened after I got back onto an internet connection and realized, oh, holy shit, people actually give a fuck. And finally, this is what I was kept saying to myself, was like, finally, people actually give a shit. And so I had to like figure out, do I go back into this or just keep going in the way that I was going? And I've committed myself to doing exactly this, whatever this is. Hangouts, coordinating efforts, probably behind the scenes of Flat Earth, because if you look at Flat Earth, most people aren't really on Flat Earth. They know of Flat Earth, but they're not actually on it. And I addressed this in another chat, just talking about the human condition, that just because you realize someone's lying to you, and okay, the scope of this is much larger than, let's just say, 9/11 or all the rest of it, that, okay, so you realize now they're lying to you, a big lie. Now all of a sudden this makes a fucking difference. They've been lying to you the whole fucking time. So what makes this any different? How is this going to change? Okay, I think I brought some frustration through on that. I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic now.
Let me expound on that. Let me expound on that. For what it's worth, I'm outside now, and you can probably hear the cicadas coming. You can hear the cicadas probably. You hear them? Oh
yeah,
shit!
I hear 'em.
I got background. Hold on, I gotta mute this. Watch. I got on my laptop. Anyway, for what it's worth, I had tried to convert people to reality for many years prior to finding Flat Earth. I mean, I've been awake for, as many of us have. So it's like I'm like, it was a journey. It was a chore to even get them to even question what they see on the news. I mean, it's obviously just like an act. Have you seen those videos where like they have the news guys where they repeat the same thing from all over the country? All the news people are saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So it's bigger than crazy. It's programming.
Oh yeah, that's exactly
trying to break my friends and family from that programming for years. Can you see what they're doing to you? They will not fucking accept it. They will not swallow that pill. They actually think it's real. And so anyway, so that, and I won't, now they're on other, I might come on again and do other, like that last one I did, I call it Conspiracy Throwdown, episode 1. I don't know, I've got ideas about it. And I'm going to do an episode 2 one day, and we're going to go into all the fucking conspiracies and go deep into it shit. And I want Anonymous to be on there, and Vlad, you come on too. Whoever wants to come on and get deep into all the fucking crazy conspiracy shit. I want to piss all the trolls off, and they can go crazy as fuck in the chat. I don't give a fuck, because they're the ones that don't see. We're the ones that are been trying to wake people up. I've been trying to wake people up to the fakery on the news and the fucking fake fucking education shit for a long fucking time. Nobody listened to me, and I finally found other people that can see the same shit that I can, and so I'm excited. So I don't care what people think about it. And you know what? I've been out here, and I don't express it well like you guys do. Sometimes you guys, talk better than I do, but at the same time, everybody knows me, and they know where I'm coming from, so they respect me. And but they all know that I know who is who and what the fuck is what.
Brother, you articulate yourself just fine. I can feel where you're coming from. You don't have to worry about if the sentences aren't coming together just right, because what's happening is you're genuine. What you're doing is you're genuinely coming across, and whether or not those words are matching up just right, I don't hear that. What I hear is I hear you. I hear you speaking. Don't worry about what the words are doing. What your words are saying, that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you.
Well, you know what? I mean, I've honestly, as far as public speaking, never done it, but I've publicly, performed music, and I'm really good at that. But so I kind of trying to cross-platform, and I've gotten better at it in the past couple of years. So since I've gone on these platforms and been able to talk to people, you know what I mean. So I've kind of combined the two, so I can I gain confidence in my speaking ability, because I don't know, I actually am a spiritual person, you know what I mean. I don't speak in the physical, I speak in the spiritual, because the music and the spiritual are connected, and I don't see things the same way people do, and that's why I get so emotional sometimes and blow up on people on here sometimes, but that's fine. But I don't blow up on you guys, because you guys fucking agree with me for the most part. I blow up on people, like, I fucking cussed the shit out of P. Mars the other night. That's why I was apologizing to him. I was drunk on whiskey, and I fucking blew up on him the other night.
Oh, I've been in a couple hangouts with you, and you went off on some people. I'm like, what the hell? I've never heard you do that before. I was all tripping. I was like, oh shit, I better watch what I say to him.
You just don't want to be
agree with them, huh?
When I've been drinking whiskey. Anyway, it doesn't
whiskey,
matter.
Dad.
That's whiskey. I call it truth serum, because even if I'm wrong, truth comes out.
Well, here's the thing about truth. The truth seems to be subjective. Everybody has their own version of the truth. And if you actually had the truth, right, it's not subjective. And that's what I was saying earlier about being in love. Either you know it or you don't. You don't have to fucking justify or debate it with anyone. You just simply know. And as soon as we start getting that across, and we start walking that walk, that I just fucking know what I'm talking about. And it's not something it's not contrived. I'm not here to debate. I just simply know it. And as soon as we get that attitude across on flat earth and just say, hey, we know what we're talking about. There's not a debate. We're not gonna talk this to death. We're not gonna gaslight it to death. No, you can't tell me that someone can talk you out of the experience of you having been in love. You know when you're in love, you know what that is, and no one can talk you out of it. And there's no way that you're going to convince anyone of it. Either you know or you don't, and that's what we've got to get across, that sense of being genuine about what we're doing.
That's exactly correct. And this is real quick on the truth. There's actually 3 versions of the truth. There's yours, mine, and the reality of it. So yeah, I just want to throw that in real quick.
Yeah, you know what? I want to kind of address what anonymous guest said. I think he was kind of saying out of frustration, like, what has Flat Earth done for people? Maybe I got that question wrong. But for me, I would say that I had already known that the media is constantly lying. I had already known that the government plays tricks on people. What I didn't know too well was how much of the scientific community is taking, into consideration like peer review things and consensus, and not observation, and not empirical things that you can find out and test for yourself. That's the stuff that I didn't really understand until I got into Flat Earth. And like anonymous guest was saying earlier, like, how do you measure love? And before, like, I got into Flat Earth, I was like one of these guys that could say that everything in nature could be explained through numbers. That was the kind of guy that I was. And I was a guy who was really in love with technology and furthering that, materialistic way of looking into the world. And I guess now I can tell you that numbers aren't everything. I have aspirations, I have ambitions, I have love, all these things, they cannot be measured with numbers. So everything in this reality is not based on numbers. So this is what I get out of Flat Earth.
I like that. That's pretty cool.
And And I think about with healthy, man, and I know that you are shape of the earth agnostic. Would that be an accurate statement?
Right. I mean, I claim I don't know.
Yeah, I don't necessarily either, but at the same time, I can see through. I can see the construct that they've created with the math and the science and all that stuff, and they hate when we call it a religion, but it's their religion. Just like I was in a religion, when I was a hardcore Christian, which I don't know if everybody knows, but I'll say it now. I'm not a Christian anymore. I'm still a seeker like I was when I found Christianity, and I understand it completely. I understand Christian religion completely. And I was there seeking the Lord, and Jesus Christ was my Savior that way. And I spent hours and hours on my knees praying to the Creator. I was there. I was a Pentecostal. I was speaking in tongues. I was, all that stuff. And I think it's a very important thing for people to come into the flat Earth movement, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, to understand where the Christians are coming from. And that's why I'm so glad that I didn't come across flat Earth when I was hardcore Christian. You know what I mean? Because I actually can look at it objectively and not be dogmatic about, yes, it's a dome. This is the, I don't know if that makes any sense to anyone, but it seems I don't want to denigrate anybody's philosophy on that aspect, because it may be true, but I may be, and I've always accepted I could be wrong about this. But at the same time, prior to finding flat Earth, I'd already backed off of that belief a little bit, and actually took an objective point of view on how the Bible came about, and actually, where I came across the information to question what I've learned about Christianity was from my pastor, who did a series on Babylon, and he didn't realize what he told me about Semiramis and everything that was prior to the birth of Jesus. He told me the same story that happened in Babylon, or a very, very, very similar story that happened in Babylon. And he was telling me the devil did that because he knew he had prior knowledge about what Jesus was going to do. And I was like, I already started. It took me years to really kind of figure it out. So that's where I kind of, it took me a long time. And especially, if your heart is really devoted to that belief, it's going to take you a while if you have the time. And guess what? You don't have to be scared of death, because guess what? You already are the winner.
Well, just I'd like to speak on death for a moment.
Sure. Go ahead.
So most of what I see in people's eyes, in those soulless eyes, not soulless, that was the wrong way of saying it. When we're in public and we're looking at these people and we're wondering, like, the hell's wrong with you? So let's just go for that for a second, that they've been conditioned, they've gone through the system, and they're doing what they're doing now because this is what they've been taught or trained to do. The key to this used to be, well, in the mainstream, is the fear of the unknown. And so the ultimate unknown, of course, is death. Well, that in itself, when you say the fear of the unknown, first you have fear, which is an emotion. It's an irrational one. Unless, of course, there's a tiger in the room, there's no reason to have fear, right? Unless you're like, unless your physical body is in danger of dying, there's really no reason to have fear. So the rest of this is mind fuckery, and there's a reason why they did this to us. So you have the fear, which is an irrational emotion, of the unknown. Well, fuck, it's unknown. You can't know it because it's unknown. The ultimate unknown is death, and they play that card really hard. The way I've turned that around to make it something useful that I can work with which actually would help, I think, a lot of people, is turn it around and say, it's the fear, which is still an emotion, of letting go of the known, what I believe to be true, what I think is knowledge. Letting go of the known, I think, is much harder for people to do than simply hang out in null space with the fear of the unknown. And that's why they gave us the fear of the unknown. Because if they turn it around and say, hey, work with what you got, and the things that don't match, throw that shit out and keep on moving.
Yeah, that's how they keep people from actually, being productive and what's the other one? Successful, because of that whole fear thing. And yeah, I know what you're talking about. Just real quick on that. I don't think I was ever afraid of dying. I don't want to die right now, but I for the longest I can remember, even when I was real young, and I was always, looking forward to it just because of that unknown. I was wanting to know. And like I said, I've never been suicidal. I don't want to die. But when it comes my time, I've been looking forward to it, whatever it may be. Hopefully it's a long time from now. But that's weird that you talk about that, because I know a lot of people are scared. No, they're scared of death. And I just always had this thing. Well, I'm just waiting for it. I said I can't wait. And not that I'm like suicidal. Like I said, no, I'm not suicidal or wanting to. But when it's my time, I've always had that in my mind.
Yeah, but Vlad, guess what, man? You know why? It's because as a spiritual person, which I can tell you are curious about what really is happening, and that is the ultimate question: what happens after you die? Now, the people that are the antagonists to our point of view, which I've never been an atheist. I've always believed that there's a creator. And when I was growing up, I believed it was the Christian God, that way. But and even like I was raised Catholic, and I was never actually taught by my Catholic leaders to take it seriously, like to study the Bible, know your doctrine, know that you're right. You know what I mean? Has anybody else been raised Catholic?
No, I wasn't.
Well, they didn't take it serious, dude. They didn't tell me what the Bible said. They really didn't. I didn't know shit about the Bible until after when I graduated high school. I went on party rampage, joined, I was a band, I played in bands. I was going to be a rock star, you know what I mean? And I was like, fuck it, I'm partying, whatever. For my 20s, man, I was fucking, I didn't give a shit, man. I wrote a bunch of good music or whatever, had a good time, partied my ass off. I worked a lot, I worked around my music thing, and I worked and I played music, and I actually had a son and I got married. And that was good too, and I had a good time. But we went to church sometimes. But when I got married, my wife, she went to an Assembly of God church, which is not Catholic. It's like the opposite of Catholic. You know what I mean? It's like it's a Pentecostal, really, denomination. And we went to church, but as soon as church was over, we didn't go every Sunday, but we'd go every once in a while. And after church was over, I'm drinking beer and I'm slamming beers and going to practice, and go play some more music and play some fucking metal. And then my marriage fell apart, and a bunch of fucking crazy shit happened. And we got divorced, and my son was young when we got divorced, and all that shit. It was horrible. And I was alone. And for a few years, I was alone, and I'd watch a lot of movies. And then one day I was flipping through the TV, and then I came across a Christian preacher on TV, and I listened to what he had to say. And it was like a big freaking wave of I guess it was like a wave of knowledge of what the Bible says about the truth, which I have a higher understanding of it now, but then I didn't. But this is a spiritual thing. You can't see spiritual things through your mind. You know what I mean? It comes from somewhere else, and it actually hit me so freaking hard. I broke down for like 3 hours and cried my soul out. And I was a drug addict and an alcoholic at the time. And 2 days later, I was at the doors of the church that I got married by the pastor that I got married to my wife that I was already divorced from, and she didn't give a shit about church at that time. And it was a pretty big church, an Assembly of God church. It was over 1,000 members. It was a nice, big-sized church or whatever. And I was going to that church, and I was like, hey, man, you guys teach me about the Bible? Please, somebody tell me, because it would just hit me. I had a hunger for it at that time. So I, quote unquote, got saved at that point. And it wasn't exactly what the preacher said that I saw him on TV. I was ready to knowledge. You know what I mean? Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just listening to what you're saying. I didn't want to cut you off. You're on a roll there, bud.
No, I don't know if that, because I kind of feel bad because now I'm not a Christian anymore, and I was for 10 years after that. And so I don't want to lead anyone away from Christianity. I want them to understand how Christians feel. And Christians don't do it right, because once I got to that church and I was seeking that hardcore knowledge about the Bible and history of the Bible and what the Christian scriptures meant and how it works, there was nothing there for me except for the Sunday preaching. And then I had questions for the pastor, and I was seeking and looking in the scriptures, listening to teachers, and nobody else was. They were just into their families and watching football and all that shit. It was a social club, basically. Well, it was a large social club.
You're going to have to go back to the people that were summarily executed. And if you go back far enough, you'll find a group called the Essenes, the Cathars. There's plenty of different groups, but those are the two main ones that I can talk about right now. And that was a flavor of Christianity that, no matter where it popped up, was absolutely not tolerated. They wiped them out. And so I always looked for whatever the Vatican, if they're killing people, they're wiping shit out. That's exactly what I want to see. So there's a flavor of Christianity. It's called Gnosticism. And
well, but that's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about the general person that, like, you hear about, these. I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of Baptists what they call what's it called if you're not Catholic, Protestant churches in America, where they call people down to the altar and they quote unquote get saved, and they raise their hands. They heard the message and it hit their heart. They go on the altar and they cry and cry. I did that by myself or whatever. And then I started to try to lead people to that understanding. Now, to me, that higher spiritual understanding was what I experienced was a part of the higher spiritual understanding. And it can't be understood mentally, and you can't explain it to someone. It's something you have to experience. Now, I don't necessarily believe that the way the scriptures teach it is the only way, because when I was learning all that shit, they told me that everybody else is going to hell. And I think that's bullshit.
Hey, brother, I don't mean to interrupt, but
Biker
Scout was asking on the back chat if you could join the hangout. Would that be all right with you? If I could send it?
Yeah, go ahead and send him a link.
I'll do it.
Allison.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. I wanted to stop somewhere. I wanted to stop you somewhere, but when you said this is bullshit, I agree. It's absolute fucking bullshit, and more people are waking up to it.
There's no freaking hell. Hey, everybody, I was Christian, hardcore freaking Pentecostal Christian for 10 years, and there's no hell. And quit feeling so guilty about
Well, the hell
whatever you
is here.
think. Well, hell is, well, the way they describe hell, that's not it.
Where we
Hell,
are right now.
Yeah, it is kind of, it's our experience now. It's our step to the next level. And I can't, I don't have a religion now to explain.
I don't have all the answers either.
Yeah, I don't have a religion to explain how to go up to the next level. I learned from a lot of people, and you know what? I learned everything from all the wonderful people I've met on here, because everybody else I try to talk to face in my real life, whatever that is, it will be face. You know, I'm talking to you guys face to face, and I feel you guys are all genuine people on here on the panel. Everybody I've got on the panel, I feel you guys are really genuine people. Or I haven't met you yet, Allison, but everybody else I really have had great conversations.
Is this the same Allison that I see in the chats all the time, or at least here recently?
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? I just want to say, hey, what's up?
I'd like to address what Allison just said. Allison said, "I don't have the answers. I don't have all the answers."
No, we don't.
No. See, and that's exactly my point. You said, "No, we don't." Now the question I have for you is, wait. Oh, well, that's a starting point. It is entirely possible to say, I have all the answers that I need to know for me in my life. There's no comparison to other people's lives, because that goes back to judgment, right? Because when you said we, it's as though you need this reflection of what other people are doing and what they believe in. And what if it's simply about you and your life? And can you work on getting
it's all about individual experience too. I mean, you can't just sit there and you can't, well, yes, I faux pas. I'm sorry. I can't speak for we as a group. I can only speak for myself. So
do you have all the answers that you need for your life?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, well, there you go. You got a starting point.
Never. I mean, come on. Life is all about asking questions, you know?
Yeah, my only answer is I need more questions. If that makes any sense.
Really? You like being interrogated?
No, I don't do it.
Makes sense, sadly, that does make sense.
No, I'm the one that interrogates everybody. I need to know as much as I can, especially if I'm put in the position to make a decision on something. You know, I'm like, okay, well, I need to know this, and this. I'm like, you ask too many fucking questions, dude. I'm like, I ain't fucking doing nothing with anybody, because I've already been in not a lot of trouble, but I've been around people that's caused trouble and almost got me in trouble because I was stupid and like, oh yeah, let's go over here and do this. And then, this is years ago, but I'm like, ever since then, I'm like, I need to know everything before I before I make another step anywhere, just because of that. And I don't want to be in trouble. I'm not a troublemaker. So I stay away from people that do that as much as I can. And if I start asking questions, and then they question me asking questions, I don't want nothing to do with them, because I know they're hiding. Brother. I know they're hiding something. So I'm like, see ya.
Oh, seriously? Because I'm always getting in trouble. I'm always seeking it out. I'm always trying to get right in the middle of it.
Troublemaker.
That's me. I'm worse than the trolls, except for I've discovered something very important that doesn't allow me to be a troll anymore. Let's just put it that way.
Well, that's why I'm trying to stay away from all the drama and stuff. I don't like all that. I want to be able to get along with people.
What I don't understand is why all these guys are having so much drama with each other.
It's funny, huh?
What the hell is wrong with you guys?
No. Wait, I can explain that one. Hold on, I've got the answer to that question. I have the answer to that question, and it's a multiple soft kill vectors.
No. Please do not.
Soft kill.
Yeah. We got feminism, right? We're trying to make them more sensitive.
Fuck all that. Just squash everything.
There are some men that are trying their best to understand women instead of just saying fuck it. I mean, I can love her, I can understand her, but I can't do both. I mean, that's that simple.
No.
A real man will just simply say fuck pocket. I don't know what the fuck's going on with you.
Yeah, well.
And he moves the fuck on, right? And those are real men. And the feminism men are like, no, hun, I need to know what's going on with you. And he like loses sleep over this shit. I look at him like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
All I want to know is, are you ADR?
Oh, well, yes, here we go. All right. Yes.
I don't even know.
Right
I didn't even know who that person was. I'm like,
I didn't either.
What the fuck is going on?
I have no idea who that is. I met him briefly in a chat. I'm going to look into him because for some reason, for some reason, I must be saying something or doing something that he's I don't know.
Let's get back to flat Earth, shall we?
Oh wait! Let's go back to men and why they can't.
We're not
function.
talking about flat Earth exactly.
No, we're talking about men. No, we're talking about men and why they can't function. And one is psychological. Psychological is they've been trained that we have to somehow.
No, all you guys, look at you're embedded with a need to just fight. I mean, that's just the masculine genetic.
No, it's not even fighting. The shit that I see online, that's gossip. It's like, God, you're turning into women. What happened? Okay, so we have to plasticize.
Oh God, yes, I know. Oh my God, chickens, pigeons.
Yeah, you got plasticizers. All the soy in the food. I mean, this is turning them into women. And I'm like, Jesus, doesn't anybody else see this? You're mentioning.
Well, sure, that's legit, but I mean.
So you're. Well, yeah. So you hit them psychologically.
What
right?
I don't get in this community is that, what I see, what I've observed is that there's a lot of panels and all, everybody's like just arguing with each other. But you know what? It's mostly like the dudes that are arguing, and like I'm like, okay, well, there's women out there. We have like a voice, whatever. I'm not a feminist. Please trust me. Karen Strawn all the way, okay? But I'm just like, I just don't get the whole like fighting with each other. It's a distraction,
I'm gonna say a very man thing here. You said, you're not a feminist, and trust me. And since it sounds like you're a woman, I'm gonna tell you right now from a man's perspective, I can't fucking trust you.
I don't know. Ask PJ. I might be a tranny.
No. I'm just saying, if you bleed for 5 days and don't die, I can't trust that. That's just not natural. Okay.
Oh,
never trust somebody that can bleed for 5 days and not die, right?
I used to say that when I was a teenager.
No, but the point is, when you were a teenager, you probably had more of a ratio of testosterone in your system than you do now from all the shit that they're putting in our environment. That's what I'm getting at.
Nah, I don't know. I'll tell you, stay away from certain stuff. But yeah, they put it in the environment. I know that. But I try not to ingest anything that would cause all that. I'm kind of aware of a lot of that stuff.
Well, BPAs. Well, but there's BPAF, BPAS, BPAC. There's all. It's not just non-BPA. It's just all loads of crap. It's pretty hard to get away from any of that,
I know high fructose corn syrup is the worst. I hate that.
Absolutely. That is proven cancer right there. Pancreatic cancer. High fructose corn syrup. Pancreatic cancer.
And you have it in about 99% of any product out there has it if it's being processed. Especially
look, you're just doing good by avoiding certain things. You're doing good. You don't have to do all the organic stuff because it's fucking expensive as shit. But
I have my theory on organic stuff too.
If you avoid, the least chemicals as possible, you're doing good for yourself, no matter what.
Yeah. I have a theory about the organic stuff. I think that's a hoax, and it actually it's being more detrimental to people. The stuff that
because it's federalized, so you got to question it.
Yeah, because I have a sister that she gets sick all the time. The one that lives in.
Do I sound nasally, guys? Do I sound fucking nasally?
No, sound.
Honestly,
you sound great.
Allison,
I think my voice sounds fucking nasally, dude.
Well, Allison,
you sound like the Morgile.
Allison.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Morgile.
No!
My sister.
I just can't even right now.
I wish some Morgile jump on right now. Nasally fucking, shit.
I don't want to go to sleep yet.
I'm I'm sorry. I should mute when I like laugh like that.
No, man, it's great.
Fine. That's cool.
I'm enjoying it. It's great.
Yeah, you get to know somebody
I
personally.
just
when
always
they,
think that my voice sounds like really nasally, like I'm like, oh,
like Fran
so
Drescher.
annoying.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm
like
gonna,
I Love Lucy.
Allison, you know, I'm gonna like approach it again with the whole testosterone thing, but you know, I don't really give a shit what you sound like. What do you look like? You see, that's like going back to like real men. I don't really care what you sound like. What do you look like? Can you make me a sandwich? These are the kinds of things that men are really concerned about.
I can make a badass sandwich. Trust me.
Okay,
dude.
there we go. I mean, all right, so that's half the battle right there. And, oh wait, there's a third thing. All right, make me a sandwich. What do you look like? And
Make
can you
me
not?
a sandwich.
Yeah, right.
Oh my
and,
god.
And
were
right.
you were you on the Ron Paul forums?
And here's the thing that men love about women.
Anonymous
right?
guest. Were you on the Ron Paul forums?
Just not talk so much. And I don't mean you personally. It's just women in general. There's three things that men like.
I know
women,
you love talking, dude. I hear you all the time. So.
You
don't like people stepping over your mic.
That's why I like to have him on, because I don't talk very much. You know,
I know, right?
unless I get on a roll, I won't talk very much. That's why I invite people that do.
Wait a minute. So the assertion is that women talk a lot?
Yeah.
Oh, Rachel B.
No.
Hey,
this is Kathleen.
What's up?
Been taking pics.
Hi, everybody.
What's up, Kathleen?
Hey, Kathleen.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
Hi. Kathleen, the assertion wasn't that women talk a lot. It's from the perspective of men that they talk more than men are really willing and able to tolerate. I think that's where I was coming from.
Yes, you have an intolerance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I suppose so. It's you know, you just like if you could just refine it down.
Anonymous guest, are you single right now?
Yes. If you could just refine like the conversation down to like one sentence, and if I need to know anything more than that one sentence, I will ask you. But otherwise, don't tell me like 30 minutes of a story and then the punchline comes or whatever the conclusion
so commanding, aren't you?
Mm.
Well, I mean, if you want beta males, go over to the feminist camp.
No, I'm just saying you kind of like come and take over shit. So.
Well, that's how it works. I mean, in terms of testosterone, and that's why they're trying to kill it.
No, that's actually not how it works in conversations, you know.
According to you.
According to majority.
Seems like maybe a give and take in conversation is how conversations move forward easier. Typically, unless somebody is submitting, surrendering, caving, and one is dominating.
Technically, that what a conversation is an interaction between two or more people. You know, otherwise, if it's just one person talking, it's a speech, right?
Right. Unless, I mean, you know, if I started this hangout to we're not even on the topic that I even wrote in the description, you know, but
let's get back to that, because I was wanting to know.
We can't. No. I didn't expect this many people to show up. I'm really excited about the conversation that's going on.
Surprise!
It's really awesome. And we can get back to it later because I got time now because I don't have to work tomorrow. So, but now I done forgot what I was going to say.
Me either.
And you forgot what you was going to say too?
No, I'm off work tomorrow too. So
okay.
I have no idea what you forgot to say.
Okay. Damn it. No, but anyway, as far as the topic, yeah, but this, I opened it, I didn't know who, I figured some people would jump on, but at the same time, I do want to get back to that topic because I feel like a lot of people have opinions on that, but I really like getting to know you guys, getting back to what I was talking about earlier, regardless of feminism and whether it's, you know, we're all truthers, man. And you know, what's really exciting to me is that there are women that actually look into this shit, because there ain't none around here. I promise. They're lemmings, man. They just love fashion and you know, and no, they don't love fashion or whatever. There's women that are into all kinds of shit, but they ain't into this kind of shit, like true shit. Like they can have a conversation with me and, you know, and actually talk about
real shit,
politics and fake news and bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They actually believe the shit they see on TV, you know, so I can't fucking talk to them. That's all I'm saying. So and actually all the men shut up and I can talk to the women that actually can see through the fucking news bullshit, because I can't talk to any women around here that don't see through the bullshit, except for I'm working on my mom, and she told me she doesn't want to believe it, but then she asked me questions sometimes.
Well, it's interesting that you said that about not being able to see through the bullshit. So I can't remember which document it was. Maybe it was the protocols, that women are more easily able to swallow the lie. And I think that's from the protocols. So, you know, maybe somebody studied...
Talk about the protocols of the learned elders of Zion.
I think that's where I'm quoting this from, paraphrasing, that women are more readily able to swallow the lie. So, it, you know, it makes sense, you know.
I guess I missed
Yes,
something.
this is exactly where I wanted this conversation to go.
Yeah, flat still Earth. There was like a pun that was intended that you missed. It's okay.
I totally missed it.
I guess it wasn't. I guess it just wasn't funny to me. I don't know.
No, I mean,
On
the serious note, though, if you think about it, if they've been studying us, if they have been studying us for this long, however long this long is, and they're publishing a document saying,
to be a lab rat.
Women are, well, hey, guess what? We're all in it. So if they're studying the psyche of the human condition and they're looking at women being more vulnerable. Yeah, if they're looking at women being more vulnerable to these tactics than men.
They're also studying the shit out of you. Look at them trying to go after males and making them females. Ugh.
Well, they have to. We're the only ones that are going to stop this. It's not going to be the women.
Dead air.
Damn
dead
it.
air. Dead air.
Don't put me
Damn, there was some silence. Holy shit! Did I just say what I said? And no one said anything after that. There was this awkward silence after what I had just said. Okay, let me repeat
That was intentional.
Yeah, I'll repeat that. It's not going to be women. Women are not going to pull us out of this. It's going to be men that are going to pull us out of this.
Sure, sure.
Hey, are the women okay with that? Are you guys okay with that? The women that are on the panel, are you guys okay with the men stepping up?
Absolutely.
Like punching them motherfuckers in the mouth?
Yeah.
It's got to be both. It's got to be both male and female. I mean,
well, we need their support.
As long as I can be a shield maiden right there with you guys.
Fuck yeah.
Exactly.
Fuck yeah, man. I'm all about that. Hey, let's say hi to Biker Scout. What's up, brother?
Hi, Biker Scout.
Hello.
What's up, Biker?
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. Because I've been adding witty comments this whole time, and I think they've gone unnoticed.
Yeah, we've been talking.
Oh my god, I haven't even paid attention to chat. Chat is distracting. Well, it really is.
I don't watch it much when I'm talking because I can't do both. But
I've been like an observer for quite a while, and like I've studied it, and it's like, bleh. It's like it distracts, you know.
Yeah, but this is like when you use your voice, you can actually say some shit.
Isn't that crazy?
Nobody wants to fucking hear.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared.
Hey,
don't be scared.
Has anybody watched my last 2 hangouts I had by myself?
No.
I went off on some shit.
You went off today, man. Vlad went off today. It was
Did
fucking
you?
awesome.
Yeah, I'm just frustrated about this stuff. I'm over it now, but I might take them down. I don't know.
You realize if we were there, you wouldn't have been by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway,
I don't know what to say. I'm gonna say something funny, but I just cracked myself up.
Vlad, that was awesome though, man. And you said some shit that needed to be said though, honestly. And I told you in the chat that I agree with you on that shit, man. That's like you see any guys coming on here that's want to debate the ball. Fuck that shit, man. They're gonna ask us questions that they already know the answer to, and they're gonna see if we want to know the answer to, which I do. Not necessarily like all the mathematical equations, but I already know what they're going to say. So fuck them. We got to move on, man. We're way past that bullshit. I mean, I'm serious, man. This is not a fucking game, and it's not been a game for me.
It's not.
Way before I even had the guts to show my face on a panel somewhere on YouTube. Shit. And everybody knows that about me. That's why you have the guts to open up my own fucking panel and say, "Hey, listen, you guys lost the fucking race a long time ago, man. Why are you still fucking hanging around? Because we got shit to do."
Why is it so hard for me to figure out how to do a live stream?
Do you really want to know?
Well, I'll help you. I'll help you. I mean, it's not that hard.
No, I just want can you guys be my robot and do it for me?
It's because you haven't done it yet, so you don't understand the step. I mean, it's really easy. Once you understand it, you'll just do it like instantly. Because at first I was scared.
I understand that, but you know what bothers me is the user interface is so just like.
What are you using? You have Google Chrome.
What you guys
browser?
are using? Well,
you have the Google Chrome browser.
Well, that and Mozilla too. So. But Mozilla, it seems to be like Mozilla is not like Google is no longer supporting Mozilla Firefox, so they're fucking up everything.
That's you answered the question there. You said I said, "Are you using Chrome browser?" And you said, "I'm using Mozilla." And I said, the answer is no.
I know.
Because you use the Chrome browser and you'll be fine.
See, this is one of those things. Women never answer the questions directly. And if you've been with a woman long enough, you notice.
Part of mine anyway, so I don't know if it works or not, but.
No.
Wow, that's such an interesting point of view.
I wasn't saying that. That's you, Bible. That's on you.
Damn straight, and I'll stand by it every time.
Well,
yeah,
sucks to have your perspective about women.
Well, okay, I'll tell you. I am a dipshit romantic that thinks true love exists in the world someplace, and I've always seeking relationships. And never once care about compatibility. It's always about availability and attraction. So those are obviously very wrong reasons to get into relationships. That being said, I get to notice all the bad details about the relationships and how they pan out. And I've had a lot of time to think about them over the years.
Sure,
and
you're a cynist.
I've been married twice and divorced 3 times, it seems like.
Sure.
So now you can say I'm going my own way and I see through all the tricks and lies and obfuscation and doublespeak. So yeah, I'm very much more awake to the true nature of the women. And I'll be fair, I've met some women that I really like, but you know what? They weren't American. They were from other countries. And
you're trying to get like a green card on your ass?
Well, no. It's not like that. Just meeting people in general settings. I'm not looking for a relationship, but I'm interested in people from around the world because I'm going to be moving to another country.
So why does it matter if they weren't American then, if you're going to move to another country?
Well, allow me to explain.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, Americanized society has basically given unlocked Pandora's box, so to speak, on the women's psyche. Now, the patriarchy and misogyny is actually not a terrible thing when it's soft and it's appropriate. However, it's been vilified in our culture to mean anything man that's bad, anything man is oppressive. But it's worked for millennia. right? Now, all of a sudden, in a very, very, very small space of time, you've got attitudes that aren't familial, meaning that women are encouraged to go out and work instead of, do the things that make them happy, follow their maternal instincts. Now, I'm not just saying this because I'm a dick. I'm a dick for other reasons, but I'm saying this based on scientific study and psychological studies that women who ignore their maternal instincts actually end up being unhappier in life. So therefore, they pursue a career, they pursue a job, and they're working and they're trying to juggle kids and family, and they've got all these other things on their plates because that's what the modern society dictates. A woman needs to be career oriented, have goals, achieve high standards. You can do anything a man can do. There is no glass ceiling, and all these lofty goals. They ultimately end up becoming unhappier and miserable, and the divorce rates are very indicative of this. So it's not just, I'm not just pulling numbers out of my ass. This is based on real data and my own personal anecdotal evidence too.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But it's also reversed too. In today's society, when the women are going out to work and they're putting their kids in school, preschool, having somebody else basically raise their children for them while they bring home half the income which needs to support a family nowadays. I mean, it's ridiculous.
No, exactly. I completely agree. But
it's also a reversal too, whereas when you are, you're raising your children at home and you see everything going on around you, it's like, oh my gosh, well, I have to go out and work. You know what I'm saying? So,
but do you? That's the thing.
No,
you don't have to work.
Anything. What the real fruit that comes out of that whole situation, the choice is: do I go out and work or do I raise a future? You know what I'm saying?
Well, unfortunately, you sound like you're smart and you're level-headed, and I'm not pushing a ball up a hill with a feminist.
Hang on, she is not level-headed. Her husband is.
Oh my God, is he in the chat? Is he?
Yes.
So
level-headed is definitely around, but Allison is not level-headed. They are two different people. Get that straight, okay?
But my point is that she's not a feminist and she's not taking an aggressive stance in the conversation.
No, absolutely not.
She agrees that women do need to at least acknowledge there's a biological role. And for the most part, in the last 100 years,
if they can, then they should. But if they can't, then they have to. I mean,
but how many people are we talking about?
Place.
How many people are we really talking about who can't? Just ugly chicks who get ignored and they end up being.
Are you serious?
And they turn out to be librarians? Or are we just talking about infertile people?
So are you saying that all?
Oh my God. That is so fucking oh my God.
Are you saying that all mothers are ugly chicks? Like, what the
fuck? Oh shit. That was Biker. I think you just summed it all up right there. You're my hero.
So we're talking about a very small minority of women who by your standards say can't raise a family.
My standards, you don't even know my standards.
Yeah, but you made a broad assumption about.
Well, broad, whatever. I mean, you can gather your own assumptions on it. You don't have mine.
Okay, so would you like to elaborate?
No, you can take it as it is. So we're just, you're going off of your own assumptions, off of my broad statement. So let's just see how you roll with that.
Okay, well, I'll continue on with my train of thought. Hold on. Is.
Okay, I'll let you explain that, but at the same time, I want to get back to the core reality of how this came about, how we came to our understanding of what our society and the roles of men and women should be in our society. That's where we need to go instead of going back and forth about, and not getting into the emotional aspect of it, right? Am I
Well, yeah, that is true. That was kind of the point I wanted to make later on. I wanted to set the stage as to how we got here. But you're right. It probably, I guess, the how is irrelevant now. We know it started in the 1920s, the feminism and this Tavistock
No, we
Institute.
don't all know that, brother. We don't all know that, but we need to approach the subject gently so that we're not getting emotions involved, so that people can understand.
Oh, I'm the least emotional on the panel. Trust me.
I'm not saying you aren't. I'm just saying.
I know he's anti-emotional.
Yeah, apparently. But anyway, but it needs to be understandable so that it's not just women. Oh yeah, yelling, and men. Oh, I'm a man. You know what I mean?
Trust me, the women aren't yelling.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are, because all of us, coming from a truth perspective of how they've manipulated our society into this situation, this is a very important topic that needs to be discussed, and it needs to be sussed out in a way that there's no emotion involved. And I understand that, Allison, you have an understanding of that, and Kathleen does as well. And I actually am very interested in making this conversation progress smoothly instead of the way it appeared to be going, there for a second. But go ahead, Biker Scout.
Okay, well, let's take it the direction you want to go and talk about the roles in society, a future society moving forward. Let's say truthers want to pursue. Like, these are the traits that we appreciate the most about women, and the women can say, well, these are the traits we appreciate most about men, and then just start from there. We'll build a fresh foundation rather than just keep rehashing what's been told to us and what we see in TV and the movies and the media, which is all a lie. All these single mothers raising their little sons to be like little feminists isn't going to build a generation of real men. They don't know how to be men when the men aren't there. So we have a huge disconnect. We have an entire generation of people that is either incarcerated or they're beta cucks. And so moving forward, who do we turn to? Who are the men? Who are the leaders? Who are the people? Who are the men with stand-up values and ethics and morality and is willing to, say and do the right thing and lead by example? We need to find those people and point to them, at least as an example to those who are seeking it out.
Well, on that point, since you said that, in your opinion, Allison and Kathleen, if there are no men to stand up that are ethical in that format, and women have to take that role, is that something that should happen? And it has happened in the past. Honestly, I mean, there are many honorable women that have stood up in the face of authority when shit was wrong, when men wouldn't do shit about it, that have taken that role. And anyway, so I don't know.
Well, those are standout exceptions. That's generally not the rule either. But you do see there's a chemical attack on men, right? We've got by bethanol, ethylene, or whatever in the plastics. It's increasing the female hormone in men, and we're constantly feminizing men. It's like now all of a sudden being a tranny is an option as a third grader. Now, it's just this whole societal push to just feminize everything.
Hey, but Biker Scott, man, this is something. It's not just chemical though. This is the societal
and evolution. It's spiritual. Yeah, it's also spiritual.
And spiritual, yes.
It's a warfare out there, and we need to recognize that whether you're a Christian, agnostic, atheist, or whatever you deem to follow, you have to at least recognize there are forces tugging at the greater strings of goodness.
And guess what?
Unraveling.
The best way to understand it, honestly, if you really want to understand it from a natural perspective, if you look at the female and male roles in the animal kingdom without getting, our intellect involved, you look at animals, whether it be lions, possums, fucking raccoons, rats. How do we are mammals like they are. I'm not saying that we are different than them, but we are the created beings that have, I won't say control. We've been given I can't think of the word now.
Dominion.
Dominion. We've been given dominion over this plane. But if you observe how the other mammals act in their natural environment, we actually should be focusing on how as far as a male and female, the family aspect of it, we should actually kind of focus on that, because we've missed that point. We've gotten so far and so fed up in the media and so bought into all their fucking lies and bullshit that we've lost connection with reality, to our connection to the earth. And so that should be more of a focus, in my opinion.
Well, we kind of do in a way.
It's way past time to deprogram.
Yeah,
we kind of follow nature's laws in our current setting as it is. I'll explain. So right now, we'll say we all agree we live in a capitalistic society. So that means that a man's labor, his toil is exchanged for providing for his family. So essentially, the man goes out on the hunt and brings back, the kill. Essentially goes to work, brings back money, and then they buy food, right? So yeah, there's a natural disconnect between Mother Earth and what we can provide for ourselves and our family through our own labor.
Yeah, but if you look in the lion thing, the women hunt for the food, and the lions, man, listen, man,
Appropriate.
No, the women hunt for food in the Lion Kingdom, man. I mean, the men protect. The lions, the male lion, he's just up there going, nobody fuck with my family. I'm gonna.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but
everybody
you realize
else fucking take care of his shit.
You realize
I'll be up here. I'm in like some shit goes down, you're gonna fuck with me. Same with the gorillas, man. The
but
women
you realize
gather the food, they feed the babies. The big dude, he's just fucking sitting up there going, nobody fuck with my family, or I'm gonna fuck you up.
Well, it is also different with our creatures. Every creature is different.
I mean, lions practice polygamy. You've got one lion.
So do humans.
Yeah, he's trying to protect. He's not gonna do shit when he's got 4 or 5 women bringing back food to him, right? The darker the mane, the larger his harem.
He's a pimp, so
it's not quite a fair assessment.
Pimp daddy.
And then what's another thing? Okay, so back to my point about how we kind of do follow the hunter-gatherer society, but just it's played out in a capitalistic fashion. What do you think?
What's wrong with capitalism?
It has its inherent flaws, but it breeds materialism and jealousy and fighting.
Laissez-faire.
Yeah. Anyway, so what are malls?
Anyways.
Think about it.
Well, now that you hit morals, I was going to ask you, did you miss your court-appointed sensitivity training, Biker Scout?
Yes, but I said, what are malls? Shopping malls. Shopping malls. What's what?
Dude, I almost spat out my water, dude. Oh my god.
Who are shopping malls built for? The gatherers.
Kids.
The gatherers. And get this. How many times?
Honestly, they're built for women, because I fucking hate shopping malls.
Exactly. How many times have you heard? How many times have you heard a woman go, "Oh, I couldn't pass it up. It was such a good deal.
Not many.
There was only one left, and there were a bunch of women were fighting over it." You've heard
gutter punk.
That's my girlfriend.
You guys are fucking fascists.
That right there plays on the women.
Allison, are you exception to the rule?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
So that actually shopping and that targeted aggressive marketing campaigns and sales, fake sales, phony sales, that literally preys upon women's desire and need to get the last berry off the bush. I kid you not. This is what we talk about in marketing.
Sure, man. That's
So
obvious.
yeah, so like I said, we kind of still do the natural thing. Men go out and hunt for the dollar, and women go and gather, right? They're nesting, they're building a home, they want comfort. It's a natural thing that they want. Unfortunately, once you introduce capitalism into a society that's never had it before, all hell breaks loose. It's just the family unit breaks apart. People want bigger, better things. Materialism creeps in, and it's all about what the Joneses has, and it happens within months.
Sure.
So moving forward, I guess my suggestion would be, if we're going to start a new society,
needs to subscribe to the channel. It's called Depression Cooking, and this bitch is like hundreds plus years old, and she makes food from fucking cans and all that sort of stuff. Depression Cooking on YouTube.
That just sounds depressing.
Seriously, she survived the Holocaust, man.
So if we were to move forward and create a new society, we need to bear in mind.
We would go off of her plan.
Well, then you'd have to have a manufacturing and a canning plant, right?
Canning's not that hard.
Yeah, but where are you going to get the glass jars from?
Sand.
That's jarring.
It gets complicated. So if you're starting a new society from scratch, you kind of have to turn your back on the way things were, right? You kind of have to go, you know what? That didn't work out so well for us. Here's the evidence. And then let's start something new. So that means, yes, we need to lay down some rules. Here's our assigned roles. Here's what I'm naturally inclined to do. And maybe assign roles and jobs and vocation based on people's interests and natural inclinations. That way, whatever they choose to do doesn't seem like work. That seems like something that we should be doing anyway. But no, we just blindly push kids through school and college and just say, you got to get a degree to get a good job. And then they end up getting a degree in communications or some liberal arts crap. And then they still end up working at Starbucks. So this society does not work. It is unraveling at its core, and we're witnessing the last days of the fall of Rome, in my opinion.
Well, there's actually hope, there are online vocational schools that will teach coding,
I say if you're gonna move forward in this society, you need to learn robotics and coding, because that's what everything is going to be. If you don't want your job taken over by a robot, learn to build the robots.
Yep. Exactly.
And they don't teach vocation in schools. They don't teach all the high schools.
Well, you gotta go through
auto shop. Yeah, auto shop is missing.
They don't do that
Metal
anymore.
shop is missing. I taught myself how to weld based on YouTube.
Well, the irony of what you're talking about is they've already built the robots.
Shit, man, that's awesome.
The software is running in everyone's heads. They've already built the robots. It's just we don't recognize ourselves as being robots.
Yeah, okay, if you want to get to that, but if you're going to do a breakaway society, you still need skills. You need skill building. That needs to be a core curriculum.
A bolt of lightning to hit you in the head for you to access that knowledge.
Correct. Like I said, I have a completely another channel where I have a build channel, and my workshop is completely outfitted. It took me 3-4 years to attract everything I wanted to build a workshop. And I learned and taught myself all those skills because I was just like, you know what? If that stupid guy over there with the missing teeth and junior high education can make a career and support his family doing that, I want to do that too, because that looks fun. He's working with his hands, he's building something, and he did a good, honest, hard day's work. So to me, that appealed to me. So I looked into it and I just started doing it. Like there's very few people that will take the initiative to literally jump ship midlife and just go, you know what? I don't want to do this job anymore. I want to do that. Because one, they probably already have families and they got a shit ton of bills to pay. It's scary to jump into something new and the unknown. And three, there's no guarantees, especially when you're starting out. And if we can build a society where skills are built in from the beginning, everybody gets to learn everybody's trade at some point in their life. So that way, if Bob the plumber gets sick and he's got the flu, then Sally, his wife, can fill in and fix something real quick. Right. So I think that's a very core component of building a new society is sharing the labor, but also sharing the knowledge. You know, you no longer need a specialist with a PhD, you know, in one very specific small minutia of a detail of a thing. That's just pointless waste of space. He's an academic.
You
know,
can't teach by intimidation.
Nobody. Well,
yeah,
nobody's.
well,
yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh well, yeah. I'm not a teacher.
I'm just spewing things out randomly. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, we're not. This isn't Nazi Germany. I'm not telling all the people to go to concentration camps and learn these things. But I'm saying, as children, like I said, the very important thing is to recognize what children are good at, right? What children are interested in. Oh, you like basket weaving? Yeah, well, here, let me buy you a bunch of crap to get you into basket weaving, and encourage that skill, right? It may come in use someday.
But it's beautiful.
Okay, so I'm going to buy you a bunch of basket weaving crap.
Hey, guess what? You know what, Biker Scout? I bet you made some really shitty crap, and your mom was like, "This is so beautiful."
Not really. I'm a creative.
You're a sadist.
Let me make a note on that point.
But I love you.
As far as the public education system goes,
abolish it.
Yes, and that's kind of, I think, where you're bringing it to. You have this conglomerate of 30 students in this classroom who come from totally different backgrounds.
Yeah, none of the kids are the same.
None of the kids are the same. They can't learn the same, but they are forced to learn one thing the same way.
How to take a test.
And actually, in my experience, well, in higher learning, would be high school or whatever, especially in high school, you know, in elementary school, you're learning the basics of mathematics. Okay, 2 + 2 = 4. You know what was really sad? It was easy for me to understand algebra, so I was in algebra early in junior high. But most people that I knew had algebra later because they couldn't fucking get it. So but in elementary school, everybody, that's when they figure out who can and can't do it. You know what I mean? And then they're following their academic skills.
Yeah, you're stuck on that path your whole life. For instance,
dude, and you're in remedial classes when you reach junior high, and so then you have to make up for it with your personality. If you can't figure the algebra out, you have to make it up with your personality. Maybe you're more sports oriented or whatever. Oh, I'm a football player, or God forbid you can't do sports, you can't do fucking algebra. But guess what? Maybe you're a fucking artist, but maybe you're not even supported in that area where you have something. You never know when it comes to that shit. So how the fuck can they group all these fucking people together and figure out all their skills? Because every individual person has a dominant skill that I guarantee will be beneficial for humanity, and they're not supported in that format. I promise you, man.
Correct. And the other point is that not everybody's skills bloom at the same time. For instance, like I was math phobic. I'm artistic minded, so I can barely add and subtract. Math crippled me. I just cried and hated math in school. I was the worst at it. But fast forward a whole bunch of years when I found something I was interested in, like fabrication and welding and things that required taking measurements in math and adding and subtracting. All of a sudden, I learned it real quick because it was part of my interest. Right? It wasn't about random equations with letters and numbers and fractions on a page. It didn't make any sense to me. There was no real world application when I was in junior high. But fast forward 20 years, all of a sudden it's like, oh, it clicked. I got it. Geometry. I'm a whiz at it now. Right? Because this is conceptual. This is spatial. But nobody recognized those talents in me when I was younger. they just kept me in the stupid classes or the stupid math class. I was in all the high-end college prep advanced courses, but then I had to go to a stupid math class. I just felt like an idiot. So, but I did learn how to cheat really well. So that was the one thing that was great about that.
Math and music to me were the same fucking thing, but it's just the way my brain works. You know what I mean?
If they could do math musically, I think maybe a lot more, a whole nother half of the people would get it better because they are related. They play in the same part of the brain.
It's all numbers, man. To me, when I hear music, I see numbers.
Hey, real quick before I forget, since we're in school and stuff, I wanted to tell you my high school joke. Well, yeah, tell you something about high school. That I got all A's in high school. It was all absences. Which is just true. I'm telling you the truth.
You're my fucking hero, Vlad.
I never went.
Hero.
I went to my junior year of high school and made it through freshman, sophomore with no credits. And somehow my third semester of my junior year, I got a credit somehow. And I got pissed. I wanted to get all the way through high school with no credits. I got a credit, so I dropped out. I'm like, God damn it. How the hell I got it?
Yeah.
I didn't do anything.
I think I was an overachiever and I slid by with charm. Like I was the kid that was allowed to be in the teacher staff room and nobody batted an eye at. I was always the one who was allowed to. You
were the one that got the best frog.
Yes, I went and ran the projector, or I went and got stuff from the office, or I went and ran the tests myself. And what's great about that was because I could just run the Scantron twice and give myself a good score. So I learned to play the system.
Did anybody have like the laminator machine?
Oh yeah, that was.
Oh
awesome.
my god.
That was like a treat.
That's what I remember in graphic arts.
Crazy.
I'm in graphic arts. They had the button making machine. We'd always be making buttons of all kinds of crazy shit.
I know, man.
Another real quick too. I remember because if you haven't noticed, I've always had allergy problems. Even when I was in school, and it went to my high school teacher. He made me sit next to him because he swore up and down that I was doing coke in the classroom, which I didn't even know at the time. I didn't even know it was my freshman year. I didn't even know what the hell coke was. I'm like, I don't have. I like Dr. Pepper. I'm like, I like Dr. Pepper. Coke's gross, right? I'm like, no, not Coca-Cola, fool. Cocaine.
So your teacher accused you of doing cocaine.
Yeah, in the classroom.
Next to him in the class.
Yeah, I had to sit. He had 2 desks, right? So I had to sit on one desk. But every time I went in there. He's like, he keeps looking at me. I'm like, I'm not doing anything.
You know, I actually blamed the DARE program to making me aware of drugs. That kind of pissed me off in hindsight. Like, I was still playing with G.I. Joes. I didn't even know what weed or any of that stuff was. They shouldn't even bothered mentioning that.
Hey,
you know, speaking of that,
who was in geography class and got when the geography teacher was like too hungover to teach the class, he put on Mighty Ducks.
Man, speaking of that biker scout, okay, I was a heavy drug user in my early 20s. My son was just started kindergarten. Okay, I think he was in first grade when this happened. He came home telling me about drugs. I tried my best to keep it from him. You know, I was a drug user.
Yeah, they're telling them too young now.
Was that goddamn DARE
program? They were in first grade. They had a DARE officer teaching them
goddamn DARE program.
What a joint is, what a line of cocaine is.
Fucking Nancy Reagan shit. And goddamn you, Drew Barrymore, you slut whore.
Dude, this was in 90. He was born in 96, so this was right. This was about 2000. He was coming home telling me about drugs.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That's horrible, man.
It's like having sex education in the second grade. It's like, no, they don't even need to know that mommy and daddy just hug.
Hey, and that's not the big. And in sixth grade, the motherfucker was telling me that they were sending boats out into the ocean, spraying shit in the sky to
to help global warming. Now, I happened to know about chemtrails at the time, and I told him, no, they're not doing it with boats, they're doing it with airplanes. And he was like 12 years old at that time, 12, 13. And I was like, no. He came home from school. I was driving with him, and I was like, what'd you learn at school today? He's like, yeah, we're talking about sending boats out, and they're spraying shit up in the sky from the boats and to help with global warming. This is what they told him at school.
Yeah, these indoctrination camps are awful.
It is bad. First-hand experience.
And you know what? They are actually dumping like iron ferrite or something in the oceans to warm up the sea currents. That they're doing.
Right?
Yeah, I remember about that. That was a whole thing, and they were trying to do it like they had to make sure they were in international waters. And I think the guy who wanted to propose it got in a lot of trouble, but he was doing it anyway because he firmly believed that it would create more rain.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Maniacs, man. Fucking maniacs.
Here, I have a question for you guys. What the fences that are around schools? What do you think they're for?
Oh, to keep all the school shooters.
Keep Mother Nature in.
To keep people out of the school. It's actually to keep the kids in the school.
Knocking at the scenery, breaking my mind. Do this, don't do that. Can't you read the sign?
I mean, I remember always calling schools concentration camps.
Yeah, you always notice that.
I always snuck out down by like that stupid. They had that stupid insignia with the fucking bricks, and I mean, I don't know. It was just so like, club and cliquey and all that stuff. It's weird. I rarely went to high school.
Hey, do that noise you just did a second ago? That I want to get a sound bite of that.
Yeah, do it. You have my permission.
Okay, I got to see where we're at in this.
Ugh.
Hold on. Okay, do it again.
I could do all day.
Okay, there we go. 2 minutes, 2 hours and 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
I bet you can do about 40, 50 versions of that.
Yeah, roll your eyes. Roll your eyes too.
The first one was the best so far. Yeah, there was more conviction with the first time you did it.
I'm sure there's going to be plenty of material.
I'm sure as long as I keep talking, she'll have plenty to at.
No, man, I love you, dude. Come on.
Now, where the fuck did anonymous guest and Kathleen go, man? They fucking punked out on us.
He's on his satellite. He dropped out. He couldn't control the conversation anymore, so he left. There, I said it. I fucking said it.
Hey, man, and Healthy Skeptic, that motherfucker's just sitting there over in Bangladesh going, these motherfuckers is crazy as motherfuckers. Them all the motherfucking Americans, them motherfuckers.
I haven't seen him smoke a joint in a while.
That's why he likes hanging out with us, though. That's why he likes hanging out over here. He wants to be in America. No, he don't want to be in America, but he likes hanging out with us.
Yeah, I don't even want to be in America.
America's great. America's grand, but, you know.
That motherfucker dropped out now. Here you go.
It is what it is.
He's still up in here. What's up, Healthy?
Yeah. I'm just listening to you guys sharing your high school experiences, talking about the fence.
Hey, is high school like that there over in Bangladesh? Is it like that there or what?
Nah, man. Schools are a lot more tougher over here. It's like you got to study all the fucking time to get some grades and, you know, to get like an A+ and stuff to move on to the next phase. Like I think you guys have that system now. Like back in the day, you got like this guy is talking about he had no credits and he was like was he like a junior in high school? Well, you can't do that anymore. You know, you gotta pass the 10th grade and then you gotta prepare for the 12th grade and you pass that and then you get into the university. So you can't just have like a free ride.
So what if you don't? You just gonna be stuck?
Well, yeah, you're just gonna be stuck.
Where do you think we're gonna get our Bangladeshi doctors from? They gotta study hard.
I mean, there are a lot of people here that go through like 8th grade like 3 times. You know, does that happen over there?
Yeah, some kids do that, man. It gets to the point where the parents will actually lower the children's age, like let's say your son's 6 years old,
Lower
but they'll lower it. They'll lower it.
Like they lie and go to the school
4.
and tell them they're younger than they really are.
Yeah.
No,
so
the
that
reality
kid
is
has a chance to get I guess understand the content better. Go ahead.
you realize the reality is the kid is 23 and his parents are passing him off as 16 because he's a dipshit and can't get through high school. He's the only one with a full beard, and he's like, "No, I'm 16."
No, he's like, no, I'm 16. He doesn't have the deep voice.
He's like, "I can buy you guys cigarettes."
Oh my god, he's a demonic snuffleupagus.
He's got the popped collar and a really cool moped.
You never trust a pop collar.
Hey, did you guys know that speaking of that, what do you call it? Snuffleupagus? I can't even say it.
Snuffleupagus.
I didn't know that was representing somebody that was on heroin. That's the story behind that. It was a heroin addict.
Yeah, and Bert and Ernie were gay, and Oscar the Grouch was homeless.
The junkie hairy elephant.
And you have the pimp.
Oscar.
You have the
what's
pimp.
up with Oscar, man? That motherfucker living in a trash can, shit, and he was the hero.
He was just a regular New York guy living in the subway trash can. And then you've got the Count is a pimp, counting his bitches.
And his,
Yeah. I got to live in a trash can. I just couldn't be grumpy about it. Like, this is gonna be cool. I'm Oscar Grouch. They're like, no, you're not. You're not grouchy.
I made a refrigerator fort one summer. Spent all summer in it. That's the closest I've been in a trash can. There's a refrigerator box. We got a new refrigerator, and I just put it in the backyard and made this awesome fort out of it. Until one day there was a black widow in the entrance.
There are horror movies made out of that stuff, you know.
I was a nice buck, so now I appreciate it. It's like I see these homeless people.
Refrigerators in a dismal-looking forest meadow.
Yeah, you see these homeless people with just a flat piece of cardboard over themselves laying on the cement. I'm like, shoot, you wish you had my cardboard box. Mine was
you know what's really
one.
sad? Hey, this was like quite a while ago. This guy was making like these tiny houses, you know, on wheels, and he was just making them, and he's giving them to all these homeless people, and the city fucking took all of them away from those people.
I've seen a documentary about that.
Didn't you see that? Oh my god, that was so heartbreaking, man. I was like, oh fuck, that's so
bad. These don't follow code. Yeah, bullshit.
Oh, well, I mean, it's on wheels, man.
Yeah. Oh, this is a trailer. You need to be in a trailer park. Oh,
and to have a license.
Yeah, well,
it's we just don't have.
I think it was in California. That's why.
And they're like, oh, we just don't happen to have any trailer parks in this town. So I guess you're shit out of luck, guys. And you can't. And, you don't have a vehicle to move this.
And they were like fucking super cute, super nice. These people like just getting them up off the street and giving them their dignity back, you know.
But that's not allowed.
I know. Government. Here, have some more government. Fuck government, man. Sorry, I said it.
Have some more government.
Fuck government.
Fuck government.
I knew somebody when I lived in Oklahoma. I knew somebody that used to go around. They went around and during the wintertime, and they would give all these homeless people their cardboard boxes on a cardboard to make the little things that they did.
You know, a lot of homeless people now have that was not very. It was kind of hard to get before Walmart came along. Tents. Tents are nice now these days, and they're affordable.
It's hard to get before Walmart came along.
Seriously, do you remember like tents were like really expensive?
Yeah,
and they didn't go together very easily. You know, and the kind that do have the nice pop-up fiberglass poles were really expensive and maybe made by North Face or something. Now you've got these homeless people in these tent cities. They're like, fuck cardboard boxes. I got me a nice tent.
It still gets cold in the tent, though.
How many have you seen?
Lots. These tent cities all over the place.
Yeah, Phoenix is really bad, and they have a river bottom, which there's no water in the river.
The worst, man. I mean, how can people survive in that heat? Seriously.
In Phoenix?
Out in the elements like that?
Well, okay. Here in Vegas, we have this really unique underground system of cisterns and water.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
and
the Vice thing.
Yeah, and
that was crazy.
This just, I've been in them, and they're crazy.
They get flooded out and everything.
Well, only like in August will we start to get thunderstorms, and that becomes a concern. And it's only just a few times. But if you're new to the underground and you're not aware of that, oh, it's dangerous. It's bad.
Oh yeah, it's creepy. I mean,
but
just
there's whole cities down there. Yeah, there's
exactly.
and we got these health workers that go down there and make sure everybody gets food and they encourage them to go out and get sunlight and not to be down. Don't spend too many hours in the moist air because of pneumonia and things like that, because that is a legitimate risk. Even though it's 120 degrees outside, it's a lot cooler, but it's moist in there, and it's kind of like a dank moist. So
yeah, plus infections on the skin and everything.
Yeah. So, a lot of these people, they build up like their own little like rooms, but they put pallets down on the ground. So they're a couple inches off any water that might be there. It's very
bad, guys.
While there's a break here, I was looking at the chat, which is really cool. I'm glad people are giving their feedback and everything. But I originally started this hangout because, for one thing, there was no real live shit going on except for the 24/7 streams, flat earth streams, and Jeranism had just got done with his big thing saying that he supports the AE map over the Pac-Man map and all that stuff, and I support neither because I think they're both bullshit. And I titled it "Flat Earth AE Map is Hiding Land," and now I just added "and other stuff" because we've been talking about other stuff. So let's what do you think about that? What do you think about the AE map? And it's just a stretched out globe map. What the fuck? Why the fuck do we even use that motherfucker? Like, we have to defend it. That fucking map.
The map only works like in it's an either or map, right?
What's a projection? It's not a map. It's a projection.
Right. Yeah. So either you need to keep the latitudes and longitudes correctly radiating out from the central North Pole, or you need to have the continents representative actually how we map them and how we see them from high altitude airplanes and photographs and years of cartography. So the AE map will not represent what the true picture of the Earth looks like. So yeah, I'm confused.
Honestly, if you go on Wikipedia and you pull up the Azimuthal Equidistant map, you read what it's about, and people say like, oh, North America is so small, and it's like, and then Australia is this wide. And I saw a thing on Facebook today that said, I didn't answer the question. All I did was give them the Wikipedia page, which, how much fucking help are you going to get from that? But you're going to get help. That's a general information about that projection, which is just a stretched out version of the globe. So it's the same fucking map, I mean, but we know if the globe is bullshit, so is the AE fucking projection, because it's the same fucking map. So
that would be my next phase if I wanted to pursue flat Earth, is like the real relation to the continents to one another. How can you draw them in such a way that they're accurately mapped cartographically, but also in a way that makes sense and how you could see it from up high, like a God's eye view of what we look at.
Well, how far would you have to go up to see that shit? Because we've been up pretty damn far, and everything past a certain point that the government or whatever agency that we see on television, projections of whatever, we can discount some of it because it's obviously computer generated or fisheye lens. How fucking high do you have to go to see the entire Earth? And I don't think you can get high enough, honestly.
Well, here's okay. Here's
say there's a dome up there or a barrier, but at the same time, the atmosphere gets so thin you can't even have some type of rocket or some type of projected thing that's going to get you up and maintain maintain you up there to get the entire view of the Earth. Well, especially if it's flat.
I firmly believe there is a true map represented somewhere, but it's based on all the SR-71 flights and the YouTube flights that basically just go back and forth and scan. And
yeah, they know.
So somewhere there's a map on some computer that, say, Anonymous could hack into. I guarantee you there's a real map somewhere that shows everything. Even if it's just pasted together in wide swaths, there's still a map that shows everything correctly. Somewhere.
And that AE map is totally distorted because guess what? Everything's pinched towards the middle. And if you look on, which I don't trust Google Maps or Google Earth, but if you go to the North Pole on Google Earth, there's nothing there. There's no land, and it turns to ice, going northern Canada and Greenland and all that shit. And then you go to the other side to Russia and all that shit coming together. There's nothing there, but there is something there. So why didn't they put it on the fucking map?
You know who I think has the correct map, even though he had to play Ball Earth to be allowed to get his map projection? Buckminster Fuller. Now, you guys probably know him through his geodesic domes. You've seen houses built like that and stuff like that. He was really into geometry and in those kind of shapes. Well, he spent about 10 years creating a geodesic map, so to speak. But he basically took all the known maps of the world and scaled them all to size. And there's a picture somewhere online of him. He's got all these maps on the floor in the size of a room where he's putting this together. And basically, the outgoing premise is that, okay, his map is, if you guys want to look it up, the map is called the Dymaxion map. Now, the Dymaxion map was supposed to represent a thought experiment. He explained, well, I just wanted to see how you could unfold the map origami style using these geodesic principles that he's all into, that he likes. But if you look at his map, all the countries are laid out exactly in proportion how we've mapped them and how we see them, how we recognize our own country without being distorted from a top-down bird's eye view. If you unfold the Dymaxion map, and everything's exactly where it's supposed to be. The only exception, he does have Antarctica kind of like as an appendage on the bottom of South America there, just because that's how his Dymaxion cube unfolded. I use the Dymaxion map for myself when I show people the flat Earth map, but I just erase the little island of Antarctica on my map. It's just not there. But that's what I show people.
But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, everybody can make fun of me and fucking whatever.
Pull up the Dymaxion
north, and there's more land south, and they're bullshitting us. And
there's got to be something out there.
It's not real, man. It's a fucking cartoon that they've given us as a presentation, and it's a very elaborate presentation, and I admit that. And they're very good at it. And as far as coming from Earth to sky, from Earth across the plane, and turning it into a globe, it's very elaborate, and it's very nice, and the math works, and it's so pretty.
I put a link of a picture of a Dymaxion map in the chat.
Okay, let me check that one out. I was checking out some on my other.
Hey, guys, I gotta get going. It was a pleasure speaking to y'all. Before I go, I just want to leave a question to Flat Still Earth. You said you grew up in Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah. I was wondering if you were around there 1997 when they had the Phoenix Lights.
Oh yeah. I was going to a graphic design school at the time. Yeah, I remember that. It was all it is the planes. It's planes. There's an Air Force base over there. Yeah, it was just a planes, the jets in formation. I think it was those ones. What's the ones that hover?
Oh yeah, the Harriers.
Yeah, whichever ones that can hover in the air. That was those. I've seen them before in the daytime, and that's all it was. I mean, the
ones with like the 4 propellers up top, like.
No, it's a plane, but it has the engines, the jet engines rotate, so they can hover.
The Harrier jump jet.
Yeah.
All right, so it wasn't some alien technology.
Eh? What?
It wasn't some alien technology like they put it out. Yeah.
No, it's not. And I remember that big old hoo-ha. I mean, I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I know by the way it looked, I've seen that in the daytime because there's an Air Force base not even 15 miles from there. And they were just doing a formation thing, and everybody just went crazy. And because you couldn't really see that because they're black, and they just had these little whites and it was hovering. I'm like, that's those damn planes. Why is everybody going crazy? I was like, what the hell is people's problem?
Do you know what's really trippy is that I live in like literally the middle of nowhere on the border of Arizona and Utah.
Like literally?
Like literally, man.
We're like pretty close to one another.
How close are you to St. George?
What?
How close are you to St. George?
Very close.
I've been there before.
Yeah, it's a funky place, man. I haven't lived here all my life, obviously. I spent the majority of my life in Southern California and a good part of my childhood in a little tiny town in Wales, England. So that was very nice. Oh. But this stupid accent that I picked up, I blame it on San Diego.
Oh my God, like totally, I get what you're saying.
I hate it, man. I hate it. I don't know.
It's so hard. It's so easy just to start talking like that, and everything's an inflection upwards. Everything's a question.
That's how the Welsh speak too, you know? The Welsh speak like that.
Oh my God, do they really?
Yes.
Oh,
they actually do.
Nathan, that was my microphone unplugging, man. I got that Blue Yeti, but the fucking USB port, man, falls out sometimes. The USB plug. Anyway, hey, I don't know why I interrupted you guys. Well, I do know why, because you're just going back and forth about Valley talk. Valley girl.
I know.
Are you a Valley girl?
Valley girl.
Like, gag me with a spoon. Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
So what is this fucking map that you gave us? What the fuck? This.
Do you see that? That's the true representation that I think Buckminster Fuller knew the true shape of the Earth, but it was a wink and a nod to his little Dymaxion cube, or his little sphere puzzle.
Okay.
So I put another link in the chat box of a really large one. Well, the second one's
it's like
big. It's
I know it's like old dial-up.
This one will let you zoom in and see.
Why am I tilting my head?
Yeah, exactly. Because you're like, America's not up. It's not at the top of the page. Why are we sideways?
Holy shit! You can zoom in.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Yeah, I love to play dumb. Isn't it fun?
And you notice now when you look at the patterns, how the sun will travel across and scorch the earth in
right?
such a way.
Scorch the earth, man. Oh my God.
It's in a nice arcing pattern, just like it goes around. And, okay, here's a thought experiment. What if that really was Antarctica? It was just like a little thing just like that.
I was thinking about that a few months back.
What if there is no ice wall? What if it is just an island? It just happens to be like that.
Yeah, they're putting it on the bottom of the globe. Yeah.
I mean, it is far away outside of the path of the sun.
I just still keep tilting my head. Like, what the hell? Like all those astronauts in their fake space. Like, they had to tilt their head up. Because they don't know which way is down, right?
I don't want to promote my channel on my channel.
Holy crap! That thing is 107 megabytes.
Nice. You better download it before they take it off the internet. This might be.
Download it right now.
This will be key to navigation in the future.
You flip Norway around. Now Norway looks like a wolf's head.
Nice. But you can actually, if you take the Dymaxion map and then actually chart real airplane flights, they totally make sense. Like when you fly from Japan or China to LA, you literally cross right over Anchorage, Alaska, just exactly like they do.
I just keep wanting to flip this shit around. Okay, I have to download it so I can
download it and turn it. Yeah, you got. And then go ahead and erase. Just go ahead and erase Antarctica while you're at it. It's pointless. It's it's an appendage.
It's an appendage, like a finger.
Yeah, you're never gonna get down there. Don't worry.
Finger.
What if it doesn't even exist? Oh my god.
We have pictures of something.
Look at Iran. Iran looks like a fucking stubbed boot.
And I ran so far away.
That's Saudi Arabia kicking Iran's ass with a spiked toe.
Is that Saudi? Oh my god.
Yeah. So that's Yemen.
See, I can't tell. Like,
yeah,
I'm such a visual person, you know.
Yeah. So basically, Iran's taking it up the ass by Saudi. You know.
Oh my god.
How it really is.
What about the tectonic plates?
What about them? They're probably real.
It's a theory.
Yeah.
What do you feel about that?
Well, I studied geology pretty heavily in college, and I'm pretty okay with most of what they have to promote.
That's awesome.
As far as what we can see. Now, when they start talking about the gobstopper of Earth and stuff, I was like, really? I was like, really? You sent sound waves down into all these magma layers? I didn't buy that.
Gobstopper!
I seen that.
Oh yeah, good song.
Go ahead, Biker.
Gobstopper of Earth.
So basically, now that here we go. It's Skinny Puppy's Death Metal, Gobstopper of Earth, coming to you live. Like, I realize there are like magma chambers for sure. But I don't know that everything floats on magma entirely, always, all the time. There are probably pockets of it because we do have something that's called primary water, and primary water is a water table that's actually beneath, for the most part, the water table, and it kind of recycles itself with the ocean, and I think that's where we get the tides actually come from. It's this breathing in and out from the primary water source deep within the crustal zone into the ocean, because lakes don't have access to the primary water table like the oceans would. So that's why there's no tides per se on large lakes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's a lot more to geology that's going on in hydrology. And what's really weird is they don't like talk to each other. They don't share notes. Like, even if you Google primary water, it's like one guy is promoting it and he's trying to tell everybody, dude, there is no water shortage. There's a shit ton of water beneath our feet right now as we speak. You just got to drill deep enough. You know, and it's part of the natural rain cycle, and it's below the aquifers that we tap into now, but it's there. So yeah, geology is interesting, and you can look at just the way these rocks kind of, you can imagine the way they collide together. So if you just take mud or sand and in a little tray and just kind of mush it together and stretch it and pull it out, it pretty much mirrors and mimics what you see on the grand scale. So to me, I think it's a semi-legitimate, if not completely legitimate science. Yes, there's some conjecture and there's some millions and billions of years stuff going on.
Billions and billions.
But, you know, if you've watched, like, you guys remember the whole the dam failure thing we had in Oroville, right? It was on the news this last
Absolutely.
Okay. You saw how fast that canyon carved, correct?
Yep.
Well,
turn your fucking faucets on, man.
I firmly believe that the Grand Canyon was carved in very much the same way, in a very rapid pace, not millions and billions of years, because we know through fossil evidence that there's shark teeth in freaking Nevada desert. That's a fossil. Fine. If you don't want to believe in dinosaur bones, there's megalodon shark teeth. We know Nevada was completely under the ocean. And if you look at a topographical map of Nevada, it just kind of looks like underwater ridges. It just doesn't look like the rest of the states. So anyway, we say there was a giant inland sea at one point. And so my thought is that when the Pacific plate crashed into the North American plate and created basically what we call California and the Sierra Nevada, that was enough to tip up the that part of water, send it towards Utah Valley and until it found a low spot in northern Arizona and just kind of just meandered its way through the limestone, the bedrock stuff there until it found its lowest point, which was the Gulf of Mexico. So that's how I think the Grand Canyon formed. And I'll bet you it could have formed within less than 10 years, its entirety of it, as that inland sea drained. Yeah.
Less. I heard it was
that shit is pretty fucking epic, dude. That is one big gaping.
But you saw what just 1 week, what 1 week of water damage did at Oroville, right?
Well,
carved that huge canyon in 1 week.
Sure, I know, but that's already on the water too, though. You got to factor that in. Like, what is the soil, makeup or density or what the fuck ever? I mean, it's mostly sand. It's on the beach. I mean, I went to Solana Beach, okay, a lot, and they were just like literally they were putting up like basically like industrial grade chicken wire on the cliffs to save houses.
Oh yeah, to keep it from eroding.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. I'm like, the foolish man built his house upon the sand.
Absolutely.
Fuckers. I mean, their stairs were falling down. It was a hazard.
Look, if you can afford to live there, you can afford to move your house back or just go somewhere else. It's like these people are holding on. It's like this, no, I need this piece of property. It's beachfront. It's like they're just holding on to these material idea of being on the beach for status.
Trust me, Southern California will bring you into so much truth. It's like ridiculous.
I grew up in La Jolla, and I didn't realize it was until it was a Richie Rich town until I went back many years later, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like Beverly Hills for San Diego. What happened here? You can still see my house up on the hill. It's the only one in La Jolla that has a red tile roof up in the hills.
Really?
Yeah, it's still there.
I'm going to Google that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I went to a Grossmont High School, so.
Oh, La Mesa. I actually lived in La Mesa for a minute.
Ha! Small world.
I know. How old are you, actually?
36.
Oh, darn. I was going to say, I made out with a girl when I was 7, but she was 11 in La Mesa. I was like, wouldn't it be odd if that was you?
No.
It was like, after all these years, I found the girl I made out with.
That would be weird.
My first kiss.
So you don't remember her name? Is that what you're saying?
No, my husband grew up in the exact same places that we went to. We were in the same exact places at different times. It's really strange. Wow.
And so your husband was there, and so was Biker Scout.
No, but at different. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At different times. I mean, I was
probably, yes,
he kissed some girl, and he don't remember her name, and he was asking how old you were because he doesn't remember her name, and asking just to see if it was you. That's what I was.
Because what's funny? You are the second flat Earth girl that I've spoken to who actually also went to lived in La Mesa.
No shit.
Yep.
Really?
Yep, and she has a channel here.
No, what's her name?
I'm not telling, but you'll meet her.
Well,
Wow.
okay. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
not an answer.
Yeah, but isn't that crazy? You know, it's like all these. Well, let me ask you this: what's your blood type?
Be positive.
Are you positive about that?
Yeah.
Are you positive about your positive?
I am negative. Positive.
Because I find it's really interesting. A lot of flat earthers are typically RH negative, and we're all kind of
clumping. I've heard that. I just don't even know anything about it. So
we're clumping together. We're finding each other. It's really very serendipitous, and it's a process that's happening very fast. It's like a quickening or an awakening of some kind. And I don't know if it's just the internet.
Quickening of the blood.
Yeah. You know, there can only be one flat earther.
Maybe if I actually want my blood to be negative, then it'll eventually turn that way.
Maybe I can manipulate my blood.
All right. So,
I'm just fucking
project
with you because I'm O positive, and I'm positive that I'm O positive. And
yeah.
Project Eli gave me this paper that was in Russian. So I've been going over this paper for a couple of days now, and it's basically this Russian scientist is posited that the RH factor, the rhesus factor is actually a virus. So it's quite possible, according to this paper, now I've got to do some more research and check his resources or check his sources and see if there's any corroborating evidence to his paper. But he is suggesting that everybody was or is supposed to be negative, but this is a genetic mutation, either intentional or through environmental causes.
Because of inoculation?
Because of a lot of things, and he's suggesting that at least from 1939 that we understood enough of the mechanism that we can manipulate the genome in a very specific strand with something. So it's quite possible that anybody who's gotten a ROGAM shot has had their blood type switched and they don't know it, or through environmental factors, or the fact that there's too much iron in everybody's blood. That can cause the mutation to occur as well. They're always reminding everybody, take your iron, everybody's iron deficient, you gotta have more iron. Oh, you're anemic, have some iron. When the reality is we don't need
have a fucking steak, dude.
Exactly. We get enough of it in our natural foods.
Well, so is that in some way related to the manipulation of history, as people postulate, often on different formats here? And
I kind of agree, because I've come across some really interesting side things that aren't necessarily related to flat Earth that are clearly, obviously manipulated. That where in retrospect they manipulate the story to fit the narrative, when the original story actually probably had nothing to do with that narrative at all, but we believe the new narrative to be the facts. And that happens, this happens all the time. But
dude, yes, man. I mean, people are so dogmatic about their belief of what they've been told, even as shallow as their information is about the history of why they believe it. I mean, seriously, it's very, they just know what they know, and they really fucking know it.
Yeah. And it's just because they read it in the book.
Yeah, but they don't know why they fucking know it. But I mean, I'm serious, man. It's very shallow. So how far does our history really go back? What history sources can you trust?
Here's the point I like to make to people all the time.
Strengthen one's own convictions,
Here's a really good historical point I like to make all the time. Now, we get the facts about George Washington wrong all the time, and we're talking barely 200 years ago, right? It's like we barely are getting the facts right.
That motherfucker chopped down a cherry tree. I don't care what the fuck you say about that motherfucker.
Right? So we're barely getting the facts right about this guy. Yet Christianity basically came into fruition at the Council of Nicaea in the year everything was canonized in the year 321, right? That was when it was like, okay, these are all the books of the Bible. This is how we're going to preach it. This is what we're going to do. Everybody, all right, break, let's go. So think about that for a second. There was very few literate people then. Hardly anybody drew anything or wrote anything down. It was just very few people.
And anybody that did was a heretic and got burned alive.
Exactly. So you're telling me that 321 years after the supposed death of Jesus, they got all the facts right? No freaking way.
No.
So yeah.
But the fundamentals still exist.
Oh, dude, but no, 3,000 years of the Bible, man. All that shit's true to the T, man. Everything is exactly perfect. You have to believe all of it, or you're a heretic and you're going to hell.
No, you have to name God by his true name, or else you're a Satanist.
Well, and that's okay.
Hey, dude. That is fucking
I was a
stupid.
fundamental Christian, and I thought I'd never be mocking that in that way. And actually, it kind of feels weird to me now because I'm actually doing it live on my channel.
They made a mockery of it.
But honestly, yes, they have, but not on purpose. They've been led into this format that doesn't even actually represent real. It's so sickening, man. It actually I almost am in tears every day because of this manipulation and of our society, and I maintain, you know, a level of you know what, I go to work and I have a relationship with my family and shit, but it's just so fucking deep and they don't fucking see it, and it's fucking disheartening to me, you know. And I'm a caring person, and they can't fucking grasp it, and it's very fucking disheartening to me, man.
Breaks your heart.
Yeah, and you know what's even worse is that the religion has been manipulated so badly that even if they were earnest and wanted to seek God, they couldn't, because it's been changed so much that they don't even know who they're talking to or what they're talking, you know, the right anything to say. It's all wrong.
I know. And you know what's so funny is it's probably about 3 or 4 years ago when I realized this. Before Flat Earth, I really realized that I don't have to talk to that person. I am that person.
Well, he's in you.
This isn't a religion. This is
it's not
part of this.
religion are for lost souls.
I am this. I am that person. I don't have to talk to that person. I am talking to me. I am part of this, and this is and this is totally sacrilegious to the Christian philosophy, which I was so big part of. When somebody says, pray for this person, all I have to do is say, yes, I'm concerned about you, and my good influence, my energy that I care about you. I don't have to beg God to heal you. If he's going to fucking heal you, he's going to heal you. You know what I mean? Because it's already in me. I don't have to sit on my knees and just beg for hours for healing. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean, but I have that connection. I realized that like 3 or 4 years ago when somebody says, pray, pray, pray. I don't have to get on my knees and in an altar somewhere or whatever. I'm always praying. And that's what Paul said in the gospel. He said, pray without ceasing. I don't have
that's part of being connected.
I'm walking in the light. I'm walking in the light.
That's part of being connected, and that's the great deception of our rulers. The rulers of our planet, let's be real, is the Vatican. And the Vatican basically tells us, no, we are the official soothsayers. We are the ones with the pointy fish hats. We are the ones you have to
the mushroom hats.
The fish hats.
Dagon, the fish god. Yeah. Well, I mean, but it symbolizes many things. It symbolizes many things. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to talk to us, and we'll talk to God on your behalf. That is the great deception. That was our biggest forbearance of freedom right there. The one thing that we gave up as humans was our ability to speak to source or energy or the creator or God, was by vaulting these other individuals up and going, all right, you guys have done some stuff here, and you got fancy robes, so I think you guys might be on the right track. Will you talk to God on my behalf? Will you forgive me? Ask forgiveness for me?
How much does it cost
No,
for a
that
prayer?
that doesn't work. And that's what I came to figure out, that doesn't work that way. Okay, and while I'm thinking about this, just to come off the subject just for a second, about a couple of weeks ago, you know, the Tulsa billboard, you guys know about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys, I'm getting sleepy now and a little bit drunk, but Marissa and Chad, they live together or whatever. They got in a head-on collision on 4th of July evening, and Chad had surgery on his leg, and he's in bad shape. He's still in the hospital, but she is in ICU, and
Are you serious?
more than likely will not. She put all the money she had up to put that billboard up.
A head-on collision?
Yes, and her spine is broken, and she may not walk again.
I want to say it's a conspiracy.
But right before that happened, they came here to see me. They came and met me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's on my channel. I interviewed.
It was like a 3-hour long. I was there.
And she's in critical condition and going through. She's had multiple surgeries already, and she may not walk again now. And so that energy I'm talking about, you don't have to beg God. Just you get it willingly.
Yeah, just your thoughts and emotions.
Dude, she's in bad shape, and I want everybody to just.
Do they have a website?
Think of her, man. Yeah, it's Flat Earth Club on Facebook. She's the one that started that. She's the one that put that billboard up.
All right.
And then they came here to meet me, and we did that interview at my brother's house, and it was fun, you know. And then I met her, and we had fun, and they left and went back to Tulsa. A couple of days later, they got in that accident, and she's been in the hospital, and they haven't even seen each other. They're both in the hospital. They haven't even seen each other since then. And she's in real bad shape. Chad's got his leg was messed up. He had, like, if you go on Flat Earth Club and look at their thing, I mean, he's got some posts. He's cognizant, but she's real bad shape. She may not.
Do they
walk
have a
again.
GoFundMe or a PayPal or something?
Yeah, it's on the Facebook page on Flat Earth Club. Yeah,
plug it.
Support them.
Do they know anything about the car that hit them?
I don't know much about that, but I know she's in bad shape.
That's bad.
It's really sad. I mean, it's breaking my heart. I almost wish I'd never met her, because she's so sweet, man. And so she was so on fire for Flat Earth, man.
Yeah.
She was just like, I mean, she put all her money up that she had to put that billboard up, and then this happened, and it's freaking.
Well, we gotta push this.
Breaks my heart, dude.
That's crazy. I was on that panel too.
Is it Curtain Flat Earth Club?
No, it's Flat Earth Club on Facebook. Just search Flat Earth Club.
I'm just
3
trying
words.
to find it. No worries, I'll find it. But
Yeah, her name's Marissa Keelan. She's cool, and Chad Norman. That's her boyfriend, and they both work at a casino, or did. Now they're incapacitated and they can't freaking work anymore, and so yeah, they need some money to pay their rent and shit. I don't know when they're gonna get out or what's gonna happen, but she's in real bad shape. She may not walk again, and it's fucking. It's bad. It's sad.
God damn it, man. Okay, I got the link for the group page.
Yeah, but anyway, you guys, all the fucking positive vibes you can give her, send them to her, please, because she's a really sweet person. I met her face to face.
She is. She knows her shit too, man.
Yeah, she's really sweet. She's awesome. And so is Chad. And he needs I mean, he loves her. I mean, you could tell they loved each other, you know, and they were fucking awesome. I met them face to face. It was just me, her, and him, and it was fun. And they came and met me. We did a little hangout, and then they left and went back to Tulsa, and it was fun. And she's in really, really bad shape. Chad's probably going to make it through. I don't know how she's going to do. She'll probably, but she may not walk. You know, that breaks my fucking heart, dude. Man, it's fun.
That's horrible.
And she's so sweet, and so she was so energetic and just ready to fucking spread flat Earth all over the whole world, man. It's freaking crazy.
Well, I don't, you know, I don't think it was an accident. It just doesn't seem like it seems targeted.
It doesn't. I don't know. I thought about that, but you can't prove anything. I don't know. I don't know how it happened. I don't know about the accident. But maybe I can get more in detail about it. But at the same time, it's not going to change a fucking thing. She's still in the hospital, and she's had several surgeries, and she's fucked up, dude.
Yeah, but is it to send a message to other flat earthers? Slow your jets.
Well, if that's the case, then that means I'm going to start packing. I'm gonna start rolling on this shit. Because I mean, I met her face to face. I mean, she came to my brother's house and met me, and I'm going to, you know, I'm gonna fight for her, man. And that's why I'm telling you guys. She is a really genuine person. She actually, Chad was telling me on the side while she was talking to somebody else during the chat. I went out with him and was smoking smoke or whatever, and he was like, man, she wasn't like this before she found out about flat Earth. She wasn't a truther, nothing. When she found out about flat Earth, she just started researching all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? She didn't know shit about. Never wasn't passionate about any of that.
Never sleep.
Especially even the Bible and all that stuff. She wasn't even. But then she was like, I mean, I guess she was raised Christian. I mean, it's Oklahoma, you know. I mean, we're in the Bible Belt. She knew about the Bible and stuff, but then she was like,
she studied up all in the Hebrew and everything.
Dude, yeah, man. She was serious about the shit. She was ready to roll on everything, man. And but just pray that she makes it through everything, and despite whatever her injuries are, that she's going to be a powerhouse in the flat Earth truth, man. Because she already was, because she gave, I promise, she emptied her bank account to put that billboard up.
Fuck yeah, man. I know. I heard it.
Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, I hope she makes it through flying colors, man. Absolutely. Yeah. That's just so fucking strange. Yeah. It's just so like bizarre, you know.
It is. It's freaking crazy.
Making my chest hurt.
Yeah, dude, I've cried over it already, man, a couple times. I saw her face to face.
No, I was listening to her. You know, she was talking about it. Her and her boy, and so sweet.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, they're just regular people like us, you know.
That literally happened like a week after they did that, right?
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
I mean, yeah, it breaks my freaking heart, man. I've already cried over it a couple times, man. I mean, she was so sweet, man, and so awesome, so fired up, man. She's just like, there was no stopping her, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was legit, man, for real.
Well, it really puts in perspective that what we're here for, what our purpose is, and we don't know when it's our time, when we're up. So we have to make the most of every day and treat everybody with kindness and respect.
Yeah.
And love.
Learn to get along with your brothers and sisters, my friends.
Exactly.
And to that, I will fire up a spliff.
Dude, you're making me jealous. I ain't getting.
Cheers.
I'm gonna get some. I got a shitload of beer, but I ain't got no weed.
It's okay. It's just a spliff.
It's just a spliff.
We love the key.
Hey, Don't give Walt none of that.
Oh my god, isn't that great? Like the grinders, aren't they awesome? Because it like filters like, and then you get all the yummy keef on the bottom.
Yes.
Amazing contraptions.
Yeah, and it was funny. I was talking to dude.
Wish I had thought of
I was
that.
talking to you yesterday. I was like, man, you ever use a grinder? And he's like, no. I'm like, what the hell? You grind it up?
Is he still picking out seeds and twigs?
I don't know what the hell he's doing. I was just like, man, you grind it up, man. You can roll a split. You can load a bowl. You grind it up, dude. Man, you get the sweetness.
But is he smoking that Mexi pack?
Dude, there ain't no such thing up here. I don't even know where to get that shit.
I know. It's yummy, isn't it? It's great. Like, fucking free that flower, man. Free the mighty flower. Let it free.
Shit.
The
Hey, what you got to say about that, Vlad?
On hemp.
Vlad, mister, I never did any drugs or smoked any weed or drank any alcohol.
Weed is not a drug, man. It's a flower.
I know, but Vlad's
I never said I didn't try them. I said I didn't do them.
Oh, okay.
I've tried it years ago.
He didn't inhale.
I didn't get into it. No, I did. I just wasn't. I didn't do like make a career out of it.
Make a career out of it.
Career.
That's what it seems like people do. I know people have been doing meth for fucking 30 years.
Dude,
that's a career, man.
They've kept meth longer than they've kept the job.
No. Oh,
Vlad, you're the shit, dude.
I've been fired.
Trying something a couple times here and there doesn't count as doing it.
Oh, hell no, no. Because, man, I used to make a career out of doing acid back in the 90s.
Now, you know what? That right there, I used to love doing that. I did a lot of that. I didn't really consider that.
Okay, well, you talk like you're a purist all the time.
No.
Like, I know, I don't do drugs.
I'm talking like cocaine and heroin and meth and all that stuff like that.
That would be
that's drugs.
Heroin, I've never really been a fan of.
Never did that.
The rest of it,
I'm sorry. I got to mute. I got to cough.
But acid, yeah, I used to love doing acid. Oh my god.
Hey, that's how you found God, right? No, I found God way before acid. I promise.
What was the thing I let see? I do. If I could get a hold of that, I would do that again in an instant. I haven't seen that since like 1996.
Well, you're not going to find any good acid right now.
What is that? It's like there's this other thing. Okay, it's called LSD-P1 or something like that, or LSP1.
It's LSD 25.
No, yeah, P1, something like that.
I don't know. I never heard of it.
Really? Ugh. I don't know.
Prescription drugs got popular. That acid went away.
Fuck.
It's like there's periods of time where they're available, and you better get while the getting's good. You know what I mean? And then
fuck pills, dude.
They just don't want
then the fake shit comes out. You know?
They don't want you to have a mind expansion altering experience. That's why they really are afraid of LSD and marijuana and ayahuasca and DMT. They hate those.
Oh my god. Two things that I want to do. Ayahuasca and peyote.
Peyote, yep.
I tried peyote and it didn't do anything to me.
It didn't make you throw up?
No. Everybody else was all sick. They were sicker than shit. Fucking, I've done mushrooms too, and I had more than everybody else because I bought them, and it didn't do nothing to me. So I was like, "Screw this crap!" Everybody's all what? All freaking out. This is bogus. It was the same stuff.
You didn't feel anything on mushrooms?
No.
Oh my goodness, man!
And freeze dried and fresh. And
really?
Yeah. Back in the early 90s.
I just can't even. I'm sorry. I'm baffled. Yeah, absolutely baffled.
I ate a quarter of mushrooms last year, and I shouldn't have.
Yeah,
that was really bad. It was like I couldn't fucking move. I thought I was gonna die.
Is that probably the closest I'm gonna get to anything if I tried it again? Would be shrooms.
Yeah, but don't eat a
I would
quarter.
go
of
with-
it.
No, I would eat maybe like 3 like microdoses, you know?
Where's that at?
Go with microdoses, man.
Hey, Vlad, we're pretty close, man. If you know, I probably hook you up. But anyway.
Where
Is
you
this
at?
live?
I think where you at?
I'm in
Oh,
Fayetteville,
shit, are
Arkansas.
we live?
Where?
It don't matter, man. I can't tell. I'm not gonna tell you where I can get them from. I mean, shit.
I know you said close. I thought you were like
There's
in
only
Ohio or
27
something.
people watching.
Well, I
so-
used to be in Little Rock, but I'm in Fayetteville now, Arkansas.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so I'm fairly close. But
It's
I
about-
do want to
it's
come
about
down there and
15-hour
fucking
drive.
party, man.
They're like Flat Earth meetup, and it
I
turns
want
into a drug
fucking
fest.
party down there.
Everybody's all freaking out.
I want to party down there in Mobile, man, and fucking on the beach, man, and fucking build a big
Nobody-
bonfire and eat
nobody-
some
Doing
wings,
Mardi
man.
Gras time.
Hell yeah.
Nobody
That's
make
crazy, Mardi Gras.
videotape of that.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
I said
A
a Flat Earth meetup.
Where everybody's like
Flat
tripping
Earth
balls.
shroom
meetup.
Not fair.
Yeah,
No
everybody's
cameras
gonna
allowed.
everybody's gonna bring
Yeah, no
something.
cameras. Fuck that.
No cameras, please.
Only if you're pointing them at the sky.
Yeah, we'll point them at the ocean, man. We'll be in Mobile, Alabama.
I'll just wear a mask.
On the beach.
It's gonna be
No.
it's gonna be an ayahuasca, peyote, shroom, weed, LSD,
Be like, what's that?
milkshake.
What's that show? That movie with Johnny Depp and
A drum circle with a bunch of belly dancers.
no drum circles. No drum circles. Have a drummer, but no drum circles.
I'll bring my fucking guitar amp. We'll have a generator, man. We'll fucking
Hell yeah,
crank
Oh
this
shit!
shit up.
Oh fuck!
I've
Oh.
been wanting to do that. My sister has 11
Man,
acres.
that made me laugh
My
so
sister has 11 acres out in the middle of nowhere, and I want to go out there with my guitar and jam out in the middle there and listen to hear it echo through all the
Fuck yeah,
area.
dude.
My ass haven't got a chance to go out there. It's out in Mississippi.
I still haven't heard you play guitar yet, man. I
like
guess
rocks
you know,
around
you
you
know
and
what-
shit.
you got some videos on.
Like I just have those sound bites of some of my videos, but my action, I have the action way too fucking high because I had to take it all apart to get that artwork on there. I did, and I have the action way too high. And once I fix that, and I play a little bit more, I'll start doing it live or something. But right now, it's just so it's hard to play those strings, and I didn't realize I was doing that. And I started looking it up, and that action's like about a 1/4 inch or more, and it needs to be like a 1/16 of an inch.
Hey, did
Are
you
you
hear me at
are
the
you
beginning?
lowering are you lowering
Go
the action by yourself, like with the Allen wrench?
Yeah. It's got the floating Shimola system.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a Floyd Rose?
Yeah, it's the one, the floating one where you can go
Oh,
back.
the locking.
make it-
Yeah, that can be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I had to take it all out of there to get to where I need to put that artwork on there with that because it's a piece of paper I put on there, and I had to tape it on, but I had to get everything out of the way, and I thought I had it set right, but apparently that I turned the screws wrong and it's too high. I didn't realize that until I was looking at it. I was like, wait
Man,
a
that
minute.
is a bitch system. That Floyd Rose locking. Oh God, fuck.
Yeah, that stuff I have on my channel, the
What do you-
heavy
do you-
sound music.
you have
I
an
played
acoustic?
I played a Charvel with a
No,
Floyd Rose.
I haven't played an acoustic in probably about 15 years. My girlfriends want me to get an acoustic so I can play songs to her. I'm like, here, listen to this. I'm like, going crazy all the
If you are ever gonna,
She's like, turn that off. You're killing me.
if you're ever gonna pooches, no, not pooches,
Purchase.
Pooches? Wait, what is that? I want to tell you more about that.
I messed up. Okay, God.
It's okay. It's okay.
If you're gonna purchase
Uh-huh.
an acoustic guitar, get a Seagull.
A Seagull? Do they have left hand? I'm left-handed.
Both.
You're fucking left-handed, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Wow.
paid. I just dug out all my receipts. I still have the receipts for it. I got this guitar in 1992, and I still have the receipts. I thought I paid like $600 for it. The $790 I paid for this guitar in 1992.
Shit.
Dude, and you still ain't got it set up?
I took it apart. Did you not hear me? I took it
Yeah, I
all
heard
apart.
you.
and
You
just
just put
didn't
some
it together
stickers
right.
on it, and now you can't get it fucking put back together.
I just noticed it the other day, and I'm like, why am I like I'm like struggling trying to do hammer-ons and stuff and tapping. And I'm like, I'm having to like push down, like it's like taking an eternity to hit the string to hit the damn fretboard.
Hey, did you guys hear me playing at the beginning of the hangout?
Yeah.
That's a little cheap ass fucking $150 Epiphone SG I bought from a cop in Little Rock. Yeah. He's a state trooper in Little Rock, man. I didn't even know he was a state trooper until I went to meet him to go pick the car off Craigslist. I went to it was $150, and he gave me a nice, gig bag and this SG, and he's like, I just couldn't get it to work. And then I took it, and I was like, okay, I'm playing in this band. It's like a really heavy freaking metal shit. And I bought some 11s. I usually put 9s on my guitar.
Talk about callous, man. Ouch.
So I put 11s on them, motherfucker, and I just took it home, put the new 11 gauge strings on there, and it didn't like them. Man, it took that motherfucker 6 months to regulate, man. So I still have the same strings on there, but when I first put them on there, I was like, man, fuck this guitar. And I just put it to the side because it wouldn't tune, because he had 9s on there, I think. And I put them 11s on there, and it just fucked the neck up really bad, because they were so tight, the heavy strings on there. And I just set it aside. And now it sounds pretty good. The pickups, they're fucking me, because I'm playing it, you heard tonight through just, through my computer.
Some humbuckers on there.
Well, it's got some nice humbuckers, but they just ring. If I play it through my guitar amp, they just squeal, man, really, really bad. But tonight I was playing it through my little Zoom R8 thing through my computer, and it doesn't do that. And so it's either my amp or I don't fucking know, man. But
well, it's got those built-in equalizers on this.
That's another thing I was having a problem with. Is my setup here, because I had all the settings, from moving it all these years. I hadn't played in like 6 years, so all the dials and stuff got moved around, and I have it written down. I had to find that on a digital. I had it on my computer. I had them all done on an Excel file. So I went and did all that, and I realized that because I have a dual EQ, so now I'm just using one of the EQs. Because I used to have one side would be all the high tones, and then the other side was all the low tones. So I wanted to start just using one side and then balance it out that way, because there's a 30-band EQ and a dual 30-band EQ. So once I started
on your computer,
on
your computer, you run it through.
No, this is all rack effect stuff.
Oh, rack effect. Okay.
And but once I did that, it sounds 10 times better now, because it's just I had too much power going through it. It was just
I think that I need some kind of a limiter.
Yeah, I have that too.
Preamp limiter to run that guitar through my amp. I don't necessarily think it's the problem with the pickups. My amp is so fucking hot, man, that it's just there's no way. I mean, because I have another guitar. I have a 7-string that I play that guitar now through, and that motherfucker's still hot, man.
How high do you have the volume?
It's fucking loud.
That's your problem right there.
I mean, my brother, I play with my brother, and he plays drums, and that motherfucker hits the motherfucker. I mean, you have to turn it up loud.
I've never had for the longest, I never had it past 3, because it would be way too fucking loud. I mean, it would just.
This motherfucker's on like 8, man. I got a 200. I got 140 watt amp, and that motherfucker got it on like 6.
But this one goes to 11.
That's what the hell movie is that?
Oh my god, 11 is a Masonic number.
Up to 11. Man, if the room ain't rocking, ain't nobody knocking. Wait.
Maybe it's the other way around.
But why don't you just make 10 the highest number? But this one goes to 11.
It's not 3.14, blah, 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 blah. What's that?
Man, we have so much fun, though, man. We get in there and fucking slam beers and just, wah, it's so fun.
I know I've written a lot of lyrics over the years, and everybody tells me, because it's kind of got the, I don't know, some of them are twisted and stuff and odd and strange, but the ones I always
drink water.
Some I don't dare show anybody. A lot of people say that they sound like country songs, because I guess they have that whatever kind of overtone to it. Like that's like, this is death metal, motherfucker.
Oh my god!
Nothing wrong with that. It's death metal. Well, how about life metal, man?
Yeah, I know. I need to get out of that mode.
Well, you have to tune your guitar to 432 if you're going to play life metal music.
Oh my gosh, you guys have to check out Snarky Puppy.
I think that's what. I've been down tuning. Because
no, it's a band name.
I can't stretch them. I say my strings, I can't stretch them when it's on 440. They snap.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like. I mean, if you can appreciate jazz, then you will totally appreciate Snarky Puppy.
Snarky Puppy?
Yeah. It's wild, dude. It's wild. Love it. It's a trip. Okay, and the people that like introduced us to this band, we were trying to like talk to them about flat Earth. They're from like, Boston. We're from like Massachusetts. It's like, ugh, whatever. But it doesn't matter. This is flat Earth, man. They're all crazy, and then we just all got into music. And
does anyone ever notice that people talking about flat Earth is almost like proselytizing, like Christianity? Hey, let me tell you about flat Earth.
Oh no! Well, we're not soliciting, are we?
Yeah, you kind of are.
I will solicit flat Earth.
Oh, Biker, are you not flat?
Oh, good question.
I am anti-NASA.
Well, that's good.
I thought you were a flat earther.
Or yeah, for the most part. I mean, here's the thing. I can only go based on what I can see and test and know myself, right? Through primary knowledge. I can't go to Antarctica logistically unless I have $40,000 to blow. And
if you could, would it prove flat Earth?
It wouldn't. That's the point.
Yeah.
So when I talk about flat Earth to people, I only really stick to to facts, things that can be double checked. I try not to go off on speculation and tangents and weird things that it's like you're just pulling that out of your ass. It doesn't make the argument any better when you start talking about Pac-Man suns and domes that you can't see or touch. And that stuff just drives me nuts. It's like you're no different than the globe model. It's just you're just fractured in your thinking about it. So at least when I talk about flat Earth, I'm like, look, here's the math on the curvature.
For me,
the math on the curvature.
It doesn't work, right?
And the lack of curvature is quite and it's it becomes quite hilarious when all the, I won't say trolls because that's a cliche term now for the guys that are the antagonist to our argument, but
so 2015.
for them to so heartily seek the curvature over water, and actually yesterday or the day before when Anthony Rowley or whatever with that Lake Pontchartrain photo, to say that was curvature and that was actually a picture that he took,
we don't live on a cylinder. That's the most bogus.
I rode across that bridge. I've ridden across that bridge that he took that picture from, and those fucking power lines don't look like that. There is no fucking curvature.
No, it's like, okay, I'll touch on soundly stupid picture real quick here. That only happens when there's an inversion layer over the water. You can literally replicate that on a kitchen table with a Fresnel magnifying lens. You can curve any object when you're looking through thick atmosphere and haze. It's not that big a deal. And besides, his curvature only goes one direction. If we live on a sphere, it would go unidirectional, right? We don't live on a cylinder. That's what that picture shows. We live on a cylinder. And that's just stupid. Anyway, these people bug me.
Do you think we live on a popsicle-shaped Earth then?
I showed you the picture of the Dymaxion map, for crying out loud. That's how.
I know. It gave me a crick in my neck. So.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's like here's what I can see and what I can sense.
That's just a painting. It's just another painting, dude.
I'm sure it is.
It is.
But
It's an
you know,
image.
that's why I said somebody has the real map somewhere that's locked away in a vault on a computer, or it's
Hidden
what's
in
used.
the dungeons of somebody's castle.
It's what's used by the FFA for actual navigating the computers, right? It's like nobody gets to see this map. They don't want to ruin it, you know?
No, I don't think it's that far out of reach, dude. Really don't.
The real map? You think that
Absolutely.
Anonymous or some hacker group can just be like, oh, look, I found this folder.
Anonymous,
it says,
are you kidding me? CIA, Anonymous.
Yeah, it's like, oh, look, I found this folder on this computer. It says real map.
Fucking 4chan, 8chan, whatever. Fuck that shit.
Wouldn't that be hilarious if that was all? We just need somebody to hack just NASA's computer and or somewhere there's a map
if it
just
could be
sitting there.
done, wouldn't it already have been done?
I don't know. We got to get WikiLeaks on that.
Nope.
Well, that's the
that
thing.
map is buried. That map is buried deep
WikiLeaks is
away.
controlled opposition, man.
No, you're right. The map's at
that
the
map
bottom
is
of
buried
the.
away with all the genuine seed in the seed vault.
It's in the Vatican, actually, probably, right?
Yeah,
they probably
Under all the dead bodies.
Yeah, it's like if you can move all these bones, you can see the secret.
Fuck these disgusting people, dude. Seriously, like
Hey, but
somebody had to handle
okay,
that.
In case anyone doesn't know, every Catholic church, I was raised Catholic, so I can say this.
I was raised Mormon, dude.
Okay. Oh, so you can say something about Freemasonry. So what I can say about
the hand through the veil and the shaking of the hands and the
is
baptismal font for
every Catholic
people that don't have a say if they want to be baptized or not. Like that is fucking weird shit.
And then you can go baptize
baptismal font.
Somebody that's dead.
12 golden
baptism
calves.
for the dead.
That shit's nasty, man.
Well, supposedly under every Catholic altar there is some type of relic.
It's a little bit weirder. I swear to God, it's a little bit weirder because it's pretty new.
Yeah, exactly. History. It's like, oh, you're gonna believe
1860? No, like 1885 or something like that.
You're gonna put your salvation on something that just came out like 150 years ago. That doesn't seem.
If you put your salvation on anything, just put it on Christ.
Dude. Yes, and that's where what.
Hey, but polygamy,
God, Sky Daddy, Yeshua High, whatever. Fuck, man. It is just the creator.
I'm kind of into this is why they created their religion. It was just because of polygamy. Guy just wanted a bunch of sex slaves. And then he built
it's not that simple, bro.
Then he built a religion around that.
The religion is based upon perverts.
Exactly. Oh. Every religion's based around perverts.
It is. Honestly, yes, it can. Honestly, yes, it can be perceived that way. But at the same time, there are many nuances, in between. But at the same time, it always comes. It always just like when you refine metals, the giraffe comes to the top. Everything pure stays at the bottom. That's where we are. We're sitting here trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah, we're the island of misfits.
Comes to all the shit goes to the top as we're boiling in this fucking crazy mess. And everything gets exposed, and as much ridicule and fucking craziness that goes on. I really, man, coming into this subject, about the flat earth and I was already in this other, but I'd never had this platform on YouTube to actually be able to talk about these things. And the only people I could talk to about was people that didn't want to fucking hear what I was saying about it. But you guys are listening. So anyway, and you guys have a common, understanding of it. We don't all agree on everything, but we have a common understanding of the manipulation. So the dross comes to the top, and guess what? It gets sloughed off. And the more we talk about it, the more we build off of each other these truths that end up being self-evident to each one of us as we understand them, then we can, we're never going to always agree on everything, but we can have a common understanding of what is actually happening to us. And the fucking draws and all these fucking trolls and all the bullshit that happens to us on YouTube. You know, there's a lot of people that are going through some of this stuff that don't come on YouTube, never come on YouTube. And just like I was talking about Marissa and Chad, they're not people like us that you get on here and talk on YouTube. They're on Facebook, and that's how they found Flat Earth, and they're promulgating Flat Earth, you know, knowledge on Facebook, and they're learning what they're learning. They didn't find Flat Earth they found Flat Earth on YouTube just while watching videos, but they didn't know that people are doing what we're doing. Like, what I had to teach them that night when they came over, how to use Google Hangouts to come on YouTube and talk about it. I mean, they didn't know shit about it. And so they don't know about, you know, going in chats and all that stuff. So there are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people that don't use YouTube. And that's where I think that people are missing what's happening. There are thousands and thousands of people that don't use YouTube that are flat earthers. And all these fucking YouTube trolls, there's not all of them. There's only about 20. They don't fucking... That's so fucking hilarious to me. So fuck all you guys. Fuck you. There's only about 20 of them that are really hardcore fucking YouTube trolls on us. But there are hundreds of thousands of fucking flat earthers out there that don't even fucking give a shit about YouTube. And they're promoting the shit. That's what I'm saying. They put that billboard. I mean, Marissa put that billboard up with
I can't believe that,
she
man.
emptied her fucking bank account.
That's
put that
fucking crazy.
Billboard up, and she didn't know shit about YouTube. You know, she just watched a few YouTube videos. She was convinced. I mean, fucking Flat Earth's the shit, and she knew, and she started that Flat Earth Club on Facebook. And there's a lot of Flat Earthers on Facebook that never come to YouTube. And I know YouTube's fucking crazy, man. Honestly, man, it's the craziest fucking shit ever.
It's a jungle out there.
See, I don't go to Facebook.
No, it's a jungle on YouTube, but it's a jungle out there too. But at the same time, I love that about YouTube, because I'm a crazy motherfucker. So
I just like to get right into the thick of it and just get it over.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't care what they fucking say. They already know who I am. I've been here for almost 2 years. I don't give a fuck what they say. They already know who I am. So whatever. But it was just so cool to have them come in. I had to teach them how to. I mean, I had like give a 2-hour tutorial, get them on the Hangout, you know. And we were in the same house, and I had to teach them.
Tutorial.
I had to teach them how to use it.
You gotta help me out, bro.
To that Hangout I'm trying
to figure it out tonight. I'm like, I'm fucking
so that just tells me that there are thousands,
I can't do this.
of other people that are on other platforms that are finding the flat earth truth, or at least questioning things that you should question. Shouldn't you question? Please.
Yes, always.
Question your reality, please. One way or another. Whether you believe the earth is flat or round, that shit on TV is fake as fuck. And you believe that shit? Are you fucking serious? I mean, I'm serious. I'm on my family all the time, and I'm not on them because otherwise I wouldn't have a family anymore. But they know where I'm at. They know where I stand on that shit. They just don't ask me, and I don't ask them. You know what I mean?
Ugh. I hate getting looked at like you're fucking crazy, man.
They all know about me.
Right? Isn't that nuts, dude? It's like, dude, I love you even though you're crazy about all your stupid fucking ideals.
I've always been like a crazy one, so this was nothing new.
But guess what? None of them said, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. None of them.
Good.
All
well,
my friends
that's fucking
family.
great.
I've not lost one friend or family member over it.
Yeah, I haven't either. I just...
Not yet. Like, seriously.
No, I won't. They already know.
I hope
they already
not.
know where I'm at. They already know where I'm at.
Because if they really love you, they'll be with you forever. Like seriously, like through thick and thin. So
yeah, because I don't push it on them, but when it like my mom be watching a TV show and like Dancing with the Stars and be like, I'll be like, Mom, she'll be like all into it, and I'm like, Mom, you know that's just a fucking show, right? I mean, she'll be like, yeah.
don't take her dreams away, man.
Dude, I feel kind of bad
Really?
sometimes, but at the same time,
What do
then
you got
she'll
to
turn
lose?
around. Sometimes she'll be watching the news and she'll be like, "So is that one fake?" And I'm like, "Probably,
Yes.
probably, yeah."
If it's on the news, it's probably
If it's on the news, it's probably fake. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Like one of the main problems with the news is that it's always backed by ad revenue. So there'll always be a slant and there'll always be a skew. So if you can get rid of the news that's funded and fueled by large corporations, that's a start.
Hey, I'm gonna get going. I'm getting really sleepy. My eyes are starting to water.
Oh no.
Yeah, that means it's right time for me to go to bed.
I know. My
And
God,
I'm not crying.
time has absolutely escaped me.
I know it's 5:13.
Fuck hangouts, man.
Well,
They're
nice talking to you.
they just suck you in.
Right?
I can see why they last so long. Oh my God, that's crazy.
You know what really crazy is like
I
people
had to
will like
experience it myself.
people will like have their entire lives evolve around their show. That just bugs the fuck out of me. It's like, oh my God, you're such a weak-minded fool. My show. Oh, I got to get home and watch my show. It's like,
Oh yeah, I've known a lot of people like that.
Sure.
I guess people are doing that with the Google Hangouts now. Like, I gotta get to my Hangout.
Dude,
Yeah.
I can't wait till
It's
the new Game of
replacement.
Thrones
It's
starts,
replacing
man.
shit, man.
yeah, but we're engaging and we're talking and we're discussing.
Yeah, no, that's the
This
We're
difference.
is
supporting
conversation.
it. We're supporting our own demise.
You know, we're growing and learning, you know.
I know. I know. I was being sarcastic.
It's
Yes,
amazing. It's amazing. I mean, that's why. I mean, I've been addicted to this shit. My family is concerned about me because I lose sleep and I actually go to work late sometimes. And I lost my job, my job in Little Rock,
Oh
because
no.
I was staying up too late, fucking messing with hangouts and shit. You know, because honestly, for years and years, ever since like I found out about government corruption and shit in the late 90s. And when 9/11 happened, I kind of had a question about it right away, but I was already, libertarian at that point. You know what I mean? So I was already like Democrat, Republican. I already saw the dichotomy and the fucking Hegelian dialectic. I already knew about that shit. You guys know who Harry Brown is?
Oh.
Harry Brown was the libertarian candidate for president.
I was going to say libertarian, yeah.
Yeah, he was a libertarian presidential candidate in 2000 when
Was
Bush
he the one
elected.
that fucking switched sides and shit?
No, he died of cancer like soon after 9/11. He was like, but anyway, he used to have a radio show and then he ran for presidential. He was a libertarian presidential candidate. Damn, I'm getting tired. Can't even talk. But anyway, he had a radio show where he'd go on for hours, and he actually did street interviews of people and ask them, kind of like Mark Dice does now, but actually was back then. Mark Dice is just, you know what? I like what Mark Dice does because it's fucking fair game, dude. Man, nobody knows fucking shit about anything anymore. But back then, 12 years ago or what that was fucking 20 years ago, anyway, he'd go on the street and ask people questions about the Constitution or who the fucking vice president is. I could get on the street. I live in a college town. I mean, a big college town now. I guarantee, and I'm probably going to do it this when college starts back up after summer. I'm going to probably go do flat earth shit and go ask political shit to these dumbass motherfuckers. Probably, and I'm not gonna. It's not their fucking fault, and so I feel bad, and I'm probably gonna cry when I'm asking the questions. I probably won't be able to do it because they're so fucking brainwashed that I probably won't even be able to do it. But yeah, you just ask them, who's the vice president? Ask 10 fucking people. How many are going to be able to answer the right question?
I'd probably guess right.
81. It's probably going to be one. Out of 10, probably one, maybe two.
Yeah.
Who's the vice president?
Hey, I'm going to get off there, seriously.
Slim odds.
Nice
All
talking
right, Vlad. Hey, thanks for coming on, Vlad, man. I appreciate you, brother.
Have a good one.
Good night.
But yeah, I mean, I see the value in that, but I don't. I mean, it's also kind of exploiting ignorance, I guess. But it's not for, it's kind of like making fun of the general public, which is not really cool. But it kind of exposes them. But at the same time, what are we supposed to know? So okay, so now you know or you don't know the political thing that should or should not exist. So what the fuck are we actually supposed to be doing? So whatever. That's not
I like money.
I like money. Well, where does money come from? Okay, right. Let me go on the streets and ask people, where does money come from? Where does your money come from? Let me ask them that. You think they'd know the answer to that one?
It comes from a private company.
I know you know the answers, Biker, and probably Allison. She probably knows too. But
that blows people away when you bring that up. It's like you realize the Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express.
It's a Ponzi scheme, baby.
Ponzi
just like
scheme,
insurance.
Upside down motherfucking pyramid.
Insurance is a fucking scam if I ever saw one in my life.
I don't pay any insurance company, and matter of fact, I'm in violation of the law now because I don't have health insurance.
Oh yeah, that's a fucked up bullshit right there. It's like, oh, we're just going to penalize you for not paying another fine.
Another fine that gives you a deductible that is even higher than you would pay for the premium on the health insurance that you. What the fuck are you supposed to do with that?
It's
$200 a month for insurance that you don't use, and then you get fined if you don't. I mean, come on, are you fucking serious, man?
Yeah, that's when you know you need to pack your shit and just leave. This country's bullshit.
Where are you gonna go to, though, man?
I'm going down south.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
going to where I'm at now, and I haven't paid. I pay taxes, comes out of my paycheck, but I haven't filed taxes in like 4 years, which.
No matter where you go, there you are.
There I am.
Yeah, but then there's a lot of places still on this planet that don't tax you for bullshit things and actually have decent health care.
Well, certainly not Costa Rica. Let me tell you that.
No.
Not anymore.
No, that's a funny
gone.
Banana Republic if I've ever heard of one.
Oh, it's terrible. The monkeys have it better down there. They eat better. I mean, seriously. Those cute little things. Oh my gosh. Did you guys see that article on that overweight monkey in, where was it? Like Thailand or something?
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the president again.
No. President-in-Chief comb-over extravaganza.
He's an orangutan if I've ever seen one.
Okay,
Oh my God,
speaking
I
of
will
that,
honestly say that I got duped. Seriously, I literally got
did you
duped. I
vote for
got
Trump?
sucked in. I didn't vote
Did you vote
because
for Trump?
I don't vote. I
Okay, I
haven't
didn't
voted
vote
since
either,
Ron
but-
Paul. Since 2008.
But anyway,
First time I voted in the
if I
last.
did vote, I would have voted for Trump, probably. But at the same time, what was your options? You know,
I would have wrote my name in.
Yeah, me too. But I mean, at the
I
same
definitely
time,
would not have gone for Gary Johnson. That fucking wolf in sheep's clothing, that little shittard.
Look, they're all selections. Nobody votes.
Right? I know.
I mean, come on, what a waste of
They're
time.
all like little celebrities, you know.
it's an exercise in futility to even to even participate in that. It's bullshit.
Well, here's the thing: like, you don't get to be president unless they have dirt on you. So think about that for a minute.
Well, no, I mean there are select families and stuff. I mean,
sure, but you cannot be controlled with a deep, dirty, dark secret and initiation.
oh yeah, you got to swear these like disgusting little blood oaths in a coffin and shit. You creepy, you creepy, crotchety fuckers in your underwear with candles. Fuck off, dude. Not my flat Earth.
I've there's some dates and names floating around on the dark web about all the at least 6 names, dates, and ages of children that Trump has been involved with, that he's paid off, and they closely align with every one of his bankruptcies that he's had to file.
Ugh, gross, 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 gross. Of course.
Of course.
Look, dude, of course.
So why do you think he got elected? Because
we are in an age
dirt.
of apathy, man.
Let me ask you this on this is relevant to that subject. Okay, so now you know, you got CNN, ABC, CBS, fucking all the other fucking major networks talking about how Trump and his son is affiliated with the Russians and all that stuff. Okay, now this is sensationalized. Now I'll tell you what. I actually would rather have Putin for president than fucking Trump, because that motherfucker has come out and said exactly what's going on in the Middle East.
I think the ruling class don't like Putin because he is not part of them. I feel that he is somehow got himself in a position to be the president of Russia, but he's like not connected. So
he's came out and verbally said what's going on in the Middle East. Same thing that fucking.
You don't think that Putin is controlled too, though?
Oh yes, he is, but at the same time, for some reason he can speak his mind. Well, no, not for some reason, because he's got power. He's got the fucking Russian government. But
yeah, he does.
Okay, but he does speak his mind, and he doesn't give a fuck. Right. And I'm not saying I'm not influenced by him, and I don't trust him. I don't trust him or Trump or any of these fuckers. But at the same time, the shit he did in Syria that went against what, like, okay, the plan was to take down Iraq, Iran, fucking Syria, Libya, which they got everybody but Iran and Syria now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Syria and then Iran.
And now they put this fake fucking shit with the beheadings and the ISIS shit on the fake beheadings on
Osiris,
and then the
ISIS.
fake fucking chemical attacks, and they said that the Syrian government did that shit, and it's quite obvious that it's bullshit, and then Russia came to their aid to stop ISIS, which that's all bullshit too, you know. So I mean, at the same time that Putin is, you know, has a front there in Syria, and he's supposedly fighting ISIS. That's all bullshit too. So,
well, Putin's not all that concerned about the petrodollar because he'll still continue to trade with Iran, you know, for oil and China. So, like, that was the only reason why we had to oust all these other Middle Eastern countries, is when they started talking about leaving the petrodollar. We had to make an example out of them.
Example A, Gaddafi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that's why I only have to watch like 5 minutes of mainstream news to know what the fuck's going on. because I can see through their it's weird, man. It's just weird to be able to see. Like I can't. I get sick. I get a really sick feeling in my stomach when I watch mainstream news.
Yeah,
But I'll tough my way through it for about 5-10 minutes, just to make sure that I'm right. You know.
Well,
I mean?
you kind of have to watch it out of the corner of your eye. So if you have family and friends that watch it, so at least you know what they're talking about, and you can be like, no, that's not what's really going on. You know,
I
you have to
do,
have a
but
pulse.
when I say that, guess what happens? Their eyes gloss over.
Yeah.
That's the fluoride stare.
I know that's the
fluoride stare. Oh my god.
It's it. It's it. It's done. It's like they wait for me to get done talking so they can move on. You know, with their life.
Yeah, they want to. It's just jump to NASCAR real quick, and then their eyes brighten up again.
No.
I'm telling you, there are so many distractions.
That's exactly what happens.
Who could ever watch NASCAR? You know, I literally tried. I made a concerted effort, as I do with anything.
Well, how fucking long can you watch NASCAR? The races are like
they just go around. I'm like, what is this?
Well,
no wonder you have to drink a case of beer to enjoy.
It's like, show me the end. You know.
Yeah, I just want to see the highlight reels of the crashes.
People camp out.
Right?
I'd love to be at the NASCAR party, man. I wouldn't give a fuck about the races. I just want to be there for the party.
Why? Why are you so dedicated to this?
Well,
I'd be people that aren't dedicated out there fucking partying, barbecuing. That's where I'd be.
It's social engineering.
Oh my gosh, I love barbecue.
It's complete social engineering. This whole country has a flag for you to wave. If for any interest that you could possibly be in. Oh, I'm into football. Okay, well, you live near this town. Here's a flag. Go wave this flag. Oh, they also happen to have an NBA team that plays right after after the football team. This is all about.
It's a coat of arms.
Yes, it's all the same crap, and it's just a giant distraction just to keep us from actually talking or listening or engaging. You know?
So how long does it take for a person to innately develop that dedication to that to that ideology?
Well, you're growing up with it because daddy likes my team.
So it does take a long time. It does take a long time. So to try to break that off of someone is
impossible, especially if they're from an area that's heavily indoctrinated in, just think of Auburn State. Those people are insane about their college team, right? It's like,
but it's the same for every culture. I'm talking like the truth, the truth that we're trying to bring out. Like, despite all of that, yes, I'm an Arkansas Razorbacks fan. I'll watch the football games and I'll hoorah rah for the Razorbacks here because I can still do that, but I have to pretend, honestly. But
it's like they'll oust you. It's like a bad movie where you're an alien and you're not one of the aliens, and they're like, not from here.
But I can pretend, but at the same time, it's fucking disheartening, dude, man. It's fucking bad, man. It's really horrible that.
Yeah, and the rest of the world's got soccer. Think about how ridiculous they're about. Oh, and Formula One and any kind of auto.
Yeah, but even besides their sports fanmanship or whatever the fuck you want to call it, that's their, that's their release. It's like, okay, after work or whatever.
It's called bread and circuses.
It's the work. It's the bread and circuses. That's what it is. But at the same time, how deep does that go down into their psyche where they participate in because as far as the bread and circuses go, that's connected to the political ideology. Everything's connected, and that is part of their system of growing or whatever. It's part of the corporate system, the part of the slave system that they live under. And they're comfortable in it. It's Stockholm syndrome.
Well, it sits in
personified.
It sits in the same region in the brain as religion does. That core belief, right? Same thing. If you're heavily into politics, you think from that same place as if you were heavily indoctrinated Christian.
Yes, and that's funny, maybe because when I watch like a lot of these, you know, we have these live YouTube chats and shit, but there are hundreds of YouTube channels that do live shit talking about Trump and liberal, all that shit. They do that shit all the time, and it's I can't watch them for like 15 seconds, and I'm like, are you fucking guys serious? And they are fucking serious, man, about this shit. And they think it's real.
Yeah.
And it is real. It is real in a certain sense.
It's real to them. And I think that's all that matters. It's like, this is the reality I've chosen to adopt for myself. I've made this part of my persona. I've made this part of my reality.
And they have like important. 1,500 viewers at a time, you know, on these live chats, you know. And there's people just Trump's this and Hillary's that and all this, and they're really fucking serious about it. And they really think, I mean, it's a fucking cartoon that's being created for them, but they're into it, and they really think they've been convinced that it's real, and it's really fucking sad.
It's fanaticism and being a part of a team. You know, it's like you have to wave the banner of somebody. So you might as well get on board with what we're pushing.
Burn face.
You know what really makes me feel bad is I actually have compassion for them, and I really wish that they could break through the motherfucking bullshit. I mean, that's the only reason I would even. I'm not a good spokesman or anything, obviously. But I really would never come on and talk about this shit. I would write music about it because I'm a musician, but I really have compassion for society, and I really want them to fucking wake the fuck up to this fucking bullshit, man. It pisses me off, man, that they won't.
They won't. I'm now convinced there's only about 15% of us who can wake up, and the rest are just cannon fodder.
Fucking sucks.
I hear birds.
Yeah, it's morning time for him.
I'm outside because I have to smoke outside, but it actually adds to the atmosphere because this message actually needs to go out to the world that you motherfuckers are being lied to. Everything you see on TV is fucking lies and bullshit. Wake the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
But okay, it's one thing to say wake the fuck up, but what does that mean? Like, what's the next step, right? You have to encourage people to do the next logical thing.
Well, it's all about lighting that spark, you know.
Yeah, but they're just going to be like, I'm awake, and then now they're just going to be in chat rooms. What's the next step? In my mind, the next step is spilling the blood of tyrants, is getting rid of everybody in Washington by force.
Oh.
That's the next step. If you want to change society, you have to actually change society. You can't just sit around and saber rattle and just gripe and go, yeah, well, it sucks, but, you know, what are we going to do?
Well,
I'll tell you what we're going to do.
But
5 million man march. What the fuck are they going to do? Right?
I know. And it's sad that that's never going to happen.
It better.
Everybody is too inoculated, indoctrinated, chemically fucked up, everything.
And you don't think that's on purpose? To keep us from marching? To keep us from actually doing anything?
I'm here, aren't I? So.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think there's only a very, very, very small percentage of us who will actually wake up, and 0% of us that will actually go and storm the castle.
Well, hey, and guess what? I don't have any arms. And honestly,
yeah, they're taking all our guns.
Well, guess what? Even if I've got a group of people with arms, like even how many 1,000 people with fucking M16s and maybe grenade launchers? You think I'm gonna be able to do it?
You guys are aware of what happened up in Oregon.
It's an ideology. You have to change their mind, and then that's the only reason I'm on here, because I want to. And I've tried to change people's minds, and I think I've been successful in certain areas. of people that are directly, influenced by me, personally about certain things. They're not all the way awake, but they know where the fuck I'm at. But you're not gonna fucking defeat them with guns. There is no fucking possible way that you're gonna defeat them with arms.
But if it was a surprise attack, 1 million people showed up in Washington just one day.
Okay, well, who the fuck is gonna be the leader after that's done?
Well, they'll probably find a shadow government to step in and declare martial law.
It has to become from the grassroots.
Sounds like a Bolshevik revolution, dude. Fuck
it needs to happen.
It has to be. It has to be It has to be a mind revolution, and it cannot be a physical revolution, or it's never going to work because you cannot defeat them. They are too powerful physically. It has to be in the mind, and it's already done for me. It's already done for you and for Allison, but there is no freaking way we're going to defeat them physically.
Well, and that's why I propose we just step out of society. I wish Anonymous Guest was on here because he and I talk about this all the time.
He got too drunk and fell asleep.
Yeah, he probably fell off his chair again. Does
that happen a lot?
It happens to at least Jebby Jedi at least once a night. I know that.
It often happens to me. I'm just giving him shit. I'm drunk and I'm still awake.
So if we were to start a separate society, we literally say, you know what? We don't want to be a part of your society anymore. This is a voluntary, peaceful declaration of our independence, and we aren't going to acknowledge you because we don't agree with what you're doing with our money, with our taxes, and the way you govern us.
That one that's like connecting people to shared communities.
Oh yeah, but see, they still have to pay taxes, right? But
sure, it's a collective.
If you create your own breakaway country with real diplomatic immunity, then you're no longer under.
Well, you have to make your own currency too.
Yeah, that's whatever. We can use seashells. It doesn't even matter.
You can't do any outsider training either.
And why would we need to? If there's enough people in flat Earth that can do everything, right?
I don't know.
There's people that know how to.
You might miss sea salt.
Well, you pick your location strategically of where you want to set your place up, right?
Yeah.
But
that website, I'm sorry, I just have to say this. I visited the website. I'm like, due diligence. Here we go. Let's just check it out, shall we? And it was mostly like clothing optional places. And I'm like, yeah, no. Because like, seriously.
I'm still rocking a six-pack. I could do it.
I'm rocking a beer belly, and I'll hang out. And I don't give a fuck.
That's all fine and dandy, but I don't know. Just like it feels. Maybe it's just me, but I feel irked about raising a family in that kind of environment.
No.
I think clothes are great because they protect the epidermis.
The epidermis
from abrasions and such.
That's the only reason.
You don't want to get chafed in certain situations.
There's entire communities in the Amazon rainforest that barely have a loincloth, and they seem to be doing just fine.
No, I know that. I understand that. Maybe I just like layers. I don't know. I like clothes. They're cute.
They're totally cute.
They are. Fuck
hey man, and I'll tell you, man, I like women's clothing. You know, American women clothing. You know, it accentuates their figure and stuff. I mean, I'm quite attracted to that.
Well, there'll be no high fructose corn syrup in my society, so all the women will just naturally look attractive.
Oh, they all look naturally attractive to me. I'm not particular, when it comes to that. So clothing or not, they're all attracted to me. It don't matter. I'm attracted.
So polygamy is in. Is that where we're going?
Oh my god, that's so.
Say polygamy is
so distorted, dude.
I didn't say nothing about marriage. Damn it! That's the whole talking about. I mean, you can look, but you can't touch. You know, sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You know. That's,
Oh my God! Imagine being married to 3 wives and then having the one wife turn turn the other 2 against you all at the same time. So you got 3 bitches on your ass.
I've been divorced twice, and so that means that I'm just what it's either me or them. I don't fucking know, man. I'm trying to figure it out. I still can't.
It's all about cash and prizes with women. If you can keep providing cash and prizes better than the next man, they'll stick around.
Oh wow, you really don't like girls, do you?
Oh, I love them. Are you kidding? I'm a consummate lover. Let's put it this way: I'm a Scorpio and a true lover. But right now, not so much.
You got that stinger. You got that stinger out.
Well, I'm a Cancer, I guess. I'm a Cancer, so that means I'm a Cancer, right? I'm a Cancer to women.
Well, I'm an Aries, so.
Well, and actually, you know, I've read that a lot of strong-willed women don't like Cancer men because they're too emotional sometimes. So sometimes you just got to be a little more brash and ballsy and manly.
Well, that means I have to try to do that. And why do I have to fucking make the effort?
Because they fucking leave your ass if you don't.
Well, apparently they do, motherfucker.
Okay.
Anyway,
all's
I'm
good.
being brash and aggressive against the fucking government and the bullshit that's going on right now. And somebody's going to like me one day that's going to fucking stick with me. Fuck it.
Yeah, and hopefully she won't be American.
Maybe she'll be a kid. I don't know how it works with women. I don't fucking understand women. I never understand that bullshit. But I know what I say right here, right now, is gonna live however long the fucking internet lives. And
I love those birds, man. That's so beautiful.
It's pretty nice out here. But anyway.
Like,
But anyway, I mean, I love women. I don't understand them and never will claim to understand this shit. And I miss being.
So you're saying you won't put the effort in to learn the women, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Can you learn? Can you learn?
Well, yeah, and that's my problem. I've learned all their tricks. I know everything about them now, and now I'm jaded.
How many women are you single?
I don't think you do, bro.
Does that banging a bunch of chicks at once? Does that count?
No.
No, it doesn't.
All right, then I'm single.
All right, there you go. I haven't had sex in like 7-8 years. I'm a celibate man right now. I I only like to have sex and with a woman that's into me or whatever.
I used to be that way, and I still want that, but women don't really care anymore. They don't want meaningful, lasting relationships.
Well, I don't want them then. I don't give a fuck.
Don't waste
I want to have a fun woman, that wants me for me. That's all.
But if you can find somebody that's a fuck buddy, then why wouldn't you? You're both like, you know what? I don't really want to live with you or do anything, but let's fuck,
but,
right?
At the end of the day, I mean, like after
that could be fun, but I have fun. I have fun doing this, so whatever the fuck.
There you go. Yeah, and you can jack off, and we wouldn't even know.
Well,
I'm jacking off right now.
Exactly.
God.
This is a clothing optional chat.
I'm just kidding. I'm not. I mean, honestly, no. But seriously though, as far as it goes with women, I honestly feel like I'm gonna meet someone one day that's really gonna be into me, and we're gonna be cool with each other again, whatever. And I just got burnt so bad, man. I've been divorced twice. It just fucking sucks. It's bullshit, man. Fuck that shit, man. I got hurt so fucking bad. And I hurt myself. I did some bullshit. They did some bullshit. Fuck that shit, man. I'm better off alone, you know what I mean?
It's a messy proposition to want to be with somebody and pour out your heart to them. And when they don't give it back in return, or they abuse your trust, it really makes you jaded, and it puts your guard up, and it's not fair to the next person who comes along.
I'm not even in a position where I can give a fuck if I meet a woman right now, honestly.
Well, if you're hanging out at your brother's house and living with your mom, then probably not. But you're happy how you are right now, and that's all that matters.
Oh, I actually do want to meet a woman one day, soon, but I honestly have different objectives right now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and
prioritize.
That's what I think is the most important thing that people need to recognize is stop chasing after women for romance when maybe there's something better for you to be doing with your time and energy.
Well, sure, and it's always good to start off on like a friendship level. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really just get to know somebody before you jump right into it.
Oh, definitely, and that's the way I've always been. Honestly, I've never been like
does not compute.
A whore. I've never been a whore, like just run around and just lay women everywhere.
Oh,
I've never been like that.
You poor guy.
I know.
I've always had girlfriends and shit. Whatever.
It's like, well, I'll be honest. I'm still friends with at least 3 of my exes. So I'm not a bad person. I play a dick on the internet, but
sure, you got to have your guard up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got to put your full armor on.
Play a dick on the internet.
And it's funnier too, because especially when you've got a captive audience and you can see the reactions to the bullshit you're saying, it's like, oh, this is funny. This is gonna go bad.
You know what's funny? I've only done this. I'm only recently into this where I can just like, well, actually, I have never actually. I'm not even able to do that. I can't. Well, I can kind of play an act, and I don't.
Well, you're cancer. Everything. You can't. You're very emotional and caring.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
Because like if I was to let a couple trolls on here on the channel and we started debating flat Earth, I'll fucking end up screaming at them.
Just don't snipe me, bros.
Yeah. And
you fucking dicks.
And I'm pretty amiable, it's like I'll get along with anything like in a relationship until you back me into a corner. And then it's like, you know what, fucking bitch? No. And you will not win this one.
Well,
right?
I've been in debates.
Well, it sounds like
what I do is go ahead, Anson.
Bad experiences,
Well, like I said, I chose relationships based on proximity. Either I met them at work or school, or I chose them based on, we like each other's looks, right? And sure. I never sought a relationship until now in my later years, when I'm wiser, that I seek it on compatibility and mutual interests, because that's how you're going to end up being friends, is you have to just kind of like each other in the first place. And you also have to have shared activities. That's not just sex.
Sure. Well, I think number one is music brings people together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Music is a good thing.
Number one. It's a must. I mean, I wouldn't associate myself with somebody that loves Chicago. Okay. That band sucks balls.
Hey, what about Air Supply though?
You don't love me. You don't love me more today than yesterday?
No. I love Air Supply though.
I do too, man. Everybody loves Air Supply. You got to.
They just came through town a couple of weeks ago. I laughed when I saw they're on the billboard. I'm like, are they still around?
Fucking Air Supply is the shit.
It's like, all right, I can't go see a band outside their prime. I'm sorry.
Why not?
Because it ruins it.
I saw Mountain, dude. I went to go see Mountain.
No, Mountain rocked. Lead Betty.
And I was like the only 26-year-old in the room.
So
I was like, yo, fucking Leslie West. Wow. Drinking my Heineken.
So I've got tickets to Paul and Oates, and I'm not going.
Paul and Oates?
That's the original band.
I said Hall and Oates. I'm not going because I've heard them as they're older, and it's awful. It's like, I just want to remember. I'm in Vegas. You get tickets all the time here. I just want to remember them as they were in the 80s.
Little Clipper guys.
Hey, have you seen that? Have you seen that TV show on MTV? Daryl has people at his house, different bands, and he's got the studio in his house, and they play live shit. Have you seen that, Daryl Hall?
No.
Oh, he's got an MTV show or something. I don't know if it's on MTV or another channel.
Well, I don't have.
He'll have some old bands come in, and they'll play several songs. Anyway, it's pretty cool actually. Daryl's fucking talented, man. He's a good guitar player, great singer, and they sing harmonies and shit. Play some of the whatever band he's there with. He sings harmony with all this shit. You know, it's freaking cool. And they eat dinner or whatever and sit and talk. Anyway, it's funny. It's a good show.
Who is that?
Daryl Hall from Hall and Oates.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you got to check it out. Yeah, look it up.
I will.
I can't remember what the show's called, but it's Daryl Hall. It's like his house. He's got this fucking big ass mansion.
Of course, it's all like fucking great.
He's got like this huge studio and
asshole. He made a shit ton of music for making shitty music. Oh no, just kidding.
No, it's really good actually. I mean, it's just really cool to see that. Like he has like some R&B artists from the '60s or whatever come and they just like play music together and shit. It's fun. I mean, I would love to do that with somebody, you know.
Hell yeah.
And so that's what it is. The show's about, you know, him having some people come in, some old school people come in and play some of their songs, and he plays it with them, and they sing together and whatever. It's a cool show, and they eat dinner and shit and talk about old times or whatever. It's fun. It's a cool show.
Absolutely.
My last breakup consisted of "She's Gone" over and over and over and over again.
No.
She's gone over.
Oh my god, torture.
I love that song now.
Which one? Who?
Hall and Oates, "She's Gone."
Okay, well, I was thinking like
my
Steel
The
Heart.
worst-
She's
the worst-
gone out of my life.
Oh, not
I
that one.
was wrong. You never heard that one?
Yeah,
The
I've-
saddest breakup song ever is Jeff Buckley, "Last Goodbye." Oh. That is the worst, isn't it? You don't think so?
I'm such a sap, though. I hated myself for being dumped.
Don't hate yourself. I mean, come on, stop it.
Yeah, it was sad.
Take 2 red pills and call me in the morning.
Well, I basically went down the route of MGTOW, and now it's sour to me, I guess.
Aw.
Yeah. So this turned sad.
Cue violins. I don't have one. I don't even know how to play those things. Oh, I got rejected from getting free lessons one time. Just because I missed a key on the piano blindfolded. Fuck.
What?
I know, talk about rejection, right?
Look at a bit.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to hear the remix of all my tonight. That will be epic if Flat Still Earth can do that. And take all of the just do like a whole remix.
Where's that music coming from?
I don't know. It's not me. Maybe it's Sad Boy.
My sad, lonely life.
Maybe it's Sad Boy over here. No wonder you're sad. You're a fucking stormtrooper. You think the Earth is a ball. Of course you're sad.
It's not a ball.
What is it? A popsicle?
I'm gonna write a song called Earth Agnostic.
Yes.
That's it. That's
I
it.
approve.
I'm gonna
I
write it for
approve.
all the non-ballers and the non-flatters.
The fencers.
Called Earth Agnostic.
Call them the fencers.
That's the center. We really
The fencers are at the center. Oh my god, I'm being so silly.
I'm an Earth Agnostic.
Yes.
Look, I've got about 85%. Like, I'm on board. I'm like, okay, this other 15%, you guys are talking out your ass.
Oh yeah. Well, it appears to be a flat stationary plane.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, completely.
Okay. Well, I got a new song that you guys haven't heard yet. Nobody has, but I'm gonna wait. and it has everything to do with that.
Ooh. Do we get a private listening party? Let's do that. Let's make it all secret. A select few are invited.
I'm live. It's not secret if I sing it right
You're not
now.
on the list. Go, Eque.
Secret handshakes and everything.
Bring a
I actually
candle.
sang it for Walt the other
Bring a
night.
candle and a cape.
I sang a little bit of it for Walt the other night.
Yeah.
Oh, we've only got 19 people watching, so this is a private club.
Is it really?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of.
That's enough.
It's early in the morning for us, but
Yeah,
probably
it's early morning for me, and I'm.
It's all
gonna probably sound like shit if I sing it right now.
The UK's coming.
Russia and the UK are coming in. They're like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?"
And they ain't even listening. Honestly, you guys should watch the video on my channel. I found this video because I went on that 24/7 Russian channel that's on.
Yeah, I went on there too. I was like, I don't speak English, but fuck yeah, I love you guys.
But you can like open another tab and type something in on Google Translate and go and type and then translate in the chat and talk to them. Well, anyway, I went and did that, and they were like, "You got to watch this video." And they sent me the video, and it was a Creative Commons video, so I mirrored it on my channel.
Fuck
and that's that Hyperborea video that's on my channel. And so I've got that video with the English translation on there, and then that's where I put the music, my music from the 90s with that video.
I fucking love that stoner rock, man. Fuck yeah.
Like it? That's
fun. Raw, gritty shit, man. I love it.
Hell yeah. Well, I got a whole album. That's 2 songs from that album. You got to listen to the rest of it. It's good stuff.
On the real.
It's on. I have a playlist of all my music on that. Not all of it, most of it on my channel. But anyway, that Hyperborea video with the Russian translation. It's like this Russian chick. She's explaining it and she's like talking about it. You guys got to watch that because that's why. Like when I went in that chat, I was like, I'm from Arkansas, and they were laughing at me. They were like, "You think you're in Arkansas? You don't even know where you're at." You know, like, I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Russia.
Yeah, they're like, "You don't even know. You're not in Arkansas. Yeah, you think you're in Arkansas? You know where you're at, North America or whatever." And they sent me that video, and then I started watching that video, and they were like, had the Bermuda Triangle with Titanic going through it to other lands and shit.
Oh shit! Is it like Atlantean?
Like we're in Midgard.
Shit.
We're in Midgard, and there's Asgard and what was the other? Anyway, you guys, it's only like a 12-minute video. You guys got to watch it. It's on my channel.
I will.
Yeah, it's on my watch next list actually.
Yeah, go ahead and watch that. It's pretty cool.
I wasn't going to watch it the first time you said, because you said it was in Russian. I'm like, shit, I gotta.
No, it's a Russian chick translate. She talks in English and she translates the Russian.
Yeah, and I was like, I'll get around to that when I can bust out the translator.
But then I since it was Creative Commons, I put some of my music to the video because the video was really cool. And my music went really good with the video, so I was like, oh hell yeah. So I just started messing with it, and I was like, oh yeah, the music kind of follows along with it. Hell yeah. Anyway,
I had this interesting thought about music the other day. So you know how music festivals are kind of like a big thing now with the youth, and they always seem to be out in the middle of nowhere, and they're always fenced off. What if that's how they're going to get people into these FEMA camps? They're just going to call them music festivals.
Maybe.
Hey, man, speaking of that, you remember, I don't know if you remember this.
I was thinking like taking that and making a flat earth music festival, like Burning Man.
Yeah.
But instead of burning like, their little people or their effigies or whatever, we have an effigy of the globe and
of
burn
course.
that.
Yes. Just
man, fucking pallets.
There'd be like 7 people there.
I know. Maybe the people that help build it will be there to burn it down.
Exactly.
I have a globe.
Like all flat earthers are broke and can't travel. So
I have a globe. Like I went to my brother's house, and he's got this globe. It's like you plug it in, and it lights from the inside, and you can spin it around and shit.
Ugh,
And
I
he
hate
had it in the
tobacco in my
trash, and I
mouth.
was like, "What are you gonna do with that?" And he's like, "It's going in the trash." And I was like, "Nah, I'm gonna find something to do with that motherfucker." So I gotta find some big ass firecracker to blow that some bitch up, or I'm gonna do something creative, run it over with the fucking lawnmower or something. I'm gonna video with that shit.
No, all
So I
you
got
need
it.
is a small bottle of rubbing alcohol
Yeah.
and a match. Just
Well,
to kind of throw it on there.
That's not exciting enough. I think
No, I'm gonna do something.
It's pretty exciting. I
in a
did that
state-
I did that to a Trump sign. It was great.
You live in a state. You live in a state where you can get some awesome fireworks. I would go that route.
Arizona, no. You,
no,
know
not
where you
you.
want to
but-
go?
I'm in Arkansas.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Arkansas. Yeah,
Matter
they
of
got.
fact,
Do you
we
get
have
do you get the
leftover
ones that
fireworks.
you can put down the tube and they just soar
Yeah,
up in the sky?
they sell mortars there, right at the border. It's
Fuck
hilarious.
Those
There's
are the
fireworks
bomb.
stores right at the border of Missouri and shit. It's hilarious. I'm like, you guys gotta be kidding me. Like year-round, 24-hour stores. It's like, really? People need fireworks
Well,
in
Indian
November?
reservations,
Yes,
there's no
they
laws
do.
there. Yeah,
People
yeah.
do
Yeah,
need
there's plenty
fireworks.
of them,
I
yeah.
approve of this message.
It's like they need some shit to blow up.
They're fucking fun as shit, man.
Yeah, I've been
Just gotta
trying to
be
figure out a
careful.
creative way to blow up the globe.
Just don't be an idiot. I
Video
mean,
it.
seriously.
Oh,
Literally,
no,
like
no,
that's
definitely
the
be an
only
idiot.
warning
That's-
label that
that's
needs to
the-
be on
that's the
shit
flare.
is
It's gotta
don't be a
it's
fucking
gotta be
idiot.
the flare. It's gotta be over the top.
I thought the instructions included hold my beer, watch this.
Yes, yeah, especially in Arkansas. Shit.
Yes. And now, it's like you're getting extra encouragement because somebody's putting it on the YouTubes.
YouTubes.
Tubby woobies.
Hold my beer, watch this. Hey, get out your phone. This guy's going to
Look
be
at-
on the
I'm
YouTube.
famous. I'm on TV.
Dude, yeah, I've been holding on to this globe for like 4
Fuck
months.
that,
trying
man.
to figure out how I'm gonna blow this motherfucker up.
You know what's funny about the accent is that I did a cross-country trip, and then every state I went into that had the accent, I just was mimicking it, and nobody knew I was from California. It was funny, and I just thought I was so smug and being such a dick because I was just busting out this southern drawl. And you know what was funny? By the time we got to Arizona, I couldn't stop doing it. It became a habit.
Became part of you.
Yeah, it was weird.
Oh my god.
How's
Try
your
learning Welsh, man. Blech.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how's your British accent?
Mine?
Well, you know what's so funny is
Or
like
both, I don't know.
British.
Mine is actually okay. See, I never caught on. No, that's too forced. I never caught on. No, I never did like a very good accent.
Now the thing is,
Believe
it's
it or
like,
not,
in our heads it sounds one way.
my older
but-
sister, she went full blown into the Welsh and like
yeah, you have to be
inflection on it.
knowledgeable of the district.
Ugh.
Yeah, because you can totally just sound Cockney to you're from Cardiff, you're from Wales. You can just totally mess it up if you don't understand the areas.
I don't know. I just copied my dad.
Yeah,
He had the accent.
Like I can do a little British accent, but you have to be knowledgeable of the district, because they know.
Right. And a lot of people that try to mimic it end up just doing a shitty Cockney accent because they saw it on TV or it was in some Guy Ritchie film, right? Yeah.
Guy Ritchie. I saw this on Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, man.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly the movie I was thinking of. It's like, oh, I can speak a British accent because I sound like a bunch of Cockney thugs.
All you got to do is say "fuck."
Fuck, mate.
Fuck that, man. No, stop it. Don't make fun.
And be daft.
Did you give her the old "How's your father"?
I'll tell you what, though, they are the least. They would laugh at us trying to
Of
mimic
course.
them. They're the least offended by us trying to mimic their accent.
I know. I think they find it precious, don't they?
Yeah, it's like, oh, that's cute. The breakaway,
adorable.
the breakaway tribe is trying to
Yeah, well,
be proper.
the breakaway tribe. Breakaways. Oh my god.
And and the Australians went completely the other way. This where they literally just took the worst people, put them on an island, and they just invented their own version. It's so funny. It's like I hear English words.
So is America, dude. So is America.
I hear English words,
sent
but I
people
don't.
over here for indentured servitude.
Yeah, it's
but
so,
honestly,
lots of bad people came over here too.
It's like I hear English words, but I don't understand what you're saying.
Honestly, though, don't you think that the British are a little jealous that we've perfected their language?
Well, there's a very
even though some of us have not perfected it, but
well, the aristocratic upper crust society would say that they have it correct.
Rather.
Right, but we can take it like the New Englander, Northern, I've sailed on my yacht to the Hamptons for the weekend, and I summered, and
Bunny, can you hand me my tennis racket?
Right. It's like, do those people really exist? Do they not hear themselves? They're ridiculous.
Sure. The upper crust. There's a whole story behind that.
Yeah.
It all comes down to bread, man.
It's always about the bread. I want to be part of the cake crowd, honestly.
The cake? You want to be part of the...
Let them eat cake. Oh, sounds good to me. You guys are passing out cake instead of this crusty ass shit. Alms for the poor, please.
Awkward silence. Oh, it happened.
But were we supposed to continue speaking in weird accents that we know nothing about?
No, I mean, I do. It just feels weird to me. It just feels forced now. So, like, I don't want to do it.
Right. Now there's people watching. There's
there
pressure.
Are. I'm like,
there's
God.
Pressure.
See, now I'm like, now I'm
look,
looking.
more people just came in the room. Look at that. See, look.
See, fuck you, man.
Oh, look, even Nathan Oakley's giving us advice on Cockney. See? I want to hear a Southern drawl. All right.
No, I won't.
No. I bet you got a cute one.
Today.
Oh, do a Southern Belle one.
I can't.
Oh, I do declare. Do that one.
So, it's terrible.
Y'all hold my beer. Watch this.
Y'all hold my beer. Watch this.
These people. I tell you what. Yeah, that's another one. It's like all the like the lexicon that creeps into everybody's language. I'll tell you what. Right? I don't say that, but why do I say that now? Fucking King of the Hill says it all the time.
Now I'm gonna tell you something. Now sit down. Where is that from? I forget that one. I don't know. You know what one of my favorite movies is Hamlet 2. I don't know why. I just fucking love that movie. Oh. Because he says there are so many great like one punch liners in there. And he goes, I get paid in gas money, which is why I skate. You know? I don't know.
Propane and propane accessories.
Is that fucking Danny McBride or something?
No, it's Hank Hill.
Oh no! Oh my god! I wasn't allowed to watch that.
Really?
Yeah.
Even now?
I wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons. I don't know.
You're barely younger than I am. You would have been an adult while that was on TV. Who's keeping you from watching? What patriarchy are you living under? The oppression, I tell you.
That's personal.
Right? What the fuck is your problem, man? I'll tell you what.
I wasn't into cartoons at that point in time. And then I came back to cartoons.
If they're irreverent and making fun of everything, I'm all about it.
Yeah, really. I didn't have time for that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't have time for them now, but it was
Hank Hill is the devil. Thank you, Nathan Oakley. Thank you for your contribution. You were born in 1980? Oh my gosh.
That's the devil. That's the devil inside you. I will exorcise the demons.
Oh my Lord.
Oh Lord.
Are we in what is that called? You know, that religion that does with the snake charming
I was
stuff.
just thinking of the snake people, right? I can't remember who. There's
Pentecostal.
some kind of a Baptist, right? Anabaptist. I don't know. Fucking.
I thought it was Pentecostal.
Snake Baptist. Well, Pentecostals are the ones that will flop around on the floors and be consumed by the spirits, speak in tongues and stuff. But I imagine.
But what's the one that does that and the snakes?
And the snakes. I think that's just like one group. It's kind of like Hillsborough Baptist, you know, or whatever they're called.
Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Snake charming is the devil.
It's the devil. That's the devil. I tell you what.
I can clarify all of the Pentecostal denominations for you if you desire, which I really don't
am
think is
interested,
necessary.
actually.
Oh, you are actually? Really?
Yes.
Okay, well, there are several different types of Pentecostal denominations. The snake handlers.
There's a flavor for everybody.
Do with that. That is a very minuscule part of the Pentecostal denominations. And when I was in the Pentecostal religion, that was religion. Damn, I hate that fucking word.
Just say cult from now on. It's funnier.
Okay, when I was in no, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to.
Stop being a cancer. Come on.
Oh, no, listen, I honestly feel like, well, yeah, you guys can make fun of me if you want, but
no.
I honestly feel I don't follow the Christian doctrine anymore the way that it's taught in the churches.
I do believe that's a bastardization. I will agree with that.
It and most of the Pentecostal denominations are very similar to the Baptist denominations. If you look at the doctrine, now this is very core for these religions, and you know what's funny is these core doctrines aren't taught in these churches, whether it be Baptist, Pentecostal, and those are two that are just general. They're very core general. You say Baptist, Pentecostal, okay. Well, how many separations of the Baptist and the Pentecostal denominations, especially in the South, do you have? How many branches off of those two do you have?
Probably hundreds.
Hundreds. Okay. So the core doctrinal principles. Now the Baptists, the main difference in those denominations, and unfortunately, it's the speaking in tongues deal, right? and also, as far as the Baptist doctrine goes, if you're Baptist, it's once saved, always saved. This is the way, this is the way they teach it. And for the most part, every church is a social club, and the core doctrines aren't important to the people that go to church there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when I went to church and I was learning these things, it was important to me, and it was very confusing. Because, for the same reason, flat earth is very important to me now. So I actually, when I came upon, like, I was raised Catholic, and the Catholic doctrine was never, the entire time I grew up till I was 18 years old, I was raised Catholic. Their doctrine was never fed into me. I didn't know shit about Catholic doctrine. I knew the rituals. I didn't know what they meant. They never told me what they meant. You go do this. This is what Catholicism is. They didn't tell me what it was, what it meant, why you're doing it. And I never asked. I did have some spiritual experiences with friends, and you know what? The Creator, I believe, kept me from that knowledge about this demonic religion. And when I came across, after my hiatus in my 20s with whatever, I never have not believed in the Creator. When I came across the information, well, see, I had a very profound spiritual experience when I think I was 30 years old, or around 30. And it was at my home by myself. I had a realization of the Word of God, which I was brought up in through the Catholic Church, which they never taught me anything about except for a couple stories about Noah's Ark and the rituals that they go through. That you go in the church and you do the sign of the cross. And I was in the youth group, then, but it was more about personal relationships than with other people. And there was a lot of profound times that I had with, and I built very good friendships with people that I met, but it wasn't focused on the Bible like it is in the Protestant church. Okay, so I at one point in my life, I became what you would call quote unquote saved. And at that point, I swear, man, when I had this epiphany, I guess you would call it, or whatever, I watched a television show, and there was a preacher on there, and he said whatever he said, and this is something I experienced, and I'm giving it to you for what it's worth. The next day, I woke up and realized that the Word of God is true. The Bible is true. This is the way I felt then. And I was on fire like I am now. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be on here pouring my heart out to you guys.
Right.
about all the stuff that that I've experienced, because this is important I think for people to understand how Christians feel when they actually believe the Word of God. Okay, what they call the Word of God.
Hold on, I gotta go take a picture of the moon right now. I'll be right back.
No problem. I'll continue. When Christians actually believe the Word of God, when it hits them, there's nothing that you can do to stop it. So, when that hit me, I was on fire, and there was nothing that could stop me. The next day, I felt like I was walking a foot above the ground. I physically was affected by this belief. And honestly, at this point, I still believe that it was a spiritual experience. It was a level of spiritual experience that you can't achieve And it can happen in other religions this way. Now I believe that. When I went to church and tried to express these feelings, and it was a beautiful church, great people in there, very nice people. I was like, I want to learn more about the Bible. You guys show me what this is, that I'm feeling right now. Out of 1,000 people, guess how many were like, dude, I'm going to show you exactly what you're feeling?
Probably none.
0.
Yep.
I spent 10 years, well, not 10, about 8 years. But guess what? That was my enlightenment. And that's why it's not because of them or the Bible or anything about that why I don't follow that philosophy anymore, because it definitely opened my eyes to the higher understanding of my spiritual reality, because I quickly realized that they were just in a social club. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
it's not their fault. I just continued without them. You know what I mean?
I actually had to walk away from religion because, all right. So I got married to my quote unquote high school sweetheart, and she was of a different denomination than I was. But they were more, I guess, Pentecostal. A little. No, when that's what's the word they do if they're a little more hand waving in the aisles? Not necessarily Pentecostal, but
I was full blown Pentecostal, man.
evangelical, I guess. Yeah, maybe evangelical. Anywho, they didn't approve of us running off and getting married. So they'd actually, I found out later, we managed to make it a year, and she finally filed for divorce, which I thought the whole point of making it a year was you could make it another and then another and another. I really loved this girl, but I guess she did not. Anyway, so we heard that, or I had heard after the fact, that her family's church would every Wednesday night hold a prayer group to break us up.
What?
Yes. Yeah, they're like doing like fucking seance shit.
Basically.
See, I don't like that.
And then that's when my eyes started to be opened. It's just like how hypocritical.
That's kind of like, man, if like I was raised Catholic, if I'd have stuck with Catholic Church and I met a woman that wasn't Catholic, my priest wouldn't have married us.
Exactly. So weird, right? So that's when my eyes started being open to the dripping, scathing hypocrisy of religion and Christianity in general. It's like I thought I was idealistic, and I thought everybody was supposed to be following the word of God and living a life like Christ taught us to live and those kind of things. And I was very Bible thumperish. I was proselytizing my friends left and right.
I was too. I went door to door at points.
Well, I think religion is just all about putting on a suit, you know?
Yeah, and so you basically...
It's not really being yourself. Spirituality and your personal relationship with God.
Yeah, you can be a sinner 6 days a week, and on the seventh day you go and repent.
That's an individual experience. But religion makes it like you have to follow suit with a crowd, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's just the same kind of like groupthink mindset, you know, own group preference kind of stuff. And I always fought the whole idea of dressing up to go to church. My idea was, well, if God knows my true heart and my true intention, since he created me, why do I have to put on stupid fancy clothes? Right?
Dressing up. Dress your Sunday best.
Yeah, it seems to me like you guys are only dressing up for each other. And that wasn't that. I mean, I wasn't really allowed to have that opinion.
It's almost like a display of like hierarchy too, in that sense.
Right.
Like who has the best clothes, you know, and who's tattered and torn.
So I went to this one church before they did a remodel, and the pews were like so 90s colors. We're talking magenta, teal, and some other color.
Mauve.
So, yeah. No, there were
Not
solid
pink,
colors.
but not
And that
purple.
was probably the coolest church you ever been in, right?
It was a great
No.
church. And you know what's
No,
funny? Because
My
it
church
was
had like straw, like carpet on the walls.
oh
So
no.
if you leaned up against it, it would like, oh, it'd hurt you, it'd itch. So you have to like just not lean against the walls. That's some fucked up mind control bullshit right there.
So one of the reasons why they decided to do the remodel was because they found out that certain women wouldn't stay in the church if they had to sit in a pink or a hot pink row if it didn't match their dress. Isn't that crazy?
Go any
No
further.
way.
We've all been through this shit. If you're in America, this shit, especially in the South, these people are so superficial. It gets to the point of ridiculousness, and it's a social club, and
A
it's
facade.
it's for them, and their whole life revolves kind of around this
Yeah.
church and their soccer games, and and that's fine. That's for them.
It made it
Whatever,
easier to
you
walk
can't
away
tell them a
from.
fucking thing, it's fine.
Yeah, it made it easier for me to walk away from because I didn't grow up in that particular thing. I came to it later in life as an outsider. So I was always questioning everything, and they wouldn't answer half the questions that I had. It's like, well, what about in Genesis when it talks about the first Adam and first Eve? Surely the author would have remembered he just talked about creating Adam a chapter ago. So who's this Adam? Oh, no, you're just reading into it wrong. And they're like, well, who are these giants? What's this about these giants things?
Yeah, they don't care about that. But I want to say this in defense of the friends and family that I made in the church that I was going to. I met some really, really caring, loving people that considered me family and helped me in my time of need.
Absolutely.
And there are those kinds of people outside of church as well.
Yeah,
So
they exist anyway.
I don't blame it on church, but I
No.
do blame what is happening to our society on that religion.
Well, you can find discrepancies everywhere.
Yep.
Sure.
In every facet
There are
of the
good people.
infrastructure of our society.
There are fucking beautiful atheists. I know many,
Sure.
many atheists that will give you the shirt off their back.
And then we have the Hillsboro Baptist crew.
I don't know who they are.
How do you
I don't
not?
know.
I do.
They go and
Okay.
protest everywhere and says
They're
God
the ones
hates
that have all the
fags.
signs up that says God hates fags.
Or they
Oh,
go or like
really?
a veteran's funeral and they're like he died he deserves to burn in hell kind of stuff.
Wow. Well, those people are
They're
just
the
like
ones that the
fucking,
bikers kick their ass.
yeah, they're fucked up people, man. They're deranged. They're mental.
Well,
They're
that's the point we're making.
No, but that's not
you're
the point I'm making. The point I'm making is there are a lot of great people in those churches that
Mhm.
actually genuinely believe that, but they're not concerned about the things we're talking about, the deeper things of spiritual understanding, the deeper things of the psyops that are going on with the government, all that stuff. I tried to tell them that I tried to tell them while I was in the church. They wouldn't listen to me. A few did. I mean, I was in a church of 1,200 people, and I got through to maybe 10. And I was a worship leader at the church, and they're just like everybody else. They have concern for their family. They got their job. They got their money, and they've got their
They're in the spinning
soccer
wheel.
teams. They're in the fucking cycle. You know what I mean? So they may see it a little bit, but they understand what it means if they really go the full distance like we are right now.
They'll wind up like us.
Yes, and so what the fuck are you supposed to do? And so it's like you have to make a choice once you really see it. You know what I mean? And so,
are you backsliding, bro? Are you backsliding?
No, I never backslide. I'm all the way out there. That's why I'm where I'm at now. Because I was trying to tell them what the fuck was going on. They wouldn't fucking listen to me. I mean, friends, people that I cared about that considered me family. I was trying to tell them, listen, the fucking news is fake. They're lying to you. I mean, this was years and years ago.
Yeah.
Before I ever heard about flat Earth.
They're just like, you're crazy. What are you talking about?
Psyop. You know what I mean? This is bullshit. And then they'd be talking about it in church. It'd be like, and then the preacher be preaching a sermon about the fucking Islamic fucking terrorism and shit. I'm like, you
Well,
motherfucker,
you know that those
that's
pastors,
some bullshit. You know, I'm trying to
get a
tell them, and they
pre-written
wouldn't fucking
script,
listen to me.
They get a pre-written script that they tell to their masses, you know?
And then, okay, this is my fucking channel. I'll go ahead and say this right now. When I was inside that, and I found out about the fucking World War II fucking psyop. My preacher is fucking preaching Israel worship all fucking day long.
Oh, I don't get that, man.
Every fucking week, and everybody's like, Israel, Israel, Israel.
Stupid, man.
Dude, I started getting, that's when I lost it, man. That's why I'm not there anymore, man. That's why I can't understand why every church in America is worshiping Israel. Every church. They believe that the book of Revelation all revolves around this land called Israel. And I actually, if you understand where I'm coming from, and I'm not going to teach it right here, but maybe I should do another show on it, and I should get prepared to talk about it. But I call it Israel worship. That is what's going on in the modern church in America today is Israel worship. These motherfuckers, I mean, pardon my French, I don't care, man. It's Israel worship. Benjamin Netanyahu is a demon, dude.
Lay motherfucker.
It's suicide, man. It's fucking suicide.
You know, I never got that whole thing. It was like everybody was all excited about going to the Holy Land and spending all this money to go see a bunch of shit that has no
once
relation.
I started seeing it, I was still in the church, and I'm like, are you fucking guys serious? And my preacher every week would be like, Israel, woo! Israel, I wish I could get Benjamin Netanyahu right here in my pulpit.
Oh, no.
Demon.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, talk about a serpent tongue.
Synagogue of Satan. That's what they are.
Yeah.
That is what they are. That it's if Bible prophecy is real,
it's not. It's a version of the truth. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but it is true.
Well, here's the way I think it's going down. I think people are adapting real life events and real social political events to fit the narrative of the Bible.
Yes.
Of the last days stuff.
And that, you know, and that's why I'm so thankful that I went through that so that I could see the bigger picture of what's really happening. And it makes me more compassionate for the people in these churches, but at the same time, like you were saying earlier, they're not going to wake up.
Right. They won't.
It fucking sucks. It pisses me off.
Yeah.
Well, all you can do is just keep on keeping on, you know?
That's why I opened this up tonight. I wanted to talk about the fucking fake E map that everybody's thinking that's the fucking map of fucking flat map. That's some bullshit, man.
It is.
And Jaron, I mean, I love Jaron, man. I love all the work he's done, but he was sitting there for 3 hours defending the AE map tonight. Bullshit.
Boring. Boring. You're a fucking bore. Go away. Boring. Go sell your fucking candles.
Sorry, Jaron. I love your work, man. I love your work, Jaron. But damn, man, the AE map is bullshit.
Well, that's the problem when you run out of things to talk about, you start speculating. And that's what I avoid the flat earth community for is, you know what?
It's a jungle out there.
Exactly.
It is.
Dude, it gets wilder and wilder, man. How deep we got to crawl into this?
If you ain't got a machete, you better try to fashion one yourself.
That'd be the big one, man. I'm going to get one of them, like them big swords, like the video games where they got the big ass sword. I'm sorry, man. I'm getting out of control. I'm like daytime here.
You're stellar, bro.
It's your channel.
I know, but I don't know when I should shut it off.
I got sucked into the goddamn vortex here.
Yeah,
Hey, how deep down the rabbit hole you want to go? What else? What other topics are you curious about?
Me, I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
don't get me started.
No, don't get bikers started.
Oh, you know what really bothers me is this whole simulation theory thing. Like
Yeah,
I've
real to me.
tried to do my due diligence on it and try to like wrap my mind around it, but certain people that are proponents of it are acting like fucking psychos, and it's just like, I don't know, I can't take it serious.
Hey, I don't take it serious either. You know why? Because if I stab myself in the leg with a knife, that fucking shit would hurt.
Right.
And that's real.
But that's part of the simulation. This is an advanced AI we're dealing with here.
It's a form of maybe, but it's real.
Do you know what's so crazy is that everything is just like pre-programmed.
Like we have
I don't
control.
feel pre-programmed. I feel like the environment, like the constant bullshit that we are fed is all just a narrative that is being circulated and repeated across all planes, all forms of communication, you know?
Well,
it's weird.
We're all
it's weird. I'm tired.
We're all vibrational beings, you know, everything down to the smallest molecule is a vibration of something. So I can kind of believe that there are other realms where we could technically exist in other timelines, I guess. So every choice we make, it does technically already exist. We just haven't made that. We're just not cognizant of the changes to those timelines.
Crazy.
So we could be, you know, all things all the time to anybody.
Okay, well, let me address this then. Okay, so our accepted history of what we're supposed to accept as history, our timeline. I don't want to go back through the, you know, the what's it called? Shit, I'm too fucking like through 1900s, you know, and all that shit. That's our generally accepted timeline, and we're supposed to believe all the history of how all that stuff. All right, and then we look at ancient history, and their language and their mathematics were totally different. You know,
I love history.
All right, let me ask you this: what
I
if
didn't love history until I actually looked at real history, and then I was like, those motherfuckers are lying to me about real history.
What if
find out what's really going on?
What if history is fake? Like it just doesn't exist.
What I was.
No, it just doesn't exist at all.
No.
I don't know. Well, how far back do you want to erase everything? I mean,
to your existence. That's it, right?
That's where
personally, yeah.
What if your reality?
Are you talking about individually or as a culture?
So we share the story of history together through oral and written things, but they never actually happened. Wrap your head around that.
Well, how can you verify?
No, I don't want to.
You can't.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. How can you verify that what you've been taught? Now, I can verify. I can ask. Well, this is not a good example because I can ask my mother what she understood as history, but she watched television.
But she wasn't you, right?
She's not me, right?
You don't know that person even had.
So you're talking about like simulations overlapping other simulations, like the overlap shit.
Yeah.
Seriously, I just can't do that, man. I just can't. Everything is just so real.
No. But we can verify certain things in recent history pretty close.
Pretty close, yeah.
To accurate. But as far as going back past a few hundred years, it's pretty sketchy, man, honestly.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
It's freaking sketchy, man.
I mean, just the amount of people who even knew how to write just 200 years ago was very little.
Wasn't it the Jesuits that stole all the ancient writings and stuff and hid them from people?
Yeah, they're all in the catacombs and under the Vatican, and what didn't get, you know,
creepy fuckers.
Well,
And the
but guess
Vatican is
what?
shaped
Guess
like
what?
a
And
fucking serpent
guess
with
who's
a
gonna
crown on it.
guess who's gonna come against all three of us and say, "Oh yeah, we can verify that we've done geological surveys down in the dirt, and we can verify that the age of this artifact.
Well, show me the
these
money.
people lived over here, and this dude. There are thousands of them, but there's only a few that can actually that have doctorates in the area, which they studied under doctorates from guys that they believed.
And it's just passing down information. That's all. It's not even.
It's not even credible. And just like the flat Earth topic, in these, it goes from looking down in the dirt to looking up in the sky. It's fallacy after fucking fallacy,
Right.
and these motherfuckers, pardon my French, believe that
motherfucker. Yeah, it's still a belief system, but if you want to get into the esoteric, the thought games, it's like just because I said it, it's a high possibility that existed. Because I couldn't be the only person to have said that, right? So it must have existed somewhere at some time. Nobody has an original thought anywhere. So all things can be all possibilities at all times.
I just feel like it just diminishes the quality of existence.
Yes, but okay, I use this as an example. What if we elect to come to Earth to experience the physical, right? Say we're spiritual beings and we're reading the brochure about Earth and we're sitting in the waiting room and we're like, hey, that looks good. Let's do that. And they're like, sure.
Westworld, shall we? I want to do this simulation.
Let's sign you up. I don't know the TV reference, sorry. But let's sign you up and go to you can go to Earth. But the deal is you just have to forget where you come from. So you'll emerge in the physical, so you'll get to experience all the things that are physical, including love, pain, sacrifice, loss, joy, happiness. And that way you have full and complete contrast of good and bad and pain and suffering. So that way you know what it feels to have those things.
It's not enough, brother. It's not enough.
What? What's
all those things are not enough.
It doesn't account for all the years that you spent in this
how did we
simulation, you know?
It's not enough. It's not enough.
I'm just talking about in the spiritual sense, when we're born and we just show up as people and we have a soul, right?
So you're pre-programmed.
You're always gonna ask why and where. How?
Because we forgot that was the deal of coming here, is losing all prior knowledge. And it's your job to ask questions, go through life, seek, and maybe you just keep doing it over like Groundhog's Day until you get it right. Or maybe your experience sucks so bad you commit suicide and you come back as a dog. I don't know. But
how can we verify?
I do not believe in reincarnation, sorry.
At this point, all the say the if we were, which we'll never do on my channel, a debate about evolution or the age of the earth or anything like that. Because I think it's total bullshit. But there is a point in the past that we can point to. Like, we're alive now. We experienced whatever the fuck we're experiencing. Allison is here, and Biker, you're here. We're experiencing our reality right now.
Oh my God,
okay, you experience, and we have. She's 36, or I'm 44. You're, I don't know, whatever your age you are. We experienced our reality. Our parents told us what they experienced. Okay, that goes back quite a long time. Okay, now now what we know, their experience through media and government manipulation has been what they told us when we were growing up was bullshit. Anyway, not their personal experience, like, as far as like raising you and stuff, but as far as media and wars and all that shit, that was bullshit. Okay, so what is real as far as, and how far back does that go? Like World War II, World War One, Vietnam War. It's already been admitted by the government that they went to Vietnam on uh on a fake fucking. They wanted to go to war there. You know, they start these wars to take over lands and oil and all this shit. You know, whatever. That's, you know, I'm full fucking blown conspiracy here on my fucking channel. I don't give a fuck what anybody think. If you have questions about it, I'll give you fucking links everywhere. You want to know about the Vietnam War? You want to go know about
Guys,
the fucking...
I gotta go to bed.
All right, Allison.
I'm
Thank
checking
you so
out.
much.
Sayonara, salutations.
Good morning.
Right.
Yeah, for real.
All right. Love you guys. Peace.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank
But
you.
anyway, thank you, Allison. As far as the conspiracies go, I mean, there are vast conspiracies of between government agencies, the Federal Reserve, and all that shit coming together, and how they this is a vast conspiracy to conquer the world, whatever. But as far as going back into deeper history, this is a young, as far as the New World Order is a young entity, in my opinion, and
Yeah.
it's a branch of what happened in the fairly recent past, meaning maybe in the past 1,000 to 2,000 years, which we can't verify because we got all these fucking supposed scientists that are digging down in the dirt and calling shit millions of years old. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep. Like there was a schism, and we just went down this dark path of being overtaken by these people with nefarious ideological control complex that just wants to rule over us. And that to me makes me feel like, okay, there's got to be a spiritual component to this, because there's so many good people in the world that I just can't possibly believe that they're all just allowing this to happen unless there's a greater manipulation, there's a greater agenda. We are purposely being dumbed down. We're purposely being, bred out to be stupid.
Do you feel like they're sitting back just sipping whiskey, watching us fucking trip over our feet and buy the bullshit?
100%, I do. If at the very least there's a room full of 10 of them doing it.
It's fucked up, dude, man. Because they're, I mean, I don't know what the age of the Earth is, and the guys that fucking call it 4.5 billion years old are fucking religious, man.
Oh, of course.
It's so cartoonish that I just really can't believe they're buying that shit. It's fucking crazy. I've never believed that shit, and it's just like, I can't believe it's gotten to this level. So,
well, their hubris won't even allow them to say, "I don't know." They have to have they have to have an exact number. Oh, 93 million miles away. It's like, oh, the moon is exactly 247,832 miles. It's like, why? Why does it have to be exact?
Dude, they won't even get close to even questioning the scientism. They just really, they really are, they're Newtonian fucking whatever the fuck. Gravity is such bullshit, man. It's just like, I mean, all right, I'm gonna make a fucking video on gravity that will just totally fucking blow that shit out of the water. Nobody's gonna ever be able to debunk it. I'm so tired of fucking people talking about gravity that I'm just gonna make a fucking video about it.
Yeah, I just bust out the Einstein's definition of gravity and just say, okay, scientists all agree that the working functional form of gravity is bending of space, light, or space time. Okay, so how does that make the oceans stay on the spinning globe?
Space time. I'm going to talk about the way that gravity works in their theory on Earth, and I will totally bust the fuck out of it.
Well, that's the thing. I've never seen a good explanation of that at all. So
there is none.
I know. So
the difference between centrifugal and centripetal force is impossible to explain, and I'm gonna bust the fuck out of it. It's such bullshit that they cannot fucking recover from it. I'm just gonna fucking make a video on it, and they're so full of shit.
And how does gravity keep
any religion?
How does gravity keep any gases from escaping into the vacuum of space? Right?
Oh yeah, it goes deeper than that.
Right?
It's already in my brain. I don't know how to make the words, but I'm gonna work it out. I might write a song about it. I'm gonna write a song called "Grab Buddy."
Grab Buddy.
Grab Buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. Here's my deal. Okay, so I'll explain the simplicity of how gravity is supposed to make up for these centrifugal and centripetal forces. Okay, so at the equator, it's spinning around at approximately 1,037 or 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. And as you move up or down the ball, and in equilibrium, the centripetal and centrifugal forces decrease or increase, right? Now, gravity automatically knows how to compensate for that.
Oh, of course.
It's so fucking beautiful. Gravity is just fucking beautiful. It already knows how to compensate for that centripetal answer. Whatever calculations they can come up with, it knows magically how to compensate for those centripetal and centrifugal forces moving north and south, whatever part of the ball you're on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm lighter at the North Pole.
Dude.
I can jump higher.
No. It's not even. That's not even it. You're spinning on the ball. Okay, but they say you're not spinning. It moves. It's so large that you're moving at 1 revolution per 24 hours, which is 1/24 of a revolution per hour, right? So It's not really moving that fast. So, but anyway, so say you're on a flight from Cancun to Minneapolis. Okay. There's an international airport in Cancun. You can fly there. You probably have to have a stopover in Dallas. Which, boy, you're gonna be dizzy by the time you get there. But we're not gonna talk about that. Okay. You're gonna go from Cancun to Dallas to Minneapolis. Okay. Dude. I can't fucking do it. Right, the centripetal force of gravity automatically makes up for whatever force you would feel if you were in Cancun. Only in a few hours you travel north. No, it's pretty much on the same longitudinal,
Right.
From Cancun to Dallas to Minneapolis. You're still in the Central Time Zone. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so you're pretty close to the equator on Cancun, not all the way down, but how the fuck does that all how does you know what? I had to look up centripetal force to really, because there is no such freaking thing as centripetal force if there's no gravity, right?
Well, yeah, that would make sense.
Centripetal, or some people call it centripetal.
Right.
Centripetal force. There is no such thing if there's no gravity, because nothing pulls towards the center.
Correct.
Now, if you were at Cancun and you were being pulled towards the center of the earth, and it was actively using the centrifugal force of the spin of the earth at whatever calculation that might be, How can you fly in a few hours from Cancun to Dallas? And the difference between the centripetal force that it's pointing toward the center and the spin of the Earth, which is the gravitational force, is pulling actually towards the center. If you're standing on the ball, it's going to pull you towards the center, but the centripetal force is pulling you towards the middle, but it's not as much as it was down there. I mean, I'm not explaining it well, but does that make sense? You know?
Yeah, one's pulling you towards it and one's flinging you off.
Dude, you're closer to the equator, so you're standing on the side of the ball, and then you fly up here in a few hours, you're in Dallas, and then the centripetal force magically makes the centripetal force of the gravity makes up for all that spin. It's a fucking lie, man. It's bullshit, and they know it. And there's, I mean, I could probably, if I spend enough time doing the mathematical calculations that they think I can't fucking do, which I can. It's ridiculous for me to even begin to consider. Now, if you travel from Dallas to Minneapolis, you had a fucking 1 hour layover, and then you travel to Minneapolis. How much difference in the centrifugal forces? How much does gravity have to make up for all that shit for you to feel stable? Guess what? You walk off the airplane. Oh, I feel like I walked out. You're in a walk, and when you walk off an airplane, it feels a little weird, you know. Just like if you've been riding a bike for a while and you start walking.
Right.
It feels weird when you walk for a while, but okay, it makes up. That is not what would happen. You are significantly further up the ball and spinning. You're
rotating.
I don't like the word spinning, just like the ballers don't like the word spinning.
Rotating.
Yeah, you're rotating at a significantly less. It's almost just retarded to even consider that model anymore, man. I don't even know how to fucking explain it.
Yeah, it's definitely like it. Almost everything that we know in the science community that we experience on the macro can be experienced on the micro. Right. So, but no one's ever replicated an experiment where you can do that.
This guy Storebang in the chat said, "Sorry, but wrong. Centripetal force is real and measurable, but centrifugal force is imaginary." Dude, the only thing I can test is centrifugal force. I can't test centripetal force. There's no fucking way. Anyway, I shouldn't even fucking listen to these guys. You can't test centripetal force. Nothing pulls anything towards anything except for fucking magnet.
And well, that's the other thing there is no such magnet that you can create out of molten iron and nickel in the molten state. It's never magnetic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
never.
It's never magnetic. Not even at a foundry can you
dude, I've done that. I've done that for myself. I had a magnet. I fucking put a sandpaper to it, heat it up. The motherfucker loses it. It loses.
Yeah, you put a magnet in the oven. It's no longer a magnet.
I've done it myself. No, I've done it myself. Yes, I've proven that to myself. Once you get it hot, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
I've done it myself.
So that being said, well, they're like, but it's spinning at a great rate of speed. Okay, that you can do in a lab. You can get a foundry and you can spin molten.
I've done it on my fucking workbench.
But you can spin molten metal and hold a Gauss meter to it, right? And see if it'll create a magnetic force. right? You can get something red hot and spin it around at a great speed and do it in a vacuum. I don't care, but show me that it's generating a magnetic force. And then they'll add on top of the experiment, oh, well, the magnetic iron core needs to be spinning and touching next to the liquid magma that's outside of it. So they keep adding these layers of the gobstopper. Oh, the only way this magnetism works is if this condition meets this condition meets this condition. But I still say that those conditions can be replicated on the small scale, and yet nobody's able to do that. No one's done it.
They can't. There's no way. You know what's funny is the other day. I mean, I've heard centrifugal and centripetal force. I'm like, man, I actually don't have a grasp on what centripetal force is. And I looked it up, and it's the biggest fucking joke in the universe, man. In the universe.
The universe. See, they've crept into our
centripetal force pulls everything. That's the force that pulls everything towards the center. That is the gravitational pull.
That holds the oceans in, but keeps the gas of our atmosphere from being sucked off into space.
But what debunks gravity is its ability to have a spinning sphere spinning with, in one direction and pulling towards the center, but making up for every effect. Now, I can see it, them saying, yes, it makes a, centripetal and centrifugal force at the equator is equal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you move north or south of that point, can centripetal force make up for all of the anomalies that may occur when you move north or south of that central force that is equalized at the equator? Is it possible? Can centripetal force, the force of gravity, make up and equalize? Because, when you fly from Cancun to Minneapolis, it's equalized. You don't feel any lighter or heavier. You don't feel dizzy.
I would think the airplanes would have sensitive enough equipment to detect that, and that would be something that would be common knowledge. Oh yeah, they got the gravitometer in there, and they
gravitometer.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm just saying, the difference in the force. You got, if you're at the equator, you're spinning it in the spinning. And that's why, what's funny, we used to get away with the spinning argument. Now they're like, no, you're not spinning, it's rotation 1/24 of
well, here's another one.
But if you move up the ball, centripetal force cannot fucking make up for this spin. It's
of course they'll say it's a combination of magnetism.
Well, give me the fucking calculations for that. They don't have it, dude. I promise.
Well, here's another thing about magnetism that people seem to forget. If you have a round magnet sphere and it's north and south isn't on a pole, they're on halves, right? The only way and the only way that you can have that torus field coming out of a magnet is if the magnet's a disk.
Yeah, in the middle.
In the middle.
It's in the middle, and then a torus field around. Yeah.
Yep, that's the only way that you can have a torus field. You can't have a torus field off of a sphere magnet because it just makes two halves.
Yep.
And those two halves don't replicate how our Earth is.
Yep. You're exactly right. And so, thus, I'm a flat earther. Because ball earth is bullshit and gravity is totally bullshit. And and what I just said about gravity, and they can try to come in here and tell me that gravity is going to make up for all those
fucking centrifugal forces to
Well,
make it
well,
not
gravity's
feel like
mag.
you're moving up or down the ball, and you're not going to feel it.
Well, gravity's magic. It does everything. It's like the catch-all for
Dude,
keeping the planets in alignment, for making stuff get sucked into black holes,
it's all
for keeping
fucking relative, dude.
the
It's
water
all
on our
relative.
planet. It bends light. It's it keeps. Oh man, it's amazing. It's just this amazing force that we
You
don't.
know what's so funny is that it's so fucking easy to debunk gravity, but everybody gets stuck on it, man. But like what I just debunked gravity.
It's a great word.
I just debunked fucking gravity. Have at it, trolls. Debunk
Well,
that shit.
Here's the thing. It's like people seem to forget we live in a gaseous atmosphere, right? So everything stratifies, everything separates based on its density. So we just happen to base our uh, our system of measurement on pure water, but everything is either lighter than water or heavier than water, right? So you've got your noble gases at the very, very top, helium, argon, neon at the upper edges of the atmosphere, all the way down to nitrogen, oxygen, and then everything that's on the lower levels, so carbon dioxides and the carbon monoxides and things. Exactly. And then you've got your liquids that float in the middle of that, and then in the gaseous states you've got clouds and you have moisture and humidity, and then you've got water. And then even in water, there's denser versions of water. You have your salt water, and then you have heavy water with heavier monatomic particles in it, and then you've got rock, and then you've got soil and sand. You've got all these things. So nature just naturally stratifies all these things. So the easiest explanation is, things fall to the ground because we live in a gas atmosphere. And if the thing that falls to the ground happens to be heavier than the gas, it'll just do what it's naturally going to do based on its own density of the surrounding volume of whatever it's in. And the reason why we can fly, and animals and birds and insects and things can fly, is because we've managed to push off of the atmosphere through high and low pressure, the manipulation of high and low pressure. Birds flap their wings. We create a specific wing shape, to create high and low pressures. So we're still navigating in a very liquid atmosphere. So to me, that makes perfect sense. I don't need the definition of gravity. I don't need any of that other stuff anymore, right? Because density and buoyancy explains everything just fine.
Well, and it's not even as simple as density and buoyancy. And it is kind of, but there's something more complex that is being ignored. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much focus on gravity that it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm talking to the fucking trolls too much because they're fucking with me.
They're starting to get to you,
dude. No, they're not getting to me because I always bring it back to gravity because I can easily debunk gravity, just like I just did. And so I will say yes, density and buoyancy is simplistic because all right, so the atomic structure of whatever gas, helium is going to be the highest up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, you got hydrogen with one atomic particle,
nitrogen,
right?
All that shit's going to raise up. Yeah, and it's a beautiful construct, and it's great. So why the fuck they're trying to fuck with it and act like it's not really happening? It's freaking crazy, man. I don't fucking understand it, man.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The periodic table of elements literally lists their atomic fucking weight, and everything stratifies based on that.
And I fucking failed chemistry, and these motherfuckers bastard it, and they don't understand that shit.
Yeah. So yeah, And you know what, they like using these big words and huge math problems, and it's basically like speaking Greek, or it's like speaking Latin. It's like, oh, you don't speak Latin, then you're not part of the club. We're so much more superior than you because of look at these equations that we can do. And they're literally just puzzles. They're just number puzzles.
Math magic.
Math magic. Yep, exactly. And you know, I love that catching Neil deGrasse Tyson on that talk show. She's like, so explain gravity. He's like, we don't know what it is.
Yeah, I like that clip too. He laughed about it. He's like,
I can't even explain this shit.
In front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and say, all right, explain that what I just explained to you. Okay, now the earth is rotating. I hate, I'm not going to use spinning anymore. Yeah. Rotating 24 hours, one time in a 24-hour period. And if you calculate it at a 25,000 mile, ball circumference, it's rotating on its axis. Come on, man. It's just a joke, man. I mean, it's not, I don't even have to explain the whole thing for them to understand what the fuck I'm saying if they're listening.
I created a t-shirt.
And that's why, none of these trolls are in the chat, because they already know I busted their fucking ass, man. They don't fuck with me, man.
I created this bullshit. I created this t-shirt that says the great vacuum of space. And it's a picture of a giant vacuum cleaner sucking off a galaxy. Because how does gravity explain that? It's like I have a vacuum canister here for degassing resins and things, and I have to put it in a pot with a lid. And if I pull a vacuum, and if there's a pinprick or a hole or the seal's not sealed right, I will never pull vacuum, and all that air will just go rushing back in. So how does our air not go rush off into the great vacuum of space? Oh, gravity. I forgot.
Gravity is the magic answer.
Yeah, it does so many things. Universe. It's like
gravity is what caused the Big Bang, right?
Yeah. Gravity keeps black holes, from imploding. And I don't fucking know. They got an answer that just means gravity for everything. I saw somebody put together a really great bullet list of everything gravity is responsible for, and that made me chuckle. It was like 25 things that scientists all say, oh, gravity does this, it does this. And literally, these are things that scientists just have no clue. They can't explain realistically. They just don't have a model for it. So they're just like, oh, gravity does that. Yeah, gravity does that too.
Well, that's kind of like, and I don't want to bring it back up. And I really feel bad for my Christian friends that believe that. But Jesus, man, that just makes I shouldn't even brought it up, but honestly, I live, I move, and I am a being, and I don't need any other person to tell me what I am or who I am. I'm trying to figure this out just like the rest of us. And if I have to sit in front of a person to tell me who I am and what I am, where I came from, I don't need it, honestly. And I honestly, man, actually, I'm starting to get a pit in my stomach because I really feel bad about telling, my Christian friends that they're missing the point, that we are part of this. We are the entire thing.
Well, nothing else matters when we can wrap our head around that.
Yes, and honestly, sometimes I put in the chat, like when people mess with me in the chat, sometimes I'll just put I am. Only not to denigrate, what Jesus said. He said I am. So did God. To Abraham, I am that I am. But that was a clue.
Right.
I am. Listen, guys. I am. You are. That's it. it's the end of the beginning. It's all of it. Everything is everything, like Bro Sanchez says. And like I used to say before Bro Sanchez, everything is everything. But I figured that shit out a long time ago. And even when I was still going to church and doing church, I already knew that everything is everything. I am. This exists because of us. It exists for us. We have to experience that. We have to walk in it, or else it's not going to work. And it's not working right now because we don't understand that. Anyway, that's end of my sermon on that shit.
Well, it's being very zen. It's very in the moment, and acknowledging that it's part of the whole take time to smell the roses philosophy, which we don't do anymore. We're so wrapped up in day-to-day bullshit that we don't get to
Why
say.
would you? Why would you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's too much effort.
And a lot of people would say that's a cop out, right? You know.
Well, I think when you're awake and you're unlocked and you can disassociate yourself from the drama of whatever new thing is you're a part of, say for instance, flat earth, if you can fully engage in the core being of yourself, then I think that's when you start to experience life to its fullest. You get to enjoy the beauty of life. You get to enjoy the people around you, is when you disassociate yourself from the distractions, whether that's TV, your job, or your shitty family, or whatever it is that's distracting you from unlocking the who you are, and learning about yourself, just sitting in quiet.
I don't do that very much. I'm usually on here talking to you guys, but yeah, it is an amazing thing when you really realize the I'm about to shut this broadcast down because I'm about to go to sleep. But I appreciate you coming on, and but here's the thing: we are at the end of the beginning. Once you realize that, the whole picture comes into focus, you know, and that's where the focus is. Everything is out of focus, especially here on YouTube when we're sitting here just bantering back and forth and just trying to prove gravity and curve of the earth and all this is this and this. It's all fallacious, because at the end of the beginning is the beginning of the end. It's all there. We are what we are. We are social people. If you are a loving, caring human being, I don't fucking know. You can reach out. You can touch what is real. I'm close to my family here, luckily, and I'm fortunate in that way. A lot of people aren't, and they know what I'm about. And I don't push my beliefs on them, but I do have opportunities to share with them some of those things, and they react, and it's a process, and it's been a process for me, a fucking long process, long, arduous, freaking horrible process at times, but
it's beautiful. I mean, it's the meaning of life, but it is you cannot just subject yourself to some dogmatism and actually submit yourself to that and be so 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 hard against any other opinions about what maybe come against. Now, if you do have something that come against your belief, you better be ready. You know, if you're going to talk to someone about it, if they're actually interested in talking to you about it, which most people aren't, then be ready for it. And if they're not coming against you with your beliefs, talk about something else.
Right. Exactly.
Talk about the fucking football game, you know?
Yeah. It's about meeting people where they are, whatever that means to them and you. It's about acknowledging that, hey, we might not have a lot of things in common or share a lot of similar interests, but at least I can talk to you as a human.
Yeah. And once you relate on that level, then they'll be able to respect your opinion. And I have the respect of every family member and friend that I have. I have not lost one friend or family member over this subject or any other. So
I think it's crazy that that even happens. It's like, what, we're not allowed to have differing opinions all of a sudden? And it's the one thing, too. It's like you could probably be into Marxism and they'd be okay with it. But, oh, flat earth? Well, we can't speak to you again.
yeah. Well, I guess this is the way you approach it because, I mean, they already knew about me, you know, with the conspiracy stuff before I found out about flat Earth. It was just kind of like another level. I guess they probably all think I'm crazy as fuck, but that's all right because they still love me, you know, and they're gonna support me 100% to the end. They love me,
Right.
you know.
Right.
So I don't know what else to do with it, you know, and as much as I give people shit on here or support people on here, you know, on YouTube or in Facebook or whatever. I mean, I I honestly believe this shit, you know, and not believe it. I know some of it to be, most of it to be what I say. Some shit I speculate, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And you guys can make fun of me for whatever the fuck, you know, that I speculate about. But I am certain there are many truths that I speak that people, it's just a fucking hard pill for them to swallow. But I'm experienced in this shit and I don't express it well. But at the same time, I come across as genuine. And so that touches them more than probably any logical, I guess logical, that's not even the right word, like because I'll get made fun of for that. Oh, he's not speaking logically, you know, so he can't give me the mathematical calculations to prove this, you know, whatever the
Right.
fuck. It's bullshit, man. I'm smart enough to figure the shit out and I just can't express it well, you know what I mean?
Right. It's like they want to beat you down with semantics and then you dissuade your argument altogether. Oh, you didn't say it right, so therefore you're wrong. I'm superior. Yeah.
Yeah. But guess what? You see, as far as I can see, except for Ask Mucus Fisting Felch, he just came into the chat. I was about to say, chat's going pretty well, except for Ask Mucus Fisting Felch and Cock.
No, this is getting out of hand. It's one guy with like 40 sock accounts, and he's
it's fucking DQ, man, and he's a dickhead. And I already called his ass out the other night, and he's a fucking dickhead.
I was like, I wish you could ban them by their IP. That would be so much better.
You know what? Yeah, it would be, but it's fucking DQ. He's a fucking dickhead, and I already called his ass out the other night. And fuck you, DQ. Just like I always say, and I'm serious about this shit. Quit fucking with people. You're a dickhead. Get the fuck out.
and just go fucking make fucking DQ fucking ice cream cones somewhere. Go work at fucking Dairy Queen and make some fucking candy fucking ice cream shit. Fucking retard. Fuck you, DQ. I know who it is.
Yep, just ban their IP address. Oh, sorry, you can't see this channel ever again.
I know who the fuck it is, and he can go fucking make ice cream cones somewhere. He's a fucking retard. But anyway, I'm gonna hang up, brother. Man, I appreciate you coming on Biker Scout. Man, I gotta go to bed, or maybe I'll stay up and mow the yard or some shit.
Yeah. Well, at least I did my part and made the chat lively.
No. Dude, it was boring. Well, no, it was actually great until shithead came in here and fucking started twerking and cum farting on us.
Right.
But anyway, I already know who it is. He's a dickhead. But anyway,
doesn't he have anything better to do?
I wish he did. He can go make some fucking ice cream cones at DQ. Dairy Queen. Go get you a job at Dairy Queen, DQ, man, and fucking come fart somewhere else.
See, porn has ruined the youth.
Yeah.
This person can never have a meaningful relationship if all he thinks about is cum farts and man chowder flatulence. Is like, really? Is that how you talk to your wife, your girlfriend? I bet she's so impressed.
Yeah, and I heard think of a well, I don't like to talk about people on my channel. I don't like usually talk about people. But anyway, I will this one time. Like Tim Osmond was on Issa's channel yesterday, and he was talking to him, and he's like, talking about DQ's a good guy, man. He's just pissed off. And Issa was like, I don't know why he's doing whatever. I don't give a fuck why he's doing it, man. Don't come on my fucking channel and put that shit in my chat. Fuck you, DQ. But anyway, we're going to end this, and he already knows where I'm at, and he's known that for a while. So I ain't even messed up about it. He already knows what the fuck I'm about.
Well, have yourself a fantastic Sunday, and thanks for having me on.
Thank you, brother.
All right, take it
easy.
Do it
again sometime. Thank you,
you
guys.
We'll find some other.
Everybody that came on, I appreciate it. It was a great conversation. It was awesome.
We'll find some other crazy conversation I can ruffle some feathers with.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I look forward to it. All right, man, brother.
All right, take it easy.